FDMG!
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I am a certified school psychologist.
Hi, Dr. Umar. I'm so happy that you're my principal. I love FDMG. Can you tell me about the school?
We are going to make history. We are going to shock the world. We are going to transform the entire community, one black boy at a time. In this school, you don't have to worry about special education. In this school, you don't have to worry about ADHD diagnoses. In this school, you will never get a phone call from a teacher or an administrator telling you that your child needs dangerous psychiatric medication in order to get an education.
All right. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. I appreciate your presence and your patience. My goodness gracious. We're going to do a short show today. We're going to get right on into it and hopefully be back tomorrow. Cookie Crush Chats undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. And here we are once again back on the scene with a gangster lean. I hope everyone's doing all right. I want to apologize for being really late today. I just got to the computer maybe about 20 minutes ago. And we're going to have a quick show today. We're going to get right on into it and get through it. It's not a long video. I spent some time yesterday working on the documentary part 2, and I'm pretty confident that I'll have the next section available for members by the end of the week. Okay, I'm pretty confident. We'll have to see. It depends on how things go tonight and then tomorrow. I want to thank everyone. Thanks everyone who tuned in yesterday. We had a wonderful show. It was one of those epic ones. Every once in a while we have one of those epic shows. Yesterday was one of those times. If you haven't seen the live stream from yesterday, make sure you take the time to check it out when you have some time. It's a longer live stream, but it gets out there. Good Crush Chat hit the one. Right. I want to thank also everyone who's been supportive of the channel. If you sent in super chats, if you sent in cash apps or PayPal, I always appreciate it. Thank you guys so very much. I also want to thank our members and also our mods for handling business inside of the Cookie Crush Chat. All right, so this is probably a bit of a controversial episode here, simply because there are people who think that Umar is on a certain level to where this whole FDMG school scam is worthy of some sort of government agency coming in and disrupting it somehow. Umar said things like this in the past. In fact, when he was so-called trying to acquire the St. Paul's school or college, there was one conspiracy theory that he was spinning, and I'll have this inside of the documentary. He was talking about how the federal government was trying to purchase St. Paul's. Black Anonymous, I'm sure you probably remember this. Shout out to Black Anonymous. And this was a story that he was spinning, but Umar, he used to be he still is a bit of one, but he used to be a hardcore conspiracy theorist, and I was too. Like I was like way over the top. I lost my mind in it. But Umar, he was a conspiracy theorist, and so he would spin these different stories about, and we, like yesterday we were looking at Umar, how he's just kind of fanciful. He's really out there, teetering on delusion. But he spins these stories about the government trying to stop him. Listen, Umar has no intention of opening up a school. He's a one-man team. He doesn't know what he's doing. His goal is not to open up a school, like I explained yesterday, so I won't belabor it, but his goal is to get money and to crush cookies. That's his two primary goals. And the sooner people realize that, the better. The video that we're going to watch today, there's a white man who comes up there to Umar Johnson, and while Umar's up there at these abandoned buildings, and they have an interesting conversation. We're going to get into that too. Today, and there's some very interesting things. Normally, I don't watch videos in advance, but I watched this video like maybe 4 or 5 days ago. But you guys will see it's a very interesting exchange. And what I would like to say to anyone, it doesn't matter if you're white, black, or other. It really is relevant to me. But if you think that Umar Johnson is serious about opening up a school, you're delusional at this point. Now, some people, I give grace, and we all should, because I don't want to be, disrespect Umar Johnson followers. Some people are new to the game. Some people are just getting wind of Umar Johnson. Some people may have just heard about him over the last year or 2 or 3. But what people don't realize is that the school scam was conceptualized way back in 2005, which comes out of, you guys go type in Umar Johnson, UNIA resignation letter, and you'll see that the seedlings of the scam is present in that UNIA letter. Now, the white man who comes up there, I highly doubt he knows about this. A lot of the Umar Johnson followers, I highly doubt you probably don't even have a clue about what I'm talking about right now. But understand that if you look at the timeline, 2005 is when he puts in this resignation letter, and it was all about money that he was trying to get from the organization to do a renovation project. Sounds familiar? And there's this whole big fallout dealing with that. And so he puts in his resignation. They were going to kick him out anyway, but that's what he does. And understand that in 2005, the same year, that's when Umar conceptualizes this idea of FDMG, having his own building with 3 phases, right? When we got all the way to 2019, he talks about the 3 phases, excuse me. So 2005, then we get in 2010. Umar talks about it though prior to 2010. I'll have that in the timeline for the documentary. In 2010, that's when he makes the announcement that the school is going to open September 11, 2013. Does it open in 2013? No. Then we get into 2014. That's when Umar starts to raise money for the St. Paul's school scam. The different iterations. See, even the UNIA, that's a form of a scam. It's just, it wasn't a school per se, but it was still a building a renovation project. Okay, so we go from 2005, the UNIA situation. They were going to kick him out, but he puts in his resignation letter because he was a scammer then. Then we get into 2010. He conceptualizes FDMG that same year. Then we get in 2010. He said the school didn't open in September 2019. It doesn't open. Then in 2014, he starts collecting money for the St. Paul school scam. Never put it in the bid, but told people that he put in the bid. Spit all these conspiracy theories about the government and the feds. It looks like they're going to purchase it, and they're trying to stop me from. It's really not that. Ain't nobody trying to stop Umar. He's not even serious about opening up a school in the first place. That's in 2014. Umar collects money from 2014 all the way to 2019. And then he purchases a in Delaware for $400,000, pockets the rest of the money. And then here we are over the last 5.5 years, Umar still continues to collect money, and there's no school in sight. That's what you call a long con. He's a con artist. So people who are newer to this, they don't know the history, and they don't know Umar's track record going all the way back to UNIA days. Even if you go back further than that, when he was working in Philadelphia school system, you can go back to the comparative charter school. You can go back to court cases wherein he was misdiagnosing children, and it was double dipping. That's what he was doing. And he was also misrepresenting himself. And you can go look at the court record, misrepresenting himself as a doctor prior to him having the degree in 2012. He's a con artist. He's in court claiming to be a doctor. Go do your research. And he was also being employed as if he had a doctorate degree. There's information about that online too, in particular with the comparative charter school, where he misrepresented himself because he wanted to get PhD level money. He didn't even have his PhD until 2012. He's a con artist. And here we are now. Last year, he said that the school was renovated, and he's still working on renovations here. And in 2024, we're about to go into 2025. So I'm setting this up for people to really start to think about this. That just because Umar Johnson talks a good game does not mean that he's about the business. And this white man, when he gets up here, you can tell. See, I asked the question. I had to pose it this way. You think this guy's an agent? No, I'll tell you right now, I don't think he is. You guys can vote. I don't think he is. I think that he's one of these delusional people who they've heard Umar Johnson speak, but they don't know the backstory. They don't know the history. They haven't done their own independent research. I have. And I know the backstory. Can I share with y'all something real quick? Because someone had posted on my community tab, or no, it was a comment inside of one of the videos, and I posted this on my community tab. And everyone needs to look at this if you haven't done so yet. Let me pull this up. People have stories about Umar Johnson and all of the promises. And I'll just read it to you guys. Okay, this was posted yesterday. The person said, "I'm disappointed in Umar, man. I remember in 2008, and I remember that because I was in the 8th grade at the top 30 high school in the nation, and me and my dad was watching Umar talk about this school, FDMG, 2008. And my dad said to me and my brother, 'I'm gonna send y'all to be around other great black men.' And we were like, 'Yeah, right.' Man, I'm about to be 31. I got 2 kids now, and it's no closer to being done than almost 20 years ago. Me and my dad was really rooting for him. He's betrayed so many people. He's the great deceiver of our time in the black conscious community. And for a white man to fall for it, well, that's crazy. That's wild to me. You're delusional, sir. I can tell you right now, you're delusional. You haven't done the research. You don't know Umar. And it's easy to jump on that bandwagon because it's not as if Umar's running through your women like he's running through black women. It's not like he's sexually exploiting your women like he's sexually exploiting black women. He's not financially exploiting your women like he's financially exploiting black women. Now, I want to read something else too, by the way, because there were other people who had similar accounts. Someone said, this is kind of like my story. I discovered him in 7th or 8th grade. At that age, I really thought that he was going to get the community together. Then I started to see his BS in high school. I'm now 30 with 2 degrees. Master manipulator and habitual liar too. It's true. Umar is a master manipulator. He's a great deceiver, and he's a habitual liar. He lies about things that he doesn't even have to lie about, but he does as a matter of course. That's part of his personality. It's a mental health issue. This guy lies habitually. There was another one. This person said, I found out about Umar in 10th grade from the Breakfast Club interview, 2015, I believe. A lot of his talking points resonated with me, being young and dealing with those same problems day to day. I am now 25. So 10 to 12 years later, and no school is alarming. I was one of the few rooting for Umar a while ago because I truly wanted to see him succeed, even though I had never donated. Now he seems very pastor-like, lying to you, even though you can see the truth, repetition of certain string pullers, etc. Absolutely, this is true. We saw it when he said renovations were done, and in the same week goes live with ceiling panels missing and wires still hanging from the roof. Not to mention the boarded up windows or lack of groundkeeping. A shame that people even still deny he is a scammer when the proof is in the pudding. 100. Very well said. Here's another person. I remember how impressed I was with the school when I heard Umar Johnson talk about it on the Breakfast Club. I too hope for this school for black boys. There's plenty of other ones on here, but I'll end it right there. Umar has betrayed so many people, and he has lied for over a decade about this school scam. Okay. Now, there were some comments, so I want to get to. Robbie became a new member. Thank you so much. Before we get into the video for today, we're going to have a short show. Thank you so much for becoming a member again. I appreciate it. Robbie. Brian Tisdale says, I met Umar Jive Turkey in 2012. He had them shoes on that the old school nurses used to wear. Okay. So you met him back in 2012. 100% Real Man says, I met Umar in 2013 in Houston. I thought it would have been a good idea to start clearing to start a learning center with him, just to find out he's not into really helping others but himself. Okay, well, that's Umar. He never finishes anything. He never gets anything done. He comes up with all these fanciful ideas. He wants to tell black people everything that they want to do. Most of what he tells black people that they should do, he's not even doing himself. Okay. Michael also says the hurricane is kicking our butts right now. I just want to send words of encouragement to anyone out there who's dealing with the hurricane. It's been rough over the last couple of weeks too, by the way. Please, everyone, please stay safe. Do whatever you have to do to stay safe and get through it. Okay. I will keep you in my thoughts. Okay. Maybe tonight I'll say some prayers for anybody who's down there, but it's rough. Okay. It's been all over the news and everything. So please do your best to stay safe. Okay. And then Holly B says, hey, Lenon, the two reasons I don't have grace for someone newly following him is because, one, I'm old. Okay, that's a good reason right there. And two, Google is free. I agree. Holly B, I think that the issue, though, however, is that there are people who do not research, and there are people who do not do their due diligence. You know, and it's not just with Umar. There's plenty of other examples. Polite is an example. If people knew Polite's timeline and his history, no one should have been dealing with him in the first place, period. Okay, another one is Jay Morrison. Okay, Jay Morrison has a criminal record. He's a felon. Okay, Zaza Ali is another example of this. People do the research. Ginger Daniels, go look it up. Okay, a lot of these people, they change their names because they want to get away from their past. Umar didn't do that. His name was changed by his father, who was a Sunni Muslim, and he changed Umar's name from Jermaine Shoemake to Umar Rashad ibn Abdullah Rashid ibn Abdullah Johnson. Something to that effect. But people don't do the research, you know, and if you do enough research over time, you start to find out a whole lot of things about a lot of these people, these charlatans who run these scams on people, and nothing ever comes to pass. You know, the promises that they make to people, nothing ever comes to pass. And that's the key thing. If someone promises you something, and oftentimes it's grandiose, it's way over the top, and they want you to send them money for something that they said that they're going to do for you, do your research. Okay, Umar is an excellent example of this because he's come up with so many things that he said what he was going to do. We can put together an expansive list. It will be pages upon pages long of the things that Umar claimed that he was going to do, and he never got them done. And here we are with FDMG. 20 years into this, 19 years. It's going to be 20 very shortly. And there's still no functional school. Now, I said earlier, look out. There's things that you can look out for. I want to share this with you all before we get into the video, because the video is short, so I want to kind of give a little bit of a talk here, and then we'll get into it. It's going to be a shorter show. Let me do this. I want to do a screen share, and I want to share this with you guys. I'll do it. Okay, here we are, right here. This, just to understand the history, this was I think this was in 2014. Yeah, this was from May of 2014. This is in around the time when Umar started collecting money for the St. Paul's school scam. And you're right, Holly B, it's free. Google is free. People need to get on there and do your research, okay? This was the original logo, as it were. The FDMG, Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Leadership Academy for Boys. But it wasn't just for boys. There was also supposed to be the ADAG, the Anna Douglas Amy J. Garvey Leadership Academy for Girls. And the idea for Umar was that he wanted it to be a boarding school for what? The boys and the girls. Okay. Now, strategically speaking, and we're talking about someone who's a con artist, he wants to include boys and girls because it's a farther reach. He also wants to make it a boarding school where people can send their children there because that extends the reach. And the more people who can feel as if they're part of it, whether their child is a boy or their child is a girl, or let's say if they're in another state, but they can send their child to this boarding school, the more people who get involved with that, well, guess what? The more money that Umar can make. See, these are the tactics used by these charlatans. They'll oversell it. It's going to be there's going to be a boys academy here. There's going to be a girls academy. The boys academy, we're going to call it the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Leadership Academy for boys. And then for the girls, there's going to be the ADAG, the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Leadership Academy for girls. Okay. These are the original logos. This is from 2014, June 7th of 2014. He said FDMG Future Redemption Campus dormitory photo, aerial, vertical, and lobby photos. This is a long-term facility transformation plan after we acquire St. Paul's College, as we will eventually need more dorm space than currently available. Please donate today. Okay, and this is supposed to be inside where you walk in. This would be the entry to one of these buildings, which would be, I guess, the dormitory. Massive complex. And again, Umar doesn't have any money. He has no money to do any of these things. Okay. They come up with these massive plans and they expect everyone else to fund it, and they collect the money, but nothing ever comes to pass. Here's a higher angle, if you will. Massive structure. But if you think that that's massive, this is what Umar conceptualized in March of 2014, prior to him collecting money for the St. Paul's school scam. March 26, 2014, he wrote aerial view of preliminary heaven on earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy, 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa, Ancestors Park in the center of the campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, farms, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, greenhouse, zoo, community center, separate buildings for all 33 trade areas, and much more. Look at this. He has zero money, no money, and he expects people to finance this. This is a $1 billion project with no money. Now, if you look closely here, if I zoom in, you see these circles. There's 4 circles, and then there's a square in the middle. Okay, let's count these, and there's actually more than I thought. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6 and 7. There's 7 of these. With these 7, guess what that's coming from? Well, that's these buildings right here. So there's going to be 7 of these buildings constructed on this 500-acre compound. And the compound, not only does it have a river that runs around the edges of it, but the river is they're going to have to create the river, that the river is going to have to encircle or encase 500 acres. Who's paying for this? He's a scam artist and a charlatan. And it's not just these massive structures here. It's all the other things that he said there's parking right here. Here's some more parking right here. This is a security booth. The welcome center is located right here. Here's the elementary school. Here's the middle school. Here is this is a science building, marine science. Okay, this is I don't know what this something tech. Here's the engineering and architecture. Here's a hospital. He's going to have a whole hospital and a health center. Okay, this is a $1 billion project, easy. Zoo, wildlife. The white guy that went up there, I wonder if he's seen this. I highly doubt it. Zoo, wildlife. There's going to be a zoo, animal study area or building, agricultural area or building farming equipment is going to be inside of this building, farm and land, and it just goes on and on. I don't know exactly. I think these are like tennis courts up here. That's what it kind of looks like. I have no idea exactly. Special arts, business center. There's going to be a union, culinary arts. There's going to be a store right here. There's a massive track and field complex, if you will. Here's a baseball diamond stadium, if you will. Here's event parking. Here's a military building, an aviation. NASA is going to be involved in this. Political and government building. An ATC, that's an air traffic control tower, is going to be located right there, an aircraft bay and another aircraft bay, and then an airstrip. Who's paying for all of this? He did say that the children would be learning how to fly airplanes and helicopters and float ships. Who's going to purchase the airplanes and helicopters that are going to be landing on this airstrip? $1 billion project, easy. Okay, so I want people to keep this in mind, because if you're new to this, then you're not true to this. You don't have the background knowledge and information and the research to recognize that even though we're in 2024, we're getting close to 2025, this goes back to 2005. And what we've seen is Umar moved the goalposts. Initially, he said it was going to be a boarding school and there's going to be for boys and girls. And then he changes that. Initially, it was going to be this massive 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa. He goes from that to St. Paul's College in 2014. Well, that's going to be the new thing. Then he goes from, and that's supposed to be a boarding school for boys and girls. But then he goes from the St. Paul's College. He spends 5 years trying to find a building. He finally finds a building in 2019, which is these trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware, where this white man goes up there to see him. This white man has no clue. I guarantee he had no clue. It's sad. It's really sad. Google is free. He purchased these trap banners up in Wilmington. It's no longer co-ed. It's no longer for anything for girls. Now it's all about boys. And there's supposed to be a school building on one side of the street, another school building on the other side of the street, and then a smaller gym. He says that there's 4 buildings, there's 3 buildings. He said there's 2 schools, there's no schools. Not one black boy has been educated 5.5 years later. He goes from these 2 so-called schools to then he focuses on one side of the street. He hasn't done anything on the other side of the street in 5.5 years. He said it's way worse over there. Who knows what the condition is after sitting for another 5.5 years. But he focuses on the other side of the street. Nothing gets done of significance. He said that renovations were complete last year, and he's still working on renovations. And so he goes to just focusing on that smaller building and then the smaller gym. He hasn't even shown the other side of the street in over 5 years. He hasn't showed the gym, the inside of the gym, in a couple of years. What's going on here? And now he's down to focusing on this smaller building. That's what he calls a small school. See, he moves the goalposts, and guess what he continues to do? Even though he moves things along and he changes, ideas and concepts, and it just gets less and less and less. He lies about it's going to open in 2013. It's going to open in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Now he's saying 2025. But the one thing that has remained the same in all of this is what? Umar continues to collect money. That's the scam. Okay, y'all ready to get into this? Let me get into the chat room and get into some of these super chats too. Deshaun became a member. Thank you so much, Deshaun. I did release the first part. It's the introduction to the Shockumentary Part 2. And I'm going to try to get the second part, which is Chapter 1. The first part of the introduction. Chapter 1 is the it's the origins. And I really talk about the origins, and it mainly focuses on Jamal Johnson, who's Umar Johnson's father. He's very important and relevant to the Umar Johnson saga. Whether you talk about, if we focus on Umar Johnson's childhood, or we talk about years, decades later when they do have an actual beef. Okay, I even have it. Well, I'm not even going to tell y'all what he said. It's crazy, but I'll have it inside the documentary. Okay, I'm gonna try to have that done by the end of the week, if not for sure by the beginning of next week. Okay, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. There's a whole archive of Umar content for members and other stuff up there too for members as well. Thank you so much. Okay, let me do these super chats. Then we'll get to the video. We're gonna have a short show. We already have 730 people here. If you all can hit the like button, I appreciate it. Lewis Luck says, which one do you think will happen first? He pays all his child support or opens the school? You have to pick one. Lewis, Lewis Luck, I don't think that the school is ever gonna open. I don't. And I'm going to say this, and Umar already admitted this, there will never, ever, ever be an accredited school that will open. He admitted that the school is not going to be accredited. So it's really, the idea of Umar opening up a school, it's really irrelevant at this point, because even if he finally has some children in there, I don't even know how he's going to get to that point. He has to pass inspection. He got to have the children are supposed to pay $500 a month. I wonder if this white guy knows this. I got to get the guy's name, because I don't want to just call him white guy. I don't want people to think I'm trying to be racist or anything. Okay, okay, I don't want me to be like that. But I don't know the guy's name, so no disrespect. Okay, or maybe it is. I don't know. I'm just playing. But the point is that Umar, if the children are going to pay $500 a month, he would have to get. There's no way that it's an impoverished community. That the white guy even says that he's in that era because he has, I think he says Section 8 housing or something to that effect. These are people who are poor. They're impoverished, and there's other schools in that area that your children go to for free. In fact, they have a new school that is supposed to open. It was supposed to open this year, but they were trying to get it open brand new, like built from the ground up, literally built from the ground up. I think it was supposed to open this year, but they were saying that it may not open until the following year. And it's very close to these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. I apologize, I'm always putting groceries away. But even if he got some children up there, it wouldn't matter because the school wouldn't be accredited. And even if at some point he has a graduating class, their diplomas wouldn't mean anything. Or if the children went there for, let's say, a year and then they transferred to another school, that whole year wouldn't matter. They would have to test in at another school to get proper placement because it's not accredited. You see what I'm saying, Louis Luck? So this is to say, and I'm going to say this, that Umar will never, and I said this years ago, Umar will never, ever, 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 ever. Yeah. What was that song, baby? Ever, 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 ever. That was from that guy, that group from Atlanta. No, not the Roots.
Oh, Andre.
Yeah, Andre 3000 or 2000, whatever it was. He got to messing with Erykah Badu. Now he up there playing the flute and shit. she be messing up people. She messing in these men's minds up. I said, doggone. Anyway, that's what happened. Anyway, he will never, ever, 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 ever open up an accredited school. Okay, so Louis, like to answer your question, if we have to choose one or the other, will Umar pay his child support or will he open a school? The answer is he will pay the child support. And here's another thing, you Umar Johnson followers, you don't know Umar's history when it comes to child support and the types of things that he's done and said online to his quote unquote baby mamas. Horrible. He admits it for one of his children, he has supervised visitation. You can't see the child alone. I'm going to cover all of that. He had over I think it was 70 or 80 something child support dockets, entries. I said, what? I mean, it goes back so long that if you go on the website now, it's truncated, but I have all the screenshots. I will provide that for everyone inside of the documentary for sure. Because there's so many other issues dealing with Umar, but when it comes to the school, no, he will pay his child support before he opens the school. In fact, when he has to travel, when he has to go out of the country and he needs his visa, he will go in and go pay that child support. There's been times where he's had his license revoked. There's been at least 2 times. I think there's 3 times from my research. See, he don't even take care of his own kids. How is he going to take care of other people's kids? You know, real quick. And then we got to get to one here. I know we say we're going to have a show. George Snow. Listen, I remember Umar was talking about they were going to be busing children in from different states. So they're going to be, I don't want to say it that way. They're going to be bringing children in, and there's going to be buses in different states. They're going to bring all these kids from different states to FDMG for school each day. Y'all remember that? Hit the one. It just goes to show you that I showed you the image of the massive 500-acre complex. See, it was already crazy and grandiose and ridiculous. It still is, it's just to a lesser extent. But what has remained the same is Umar continues to collect money. That's the scam. It's all about the money. He hasn't updated people in terms of how much money he's collected. I want to say since 2018, I can tell you for sure, but there's some research material I would have to go and look at it. I have to refresh myself. I have the research on that, but he hasn't updated people in over 5.5 years, over 6 years. That's the scam. See? And if you guys look up there, nothing's really gotten done over the last 5.5 years. It doesn't take 5.5 years to get to where he's at today. He's traveling all over the place. He's crushing cookies. He's collecting money. He's he's supposed to be the primary caretaker for his mama. He's been living with his mama since 2019. He was living with her before that, but I'm talking about the most recent is in 2019. They got eviction notice in 2022. I have all of the research. How do people expect this guy to, and he's a one-man show. He's gonna open up school and bus children from all different states. These kids, he said, well, they're gonna have kids from New York coming out there. These kids gonna have to get up at 2 a.m. to catch the bus at 2:30 a.m. to get to school on time. They're gonna get home at 10 p.m., go to sleep for 3 hours or 4 hours. Anyway, thanks, Louis Luck. Let me get to these other super chats real quick. Sigma says, Lenon, did you get my email concerning the parallels between Umar and Conrad? Yeah, I did. I just haven't got a chance to read it. I got a lot of emails this last week, and I just haven't got around to get to everyone. So I'll get to it. I promise. I did get the other email that you sent today because it was a little bit earlier today, and I did reply to that one. Okay, so I don't know if you saw that one yet, but check it out. This was concerning Umar and where he lives. You know, it's sad. I mean, I don't want to say too much because the mama is involved. I will share some stuff inside the documentary, but I'm trying to be careful not to mention the mama so much in the documentary because I feel as if she's a victim in all of this too. Okay? And I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay. And Sigmund, you know what I'm talking about. All right. Thanks for super chat. Lewis says he basically wants to purchase the continent of Africa, according to that map. You followers are going to be working a lot of OT for that. Yeah. But see, for Umar, the idea was that it was going to be a river shaped like Africa that encompasses 500 acres of land. That's a massive, massive undertaking, because there is no river that's shaped like Africa in the world where you can fit 500 acres. There's no river that's shaped like Africa, period, in the world. So what that means is that they're going to have to construct this. You guys understand what I'm saying? It would probably be one of the last things that they construct after they get the compound together, everything on the inside, because then they would have to create the river that flows around it. And I guess there would be some sort of a bridge or a drawbridge for the people to get their cars coming in. But if you guys think about that, if it's in the shape of Africa, that means that they're going to have to dig out a river in the shape of Africa, and then at a certain point fill in this river with water. I don't even understand, how is the water going to get there? Maybe he gets pipes, underground pipes that brings the water in, and this massive complex that's shaped like Africa, and the river goes around it in the shape of Africa, and all the water just flows in from these pipes. That's how I'm kind of thinking. I mean, it's $1 billion project, easy. Okay, yeah. And he ain't got no money. You, Umar Johnson, followers, y'all gonna be working a whole bunch of OT for the rest of your life, and then some. Okay, thanks, Lewis, for the super chat. Isaiah says mega big papalis. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what papalis is. Let me go look it up. Hold on 1 second. Anytime I don't know a word, I gotta look it up. Papalis. I don't see anything that's just coming. Oh, or maybe populous. Maybe that's what you mean. Mega big. Yeah, I'm wondering how many people are going to be living in this megaplex. You guys remember that Transformer? I think his name was Megaplex. I don't know, Isaiah. I don't know how many people would be living in that type of a compound. It's massive. Okay, it's supposed to be a school for black boys, but he talk about he's supposed to be a cemetery in there too. Then I think he said a zoo. There's going to be an airfield. I mean, how many people y'all think would live in here? I'm just asking. How many people y'all think? Because if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these buildings, how many people would live there? I mean, I would think hundreds. There would have to be hundreds, if not thousands, right? If there's 6 of these buildings, 6 or 7 of these buildings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7 of. How many people would live in 7 of these? This is nuts. This is a massive, massive complex. Yeah, I have no idea. It's a mega big populace. All right. Thanks, Isaiah, for super chat. PJ says, I know Adderall rants when listen, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not going to say that. I don't know. Listen, I don't know. He turned the heat down. We know that. I don't know about all that. Okay. What I do know is that there are times where Umar gets to run in his mouth and he be coming up with some of the most far out stuff that I've never heard anything like that. And then he just keeps going. See, that's part of what I was talking about earlier with the oversell of things. These charlatans, they have the gift of gab, and they'll just keep running their mouth, and then they'll promise something that is so outlandish. I think that's part of the lure. Like, you know, we're going to have this massive compound. It's going to be 500 acres, blah, blah, blah. We're going to have airfield, blah, blah, blah. And then people are like, wow, that's incredible. He's going to do all this? Okay, he must be the one. You see? So that's part of the lure, too, with these con artists. People look out for that. Anytime they oversell, they be talking all crazy and coming up with all kind of crazy. Say, wait a minute, is this realistic? Is this even doable? Umar didn't even have a team. He still doesn't have a team. How is he going to pull any of this off? Okay? Yeah, he's out there. I don't want to say that this. I don't know. I do know he like turning the heat down. I will say that, PJ. Okay. Thanks for super chat. CEO says, isn't Africa in the shape of, I don't know, Africa? Why don't he and his followers go there and build Wakanda? It's easy to do all this talk from the comforts of, yeah, I totally agree with this. See, Umar talks at Africa Talk. Back in the day, he used to talk about repatriation. He doesn't talk about it as much as he used to, but that was one of his big talking points as a quote-unquote Pan-Africanist. He's not a Pan-Africanist at all. Okay, that's just a title that he's given himself, Prince of Pan-Africanism. Okay, Big Papa. Papa is Prince of Pan-African. He actually sat down and said, okay, How can I get the Prince of Pan? I'm the Prince. I want to be the Prince of Pan-African. Okay, let me see. What can I turn it into? Okay, Papa. Okay, but I'm Big Papa. He sat down and figured that out. This is his mind. He just out there like that. Okay, so he's not a Pan-Africanist. He's not trying to move to Africa, not willingly. Okay, now I can see him if at certain point the feds come down on him because of the tax situation and his false filings with the IRS dealing with these trap battles in Wilmington, Delaware. I can see him running to Africa. I can see him doing that. But in terms of him living there, just like him getting up and moving, no, he see. And part of the reason why CO is the enmeshment issues with his mother. He's so attached to his mother that he's always trying to get back to his mother. He's been staying with her at the current residence since 2019, and it's in the hood. See, he can't do anything by himself. He always and see the reason, in my opinion, based upon my research, the reason why he's so the enmeshment issue is there. It was there prior to, but the reason why it's gotten to this point where he's 50 years old and he's still connected to his mother on this level is because his father shipped him away from his mother when Umar was 13 or 14 years old. Let me make sure I got my math right, people, because I got it all in my timeline. This was when Umar was 13 or 14, 8th grade. He was shipped off to the Scotland School for Veterans Children, and this was in 1987. And Umar, he explains that the reason why he was shipped off, his father shipped him off, even though his father wasn't even living in the home at that time. I think there was other stuff going on too, by the way. Okay, but I'm gonna leave that at that. But Umar, he explains this, that the reason why his father shipped him off was because his father felt that he was too close to his mama, that he was a mama's boy. Okay, well, he's still a mama's boy. There was a recent interview from a couple of months ago where they were talking to him about marriage and dating. He says, well, if I find someone, they're going to have to be willing to take care of my mama. His mama is first. In his mind, his mama is first. But really what it is enmeshment issues. As a child, he always wanted to get back to his mama. He was sent away to a boarding school. That's where the true conceptualization of FDMG as a boarding school comes from. And it's also these very strict military guidelines. Well, he went the Scotland School for Veterans Children, that was military. You guys understand what I'm saying? I mean, it's really, really deep how all of this plays out over decades now. See, so for Umar, him going to Africa on his own volition, the only way that he would be able to do that if he took his mama with him. But see, it's not that his mama is his mama is a dependent. That's not even though he claims that he is the primary caretaker for his mom. How are you the primary caretaker where you're supposedly spending 60 hours a week up at FDMG? That's what he put on his tax forms with the IRS for his 501(c). Okay, so you're spending 60 hours a week up at these trap bandos, but then you're also traveling the world. Recently, he's over in Canada, and there's times where he's gone for weeks at a time. So how is he the primary caretaker? See, the part of what I'm getting at is that it's not that his mama is so much dependent on him, it's that he's dependent on his mama. He needs a place to stay. And at the current residence, it's been since 2019. See, in other words, Umar is a dependent. He doesn't have his own job. He doesn't have his own car. He doesn't have his own place to stay. He's a dependent. That's why if you see him, if he's not inside of that small little side closet that he stays in at his mama's house, he's live streaming in hotels and motels or out of rental cars. It's that simple. Okay. So to get back to this, listen, Umar, it's not in his mind to arbitrarily move to Africa, because if it was, he would have done it a long time ago. Even though he talked all this Black Africa talk and all this kind of stuff, all that source from Marcus Garvey. Like he really is a plagiarist in that sense. I explained this yesterday that when Umar conceptualizes something, when it's his own conceptualization, it is so far out there and ridiculous and impossible, because his imagination, he has like the imagination of a child, but he doesn't know how to put anything to produce anything. He's not a producer, he's a dreamer. Okay, that's how you can tell when something is his own thoughts. Like he'll come up with this massive 500-acre complex that is encircled by the FDMG River with an airstrip and helicopters and a baseball field and a zoo. It's totally unrealistic. It's delusional. However, when Umar comes up with certain things that sound realistic, he's really sourcing that from someone else. He's a plagiarist in that way. See, so even the idea of him going back to Africa, when he talks that talk, he used to talk a lot about that back in the day. He's just sourcing someone else. He's sourcing Marcus Garvey. He wants to be Marcus Garvey. He wants to be Frederick Douglass, et cetera, et cetera. See? It's interesting. Umar's interesting. See, I would even say I don't know when Umar first came up with this idea of this massive complex that is shaped like Africa, but I will have to say that this is more of Umar's attempt to reinvent this idea of having Africa here in the United States of America. It's going to be a 500 acre compound. I mean, it's really out there. Okay, it's really out there. But one of the reasons why, one of the reasons why he would not go to Africa arbitrarily is because the enmeshment issues with his mother. And I'm going to outline that succinctly inside the documentary. Okay. Thanks to y'all for the super chat. Okay, let me get to these other super chats already. We're already 45 minutes. So we're supposed to have a short show, but it is what it is. Thank y'all so much for being here. Thanks to everyone inside the Cook Crush chat. Okay, thanks for the moms. I haven't been inside the chat room. There's over 140 messages. I'm way behind. I see Haas in there though. How's it going, Haas? I hope you're doing all right. See you in a minute. Thank you for being here. Hope everything's going well. Thanks y'all for the super chat. Thanks PJ. Thanks Isaiah. Lewis says ain't enough Archer grannies to guard. yeah. Here's another thing. Now listen. Even today, at these trap bundles in Wilmington, Delaware, today is October 9th, 2025. Even today, there are serious security issues at these trap bundles in Wilmington, Delaware. See, we covered the video, was that yesterday? Or was it last week? I can't remember. We covered the video where Umar's up there and he's picking up trash. And this was last week. If you guys ain't seen that, you got to go there. I mean, he's moving trash. He's finding condoms. He's finding drug syringes. He's finding a bucket where the feces where the homeless people use the bathroom in. I mean, there's soiled rags. He finds what he calls a crib bed, a baby crib mattress. It's a mattress. He finds that leaning up against the wall at these abandoned buildings. What in the world? There's baby clothes. That still disturbs me to this day. Just baby clothes scattered on the steps. I said, what in the world? Like Tyler, I said, what is going on here? There's massive security issues up there. It has been from day one. What he should have done is erected a fence from day one, but he's not about handling the business. He's not. Now, why am I bringing this up, Lewis Luck? If there are security issues on that block, and Umar does not know how to handle it and manage it and keep things secure, well, Lewis Luck, how is he going to manage something like this and the security here? This is a 500-acre compound. I repeat, a 500-acre compound. How is he going to manage this? Someone in the chat room, please tell me. You Umar Johnson followers, please tell me. That's what I'm saying. He's never had a plan of action for any of this stuff. He hasn't had one plan. He hasn't written out a plan. He still doesn't have a business plan. He doesn't have an operating budget. He didn't have an operating budget for this massive compound, which I would think it's a $1 billion project in the first place. I would think probably what, $40 million, maybe $30 million a year to run something. I don't even know. I have no idea. How much would it cost? Operation costs. It would be more than that because you have a healthcare center. It's a hospital. You're going to have to be paying these doctors. How much money are we talking here? Security for all of these security for these buildings. My goodness gracious, what in the world? So what I'm saying, Lewis, like, it ain't enough Archer grannies on the planet to handle something like this. He can't even get it popping off and maintain security up there at these trap bundles in Wilmington, Delaware. That's why when you guys go and look, he be looking around. A car roll by, he be like, "You gonna send your boys up there?" Boy, thanks, Lewis Luck. Okay, let me get these last super chats. We're gonna get to the video. KK says, "How is Umar a Pan-Africanist? I've never seen him conference, summit, organize, which or even acknowledge living activists who work to unite the Africa diaspora across the planet. Pan-Africanism is more than kufis and Instagram rants." Well, Umar's not a Pan-Africanist. He's not. It's just a title that he's adopted, and it's largely tied to Marcus Garvey. Okay? Marcus Garvey is one of the preeminent idols for Umar Johnson. See, he wants to be Marcus Garvey, but he doesn't have any organization skills. And this is part of the issue, KK, with Umar. He has zero organization skills. His mind is all over the place. See, he hasn't organized one thing by himself. Someone could argue, well, he did put together his book. Well, Sharon helped him with those books. You guys remember Sharon? He's always black women. It's always women, really, that they help Umar to get things done. It's always women. He'll have men come through from time to time, but when I'm talking about tangible stuff, he uses women to get stuff done. The vast majority of the thing, another example is the block party. Umar didn't organize those block parties. Black women went up there. I mean, you guys go and look and do the research. There was black women coming up there in advance. And I'm sure they were also on the phone, making contacts, getting stuff together, getting things done. It was black women who got that stuff done. That's why with Umar, he always says, I need, and I need you guys to do this, and I want, and I need you to do this, because he can't do anything for himself. He's like a little child. The enmeshment issues with this guy is massive. It's so strong. I mean, it's actually disturbing at a certain point when you think about it, because he's 50 years old. See, Umar, he did say that he was going to have the first Pan-African, well, it's crazy I can remember this, the first Pan-African summit in North America in the 21st century. I have it in my notes. I can go inside my notes, type in, search for the summit, and it'll pull it up. Did he have it though? See, did he? Okay, did he have it? No, he didn't have it. He just throws things out there. He's not an organizer. He has an he says that he'll say that I'm an organizer, just like he says he's an educator. He's not an educator. He doesn't have any teaching credentials. He's never taught in a classroom as a teacher. You see, he throws these things out there, but he doesn't organize anything. And you're right. He doesn't shout out any other people who are actually doing work who are Pan-Africanists. And part of the reason why he never shouts out people who are actually doing work. He'll shout out people who are dead. And I'm not being funny either. Okay, don't take this the wrong way. He'll shout out people who have already passed away who are Pan-Africanists. But when it comes to people who are really out here in these streets doing things, grassroots, and really are doing things, he doesn't shout because he's not even connected to those people. See, understand, Umar he's just, the only reason why he's relevant, it's really two reasons. Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah, can you guys hear me now? This is crazy. Someone said YouTube is sabotaging. Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back and get to him. I apologize. I was going in too. Okay, you can hear me now. I'm so sorry. That's a record for me being muted. Okay, that's a total record. Okay, there's no way. Thank y'all for hanging in there. That is so bad. Okay, let me go back and I'll go through these quickly. Well, I was going into it. I'm sweating and everything. Okay, so I'm going to assume. Did you guys hear me? My response to the Lewis Luck, ain't enough Archer grannies to guard that place. Did you guys hear that one? I know it's horrible. It's so horrible. What I'll do when this is archived, I'll put a little link and I'll put a timestamp to where people can go to where the audio comes back in. Boy, I was running my mouth. You still can't hear me? What in the world is going on? Let me see. So you guys can still hear me. Okay. You can hear me now. You still, I mean, you can't hear nothing right now? Okay, you can. Okay, all right. So, okay, you can hear me. I think what people were saying was that they didn't hear my response to this one. What about CO? Did you guys hear the one that I did for CO? Did I get through that one? Now let me know inside the chat room. I apologize, everyone. I'm so sorry. It's horrible. Okay, people can hear me. Okay, so it was 15 minutes. Okay, so 15 minutes, that would be, let me do some CO. That was from 6:31. So yeah, you guys should have heard that. Still no sound? Someone said I was muted for 30. Yeah, you're right. It's an epic fail. This was an epic fail. Okay, you didn't hear the one for CO either? Oh my goodness, this is horrible. What about PJ Wigglehoff? Did you guys hear that one? Someone said the mic went HVAC. I'm so sorry, everyone. Okay, so let's see. Someone said it was 30 minutes. That's horrible. Okay, so before KK's super sticker, I didn't see the super sticker. So, okay, so you heard that one. Okay, so you guys heard this one. Let me start right here. And I apologize, everyone. I was going in too. I was in the flow. Next time, let me do it now. I'm gonna leave the live. I'm gonna leave the chat room in there. I'm gonna leave that right there. And I'll check in. I was ranting. Someone said I was ranting. I was. Okay. So let me start right here, and I'll do this quickly. Okay, we'll go through this quickly, even though I did a whole big long thing. So CEO had said, "Isn't Africa in the shape of Africa? Why don't he and his followers go there and build Wakanda? It's easy to do all this talk from the comforts of basically of home." Well, the thing with Umar is that he's not a Pan-Africanist. That's number one. And the idea of him going back to Africa is something that it will be difficult for him to do at this point because of the enmeshment issues that he has with his mother. Okay. Now, you guys heard this one? Okay, you guys heard this. Okay, let me go to the next one. Okay, I'll go to the next one. All right. The next one was Lewis Luck. He says, "Ain't enough Archer grannies to guard that place." Yes. Now, what I was talking about right here was how there's not enough Archer grannies to provide security for this massive structure that Umar, he was planning on doing. It was 500 acres. And what we can look at is, if we look at simply look at the fact that, let me pull this up. Here it is right here. Here you go. So how is he going to take care of security for this massive 500 acre complex? And what's crazy is that the amount of security that he would need in order to make sure that everything was secure inside this complex would be incredible. But here's the thing: he can't even keep security together at these abandoned buildings up there in Wilmington, Delaware. See, there's a serious security issue up there. And we covered this last week where Umar was up there picking up trash. And you see, there was homeless people living up there. There were syringes up there, drug syringes. There was a bucket where people were using the toilet, using it as a makeshift toilet, homeless people. There were condoms, trash all over the place. There were baby clothes. I was like, what in the world's going on? There's a serious security issue there today at FDMG, what he calls FDMG up there in Wilmington, Delaware, which is basically a block. Okay. Well, the point is that if there's not enough granny archers for him to manage a facility that he has up there in Wilmington, Delaware, then how is he going to handle security for this massive complex that is 500 acres? Because that was the point that I was going to make for Lewis Luck. Okay. All right. So I'm going to do these quickly. Okay. Thank you so much for the super chat, Lewis Luck. The next one was KK. KK says, how's Umar a Pan-Africanist? I've never seen him at a conference, at a summit. I haven't seen him organize with or even acknowledge living activists who work to unite the African diaspora across the planet. Pan-Africanism is more than kufis and Instagram rants. Okay, so Umar is not a Pan-Africanist. He adopts the moniker of being the Prince of Pan-Africanism. That's what he calls himself, Papa, Prince of Pan-Africanism, because he wants to be someone like Marcus Garvey. Really, when he got into the UNIA, that's when he really started to kind of indoctrinate himself. Or it's not even indoctrinate, but he started to take the concepts and ideas from Marcus Garvey and then claim them as his own. And that's the thing about Umar. He's a plagiarist in that way. He doesn't, the way you can tell the difference is when Umar, when he has an idea that's coming from his own mind, it's something outlandish and way over the top and impossible. So this right here, this is Umar from his own mind. He's coming up with something like this. All right. But when it's something that, and it's impossible, right? Because it's the delusions. But when it's someone else's idea, it's more believable. Okay. So even the idea of going back to Africa, okay, he's sourcing that from Marcus Garvey. But we don't see Umar doing anything. We don't see him doing a conference. We don't see him working with living Pan-Africanists who are out there doing community-based work. And what I'm really getting to is he may go out to speak and he may talk about Pan-Africanism, but there is no long-term commitment where he's working in these communities to do something or to build something long-term. Okay, he's not put together a summit. He hasn't organized anything. The block parties that he organized, those were organized by Black women. Okay, the 2 books that he wrote, Sharon helped him with those. See, Umar can't do anything by himself. So understand this, that part of Umar Johnson's allure is that he presents himself as this massive figure and as if he's doing all these things, but he's really not doing anything. And see, he will acknowledge dead activists, but he doesn't acknowledge living ones. And there's 2 reasons why. Number one, he doesn't acknowledge living ones because he doesn't want the competition. See, but number 2, if in fact he acknowledges them, then people are going to start to look at him and say, okay, wait, if they're out there doing these things and they're like alive and doing these things, but why aren't you doing these things? Where are the conference? Where are the summits that what are you organizing? And I will tell you this, I have a video where Umar, he was talking about doing a Pan-African conference. It was, he claimed, he touted it as, and I have the video in my notes. He touted it as and promoted it as, and he said he was going to do it. It was going to be the first Pan-African global conference of the 21st century. Did he ever do it? It was supposed to be like this massive event. Did he ever do it? No, he never did it. See? So this is the thing with Umar. He would throw things out there. He will say he's doing all these things and he will promote himself as such, but he never fulfills any of this stuff. He's not even a Pan-Africanist. That's just something that he's adopted to give himself credit. Undue credit, as if he's out here doing things on a grassroots level. Has he united Africans in the diaspora? No. Across the planet? No. He can't even organize himself. See, and if people really think about this, even the people that really were rooting for Umar and that were supporting Umar in and around 2019 when he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, they're nowhere around anymore. They're gone. So he couldn't even develop relationships with these people in order to keep them together long term. See? And ultimately, it doesn't matter to him. As long as he gets the money, he'll keep doing this and he keep doing this and he'll use people and abuse people and he keep going and keeps going. And he does this indefinitely. He's been doing this for over a decade. See? So I want people to be clear about this. See, Umar, he'll dress the part, he'll dress the Pan-African, he'll put on the kufi, he'll put on the dashiki, but that's just personas that he presents to people. There's nothing of substance there. See, sometimes he'll put on a baseball cap. You know, he'll have on these sagging jeans. He'll put on some Nike shoes. He'll have on some jeans that are sagging. He'll do that too. See, but that's to appeal to a particular demographic. It's not that that's who he is per se. That's just a personality that he adopts in order to, depending on the demographic that he's targeting. And there is a demographic that he targets that's associated with the so-called Pan-Africanist movement. But ultimately, Umar's not a Pan-Africanist. He just takes that as a title and he uses it as a way to manipulate people. Okay, he's a great deceiver in these regards. Okay. Thanks, KK, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Sigmund said the operative concept that that you have expressed is who is paying for all of this. How can this payaso run FDMG with no money? His followers overlook this fact. Yeah, and this is something that I haven't talked enough about. That even operation costs, we've talked about it a bit, but I tend not to think that far ahead when it comes to the school scam, because Umar has to get to the point where everything is functional. Okay, he has to have the board of, well, he doesn't even have a board of directors, but he's going to have one at some point. He's going to have the board of directors. He's going to have teachers, faculty, staff. He's going to have to pay their 401k. He's going to have insurance, right? Vision, health, dental. Okay, nowadays they'll also offer mental health services, right? Part of your insurance package. Who's paying for all of that? Who's going to pay their salaries? You're going to have to, I know it's an impoverished neighborhood, but who's going to pay the salary? It's going to be at least $50,000. But and how many teachers is he going to have? Okay, what about counselors? Is there going to be a vice principal? What about security guards? Who's going to pay for all of that? I mean, there's so many. What about the school nurse? Okay, what about the people who come up, the people that are going to come to clean up the school? Who's paying for all of that? See, Umar hasn't even thought about that. He hasn't conceptualized beyond this point of just getting money out of people. He hasn't put together an operation budget. And we've talked about this in the past. I mean, it's going to be in the millions of dollars. See, between 4.5 to $6 million per year. Now, someone could argue, well, he's going to have children enrolled and they're going to be paying tuition. Well, he says they're going to be paying $500 a month. Okay, that's an impoverished community. They can't afford that. It's hood out there. And you know this, Sigmund. You know this. So who's going to pay? And $500 per student is not going to equal out to being $4.5 to $6 million a year for operating costs per year. So who's going to pay for that? The donors? See, I think about this. Umar has not yet told people that he's raised $1 million. And it's been 10 years. I will put him at 2.5, 2.6 over the last 10 years. If we go with what I've stated, my estimate, $2.5, $2.6 million, if he raises that in 10 years, how is he going to pay for 1 year of operation? Just 1 year, $4 million. Let's go with the lower figure, $4 million a year operation cost. How's he going to pay? He got an insurance he's going to have to put in. What about the buses? Okay, he's going to have buses. He's going to have to pay for insurance for these buses. Who's going to pay for it? See, Umar never had a plan because it's a scam. He didn't have a plan for this massive 500-acre complex, and he didn't have no money then. Who's going to pay for this? This is $1 billion project, easy. How many people are going to be inside of these facilities? If we really look at this and we say, okay, this right here, these buildings right here, this is one building, this is two, this is three, this is four, this is 5, 6, and 7, and these buildings are this big. How many people are going to be staying here? Well, who's going to pay for all of this? See, this guy is a con artist. He was in the beginning and he is to this day. See, and to be honest, I tend not to think about projecting into the future that if Umar actually opened this up, who's going to pay for all of that, the operating expenses? And the reason why is because he's not going to open up an accredited school. It's never going to happen. Okay, he may open up something and give the illusion that it's, he's finally done. I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put it past him at all. Say, hey, listen, you may get some children in there, and listen, we're teaching the kids, and then Umar Johnson's followers, they're going to go crazy. But an accredited school where there's faculty and staff and people being paid and everything is on the up and up and it's accredited, that's not going to happen. So I tend not to think beyond that. But people really should think beyond that, because if Umar, if by his own words, I remember he told people, I'll let you know when I get to $1 million, but he hasn't let people know yet. He's way past $1 million. But let's say he hasn't raised $1 million yet. Well, if that's the case, if you haven't raised $1 million in 10 years, how are you going to pay for 1 year of operation costs? Just 1 year. See, and if people can ask questions, well, then why does he keep doing this? Well, because this is his biggest source of income, has been this FDMG school scam. In his whole life, he hasn't made this amount of money. It's not even making money. He hasn't scammed this amount of money in this short a period of time. In his whole life, he hasn't made that when he was working in the Philadelphia school district. Not even close. So, you know, Umar, for him, he has to keep it going. He has to make excuses indefinitely. Otherwise, he's going to have to go and get a job. All right, thanks, everyone, for super chat. Let me get to these others real quick. Come on, Lenon. What is he doing to his mother? What he's doing to his mother is completely and utterly criminal. 12 by 15 feet wide. Come on, man. I know. And I don't want to talk too much about this, but you know all this. I emailed you about this earlier today. And in the documentary, I'm trying to be very careful not to bring up his mother that much. I have to do it in the beginning parts of it because I have to set the origin story. But I'm trying not to mention her too much, and part of the reason why is because I see her as a victim in all of this. See, Umar has enmeshment issues with his mother that go back to his childhood. The story that Umar tells is that his father shipped him off to this boarding school. See, the idea of FDMG really comes from this boarding school. It was called the Scotland School for Veterans Children. Umar was in the 8th grade. This was in 1987. He was in and around 13 years old. He might have been 14 years old. But that's when his father steps in, who wasn't even living with Umar and his mama at that time. His mama's name is Barbara. Wasn't living with them or the other kids, those kids. And he comes in and he ships Umar off. See, I think that there were other things that were taking place at that time. See, that people haven't talked about, but based upon things that Umar has said, he tends to project, and me doing the research on the earlier, he talked more about it in the earlier days, and it's, you know, going back over a decade ago. But the point that I'm making is that out of all the children, he's the only one that shipped off, and his father does it, and his father wasn't even living in the home at that time. But he ships Umar Johnson off in 1987, and from 1987 at the age of 13, then 14, 15, 16, and 17, it's 5 years. I thought it was 4, and then I thought it was 4.5 because Umar changed the story. But there's a point where he says 5 years. I think it's closer to 4.5, but we're going to go with 5 years because that's what Umar Johnson said. He shipped off to a boarding school, and it's military. That's why Umar's conceptualization of FDMG is military. That's why the idea of a boarding school, it's sourced from the Scotland School for Veterans Children. See? But the reason why he was shipped off was in part because of the enmeshment issues with his mother. He still has them to this day. He lives with his mama to this day, and he's been living at that one residence. You know the residence I'm talking about since 2019. You gotta go do your research. It's sad. I mean, they're living inside the hood. He's raised millions of dollars, and see, people will argue, yeah, but he's taking care of his mama. No, he's not taking care of his mama. If he was taking care of his mama, how would he be out here over in Canada for a week? And then how is he able to travel all over the place, all over the world? And then he's at the same time, he's supposed to be at FDMG 60 hours a week. That's what he's telling the IRS. And he claimed to be the primary caretaker. No, people will argue, well, she's a dependent. She depends on him. No, Umar's the dependent. See, if he was handling business, they wouldn't have been getting eviction notices in 2022. Umar got other eviction notices when he wasn't living with his mama, but that goes back further. This guy doesn't even have his own place to stay. He lives with his mama. That's why, and I told people a long time, we'll be like, Lenon making this up. No, go do some research. It ain't that hard. There's something called Google. Use it. Now, listen, I know how to research. I'm really good at it. I'm really, really good at it. Sometimes I'd be scaring myself and say, wait a minute, you're going too far. You need to come. Don't do that. I said, okay, let me. But if you do some basic research, you'll find all this information to be true. Umar's been staying there since 2019. And that's when the lease started too. If memory serves me correctly, in 2019, it's hood. And it's sad. It's so sad. See, you know what I'm talking about. See, if any of you guys ever really did the research, and I'm trying to be careful not to say too much, I will share some things inside the documentary, but I'm trying to stay off of Barbara and Bernice, rest in peace. Bernice is Jamal Johnson's second wife, and she passed away, rest in peace. And I'm out of respect for her, and also out of respect for Umar's mama. I'm not saying that she was perfect or anything like that. I'm just saying that her living conditions and how Umar has her living in those types of conditions, and he's a possessive person. It's just not good at all. It's unhealthy. There's enmeshment issues too. It's just all the way around. It's crazy. She's wheelchair bound. And Sigmund, today, what we talked about today, you know what I'm talking about. It's sad that she's living in. I'm just going to say this. Umar, if you're this great leader and you're the Prince of Pan-Africanism and you're Big Papa, and all these things that and you're a Pan-Africanist, right? KK, he's the Prince of Pan-Africanism. If you're all of these things and you're so great, first of all, why are you living with your mama? Why isn't she living with you? Why don't you have your own place? But secondly, if she's wheelchair bound, why don't you at least get a place that has wheelchair access built in? That's wrong. Without saying too much, I'm not telling people that there is no wheelchair access. Sigmund, you know what I'm talking about. But you would think that somehow you would find a place that has wheelchair access naturally. Not something that has to be constructed on the sidewalk. And I've said too much, I'm gonna leave it right there. And another side door has to be created in order to, that's crazy. That's insane. There's no excuse for that whatsoever. I don't say it too much, but I'm gonna leave it at that. 12 by 15 wide. Crazy. Thanks him for super chat. All right, let me get to these other ones. Thank y'all too for hanging in there with me. Boy, this was boy, I messed up big time today. Lewis says the parents aren't going to pay $5 million a month each to fund. Listen, that's about right. You know, because now listen real quick. I don't know what the operating cost would be for something like this, though. You see what I'm saying? If it's $4 million, as an estimate for these trap bands in Wilmington, if it's $4 million, how much would it be for this massive complex, Lewis Luck? $5 million. These kids gonna have to pay $5 million a month to fund the Africa Palooza. This is Africa Palooza. Listen, if you think about it, there's two schools here. Here's the middle school and here's the elementary school. Let's just say that this is like FDMG up there in Wilmington, Delaware. If it's going to cost about $4 million a year in order operating expenses for these two buildings, well, how much is it going to cost for all of these other structures, including 7 of these? It's nuts. It just, and then there's a health center, a hospital. You're gonna be paying doctors. Doctors be making $200, some of them $300,000. Some be making millions of dollars if you're especially the people that be doing brain surgery. There's a guy I knew in high school. He became a brain surgeon. He didn't go to my school, but I knew him. But in his parents, they were doctors too. Okay, so they trained him up from a child. Anyway. Who's going to pay for all this? I mean, it's crazy. These kids are going to have to pay. It's not going to be $500 a month. It's going to be $5 million a month in order to finance this thing. Okay, and I wish someone would actually look at this, Lewis Luck, and come up with an estimate on how much would this type of a compound, how much would it cost to build, including the river, 500 acres, to build an airstrip. It's got to be over $1 billion. And then how much would it cost per year to fund it? And all students enrolled, how much would it cost per year? That's way beyond my expertise, but it would be a massive amount of money for sure. And who's going to pay for it? All right, thanks, Lewis. 78 Vet says, thank you for all you do. You're always putting in that work. Yeah, I sometimes I get tired. I was tired today. That's one of the reasons. I don't want to make no excuses, but I was tired today, and that's why I was late. And then I laid down right before the show, and I said, okay, let me get back up. And then I tried to get up, and I said, okay, let me take a shower to get myself going. By the time you get to it, I was running late, way late. So I apologize for that. But I appreciate this, and thank you so much for saying this, because sometimes I say to myself, man, there's work to be done, and I don't feel like it. But then there's a part of me that says that the work needs to be done. Today, what I told myself, I said the show must go on. That's what I told myself. I said, let me get up. I said, I know you're not feeling like you want to do it right now. I kind of feel a little bit under the weather. Some of the kids been sick, and my wife wasn't feeling well for a couple of days, so there may be that. But I said the show must go on. And I want to thank you guys because you guys show up and you're here. We have a good time, but I think that it's also educational too. And I think that there's a function to all of this, that there are people who are going to see these videos, and they may not see it live, they may see it tomorrow, they may see it a year from now, and they may learn some things, and then it will put them in a better position to keep themselves safe, and not just from Umar, but from there's so many other charlatans out there. I just mainly focus on Umar because for time's sake, I got a large family, I got my job, I don't have time to be researching to everybody else. I just mainly focus on Umar. But I hope that these live streams, that they will, because they're archived, that people will be able to get this information in the near future. And it's not just dealing with Umar. I mean, there's information that you can learn, things that you can look out for, that in the future it can benefit you, because Umar is not the only one. There's plenty of people, and it's not just, you know, in the Black community. There's charlatans all over the place. You know, there's plenty of people who have scammed way more money than Umar Johnson. I mean, Jay Morrison scammed way more money than Umar Johnson. But there's white people out there that scam way more money. Look at Bernie Madoff. That was billions of dollars. You see? But there are correlations. If you really look at it, you can see certain things, and you can kind of say, oh, wait a minute, there's some similarities here. There's some aspects of this person or some qualities that are present in this person. You can see in this other person too. You know, oftentimes these individuals, they have these narcissistic personality traits. You can look for those types of things. And if you know these things, when you run across these people, you're going to run across them inside your life during your lifetime. Whether it's online in the real world, you can say, hey, wait a minute, I already know this guy, this person. It's like Umar. You know what I'm saying? And I consider this to be a part-time job. You know, I don't take it lightly. I'll be late all the time. I apologize. I hope y'all don't fire me. Okay. But I'll put in work. I do my fair share of research. I'm also working on the documentary. I get prepared for these shows. I make sure that I have exactly what I want to talk about. I think about what I'm going to talk about in advance. I usually open up with a bit of an introduction. I have to think about that. It usually correlates to the video that we're going to be getting into. And I look at it as work. You know, it's work to me. So I want to thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat, but also thank you for the words of encouragement and the positivity. I appreciate that too. You know, I need to hear that from time too, because it can be difficult at times. So thank you so much, 70 Bit. I appreciate it. Okay, now we get to it. My mic was muted. I hope it's not muted now. Is it muted now? Let me just check. Boy, I tell you, that was the biggest. The homie had to call me and say, "Hey, bro," he said, "You ain't had no audio in 15 minutes." He started laughing. I said, "Well, thank you for calling me, sir." All right, thanks, Zeb Burrows, for letting me know. Mike is dead. Yeah, I know. That was my bad. I mean, I was really tripping. Okay, I'm so sorry. Fatal Paradox says, no sound, you're muted. Thank you so much. That looks like an old Nintendo game. That's how it used to look back in the day. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, how you doing? I ain't seen you in a while. Whenever I don't see you and I don't see, what's the other young man? I can't think of his name right now. He's a Sith Lord. Whenever I don't see you two, I'll be worrying, because I hope you guys ain't getting into nothing, because they're younger people. You know, you older, you be worrying. You worried about the younger kids. Yeah, I was gonna say kids. I don't know disrespect. These younger people, you know. So I hope you're doing all right. Said you've been muted for the last 5,011 minutes. She said we need subtitles for this silent movie. Yeah, listen, sometimes we gotta go back to the old school. Sometimes we gotta do that. You know what I'm saying? We gotta have the silent movie. All right, I'm so sorry, everybody. Thank you so much, Hasa, for the super chat. Y'all was clowning, and I know y'all was clowning me inside the chat room. I'm gonna watch that later. 15 minutes of clowning me. I want a refund, $5 for every. That'd be about $5,000, huh? According to Hasa, that'd be about $50,000. Okay, thank you so much, Lewis. Like, I apologize. Now I'm just gonna be apologizing. I'm so sorry, D. That the Spike Spiegel. I'm so sorry. Said we missed the last 3 super chats. Okay, I got to those, but I was going off. But I apologize. I apologize when he sent the super chats, and I was silent. Okay, matter of fact, let me just thank those who did while I was had my mic muted. That includes CO. Lewis Luck, KK, and Sigmund. And then I think this one too. I think I didn't get to this one too. Thank you, Sigmund. Africa Palooza. All right, I'm so sorry, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there with me, though. That's true love. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let me see. Did I get to? I was finna throw my shoes at the screen like, oh boy. I remember that. You guys remember when George Bush was funny though. George Bush, he because he was a little bit, I don't know what, I don't want to be mean, but he was a little off, you know, but he was funny. But there was a time when he was giving this talk, and there was this guy in the audience, and he took off his shoe and threw it at him. I remember that. That was crazy. But there was a lot of stuff going on with George Bush. There was always something. I remember one time he was talking. He said, "I believe that humans and fish can coexist." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "The question that we should ask is, are our children learning?" I said, "Okay. All right. Thanks, Hasa." Anyone can find this. You just need to ask the right question. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. All the stuff that I talk about Umar and in particular his mother, you can find it all online. It's all public record. But for me, it's a matter of respect and trying to keep her protected. Because I haven't said this before, but I'm going to say it here. And this is my opinion. I think that Umar is not only possessive, but I think that he's an abusive person. And I'm not just talking verbally, in my opinion. Okay. I think he's an abusive person. And am I saying that he's abusive towards his mom? No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that given her living situations and his possessive nature, that is a form of abuse, in my opinion. I'll dare say that the fact that he's even living with his mama is a form of abuse. He should have his own place at the age of 50, collected millions of dollars. He's supposed to be the Prince of Pan-African, a school psychologist, a school principal. He's supposed to have 6 degrees. He should have his own place at the age of 50. I think that it's abusive. See, think about this. Umar live streams from his mama's closet. And when he's live streaming, he's not quiet. He's yelling and screaming. He's belligerent. That's abusive too. Let the mama sleep. You see what I'm saying? Let her have some peace. Can you imagine what it must be like to have a 50-year-old son and he's up here ranting and raging on YouTube and on Instagram and on Facebook, and you just and you're elderly. And I don't want to say too much, but you're elderly. What you would want is some peace, right? See, that's abusive in and of itself. See, when you disrupt people's peace and you do it consistently, that's abuse. Well, that's Umar. See, so Sigmund's right. Out of respect for the mother, and in the documentary, I only mentioned her name a handful of times. I try to limit it, and I could say more too, but I'm not going to do that. Same thing with and her name is Barbara. Same thing with Bernice, rest in peace. Okay, I'm going to limit. There's also a picture with Bernice. I have a picture with Bernice because this is also dealing with Jamal Johnson, Umar Johnson's daddy. I'm going to blur her face out. I'm not going to put her face on there out of respect. She's passed away, But when it comes to Umar, and when it comes to Jamal Johnson, because he's done videos to talk about me. He used to come on, and he recently left a comment. And anybody, he sent me messages on Facebook, really weird stuff too. I was like, something wrong. What's going on here? So this was weird. No, I can speak on him. See, because he's come at me, and Umar, obviously I can speak on him. He's come at me too. But the women, the mamas, no. I look at Barbara as someone who's been victimized by Umar, in my opinion. See, but it's all out there, people. If you ask the right questions and you do your due diligence and you do your research, you'll find that everything that I'm saying when it comes to this paperwork stuff and Umar's living conditions and the situation that he's in and the situation that his mama's in, to be living where they're living. Okay, if people really research that, I don't even know if I'm going to share all that. That's crazy. I mean, it's just too much. But if you research it, you can find it. It's all public record. All right, thanks, Sigmund. Okay, we still have 700 people in the building. We still haven't got to the video. I know we're supposed to have a short show. We're an hour and 30 minutes in, but there was about 500 hours that I was muted. Let me get to these last ones, and then we got to get to the videos. What's up, SOB says, it's weird that Umar's Wikipedia entry only mentions his stepmother and not his biological mother or father. I haven't looked at that Wikipedia in a long time. If you don't mind, everyone, let me just do that. One of the things I noticed too, and I don't think I'm going to have this in the documentary because I'm finishing up. No, I may still do it because this is just a rough draft. I'll do 2 rough drafts and then I'll start working on the final version. And I'm going segment by segment. But right now I'm dealing with Jamal Johnson. One thing I found fascinating is that the article that was written online, he doesn't mention Barbara at all. He doesn't mention Barbara. And I found that to be disturbing because if you're going to have children, see, Umar says that there's 11 children, but Jamal says that he has 9 children. That's Umar's father. So there's two that I'm wondering, okay, well, does that mean that Barbara had two other kids with at least one other man? See, these are things I haven't quite figured this out. It's not that it's really relevant, but what is relevant is that if Jamal Johnson is going to talk about Bernice, rest in peace, and claims her as his wife in this article, why doesn't he show respect towards Barbara, who's still alive, who he married to for a couple of years? I just don't get it. I think that Jamal has some serious issues with Barbara. I think that something may have happened back then and he's taken it to this day. Because even still, I know this is beyond the scope, but I just have to say this. If you're going to get a woman pregnant and she has your first child at the age of 16, and then she goes on to have 5 or 6 of your children. Yeah, 6 of your children. No, because see, that's not even right. Because he had another child when he was in junior high school. This is Jamal. See, even the count is off. And I talk about this in the documentary because Umar gives different figures compared to what his daddy say. I outline this in the documentary. People, I don't know how. Only way we could be able to figure this out is if Jamal answered, how many kids do you have with Barbara? And he answered honestly. But there has to have been some other kids that was born that ain't his kids. Anyway, it's just a whole other thing. If you're going to get someone pregnant that amount of times and they're put in a position where you're traveling and you're in the military, and then at a certain point, you're completely out of the picture, shouldn't you at least acknowledge that you were married to that woman who gave you all those kids? See, and in that article, he mentions Umar, but he doesn't mention Barbara, who he married for a couple of years. I'm gonna tell you one other thing. I know this is way beyond the scope, but I'm just gonna tell y'all because I've done extensive research. I don't think he married Barbara because he wanted to per se. I think it was a marriage of convenience because it would put him in a position to get more money out of the military, but it also would provide insurance for the kids, at least for a portion of the time. But even more importantly, it put him in a position where he can rename the kids. And shortly thereafter, he divorces. He wasn't consistently present in their lives anyway, because he's a military. He's in Okinawa. He was in Japan. He was in Korea. He's stationed in different places. But if you notice, Umar, outside of a 2-year period, it was a little bit over a 2-year period. He's mainly stationed in Philadelphia. I'm talking about Umar, not even stationed, but he lives in Philadelphia. I think that the reason why he married Barbara was because he wanted to put himself in a position to change the kids' names. And then once that was done, see ya. That's what my research indicates. Okay. And again, Jamal, when you're ready to come and do an interview, you're welcome to do so. You was popping off the mouth the other day about how my research was incorrect or whatever, but you didn't explain where it was correct or where it was incorrect or how it was incorrect. I want you to come and correct me. And while you're here, if you have the courage to come on, you'll run your mouth, but I'm talking about come on and let's I'll interview you. If you do decide, I also decide to come on, we can do a whole separate show. I'll set it up. I'll also expect you to prove to me and to the Cookie Crush chat and to the world at large that you are a descendant of Frederick Douglass or that you are a blood relative of Frederick Douglass. And your DNA test proves that you weren't. Okay. I know I've gone beyond the scope, but hey, listen, it is what it is. So I'm on the Wikipedia page right now. Let me just read some of this. Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson, born Jermaine Shoemaker, August 21st, 1974, better known by his stage name, Dr. Umar, is an American Black activist, psychologist, and motivational speaker. Really? Johnson considers himself a Pan-Africanist who condemns interracial marriage and homosexuality. Early life and education. Johnson is a native of North Philadelphia. His stepmother, Bernice, rest in peace, okay, because I just out of respect, okay, was a preschool teacher, and this is true. Johnson graduated from Millersville University before graduating in 2012 from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. Yeah, he did graduate in 2012 with a PsyD in clinical psychology career, as a book, documentary appearance, etc., school project. Okay, let me search for Barbara. Yeah, it doesn't come up. Yeah, it doesn't mention his biological mother. Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting. And again, if you guys go and look at the article, Jamal Johnson's article, Jamal Johnson, you can type in Google Jamal Johnson Marine. Okay, no, because it's going to come with the other thing. Let me, but no, there are some things that'll pop up. But the thing is that there's another Eric Jamal Johnson. That's not who I'm talking about. Let me pull up this other folder right quick, and I'll post this inside the chat room for you guys to take a look at some point. When I premiered the documentary on YouTube, the full documentary, we'll do question and answer sessions, and then at a certain point after, we'll do question and answer sessions. And what I'll do is I'll pull up some of the documents, some of my research material that people can look into further. Here's my Jamal Johnson folder. You guys can look up. You can type in here. Here's the link. I'll just put the link in here. But what you guys can do is you can type into Google Jamal Johnson meet the North Philly Marine. Okay, it should come up that way. But I'll put a link right here. Yeah, he stays with his biological mother. His stepmother passed away. Rest in peace. Yeah, he stays with her today, and he stayed with her since at least 2019. Actually, it was before that too, and I can prove that too. I don't even know if I'm going to get into all that, just out of respect for the mother in the documentary. But I will outline that he doesn't have his own residence, and that he does live inside the closet, inside his mama's closet. And then I will outline the fact. Well, maybe not. Anyway, I've been saying too much on this live stream. Let me pull it back now. But I just put the link in there for if you guys want to check it out. You're more than welcome. This is the article. In this article too, by the way. In fact, here, let me just do it. I know we're supposed to have a short show, but it's too late for that. I'm tricked off about 400 minutes, according to Haza. You funny. Here's the article right here. All right, and this is from Layla A. Jones, March 16th, 2021. And there's some really interesting information in here. You know, people should take the time to read it. I will go through a bit of it inside the documentary. In fact, I'm working on the segment of the documentary that covers this article. It does not mention Barbara in here, not at all. You know, and it does mention, hold on one second. It does mention Umar, though. Yeah, see, right here, Umar Johnson returned to Philly, where he's lived in his entire stateside life. This is after he got out of the military. He joined the United States Post Office, where he met his wife, Bernice. Rest in peace. The couple had 3 children before Johnson became a widower in 1995. And one of Johnson's sons is the well-known and controversial Pan-African speaker, Dr. Umar Johnson. No reference to the other children that he had with Barbara, and no reference to Barbara in this article. And that, to me, is telling. See, there's a video where Jamal Johnson, he took it down, but I don't have the actual video, the original video, but I have the audio of it. There's audio where you hear Umar, because Umar was going at his daddy because his daddy was criticizing him. He shouldn't have done that in the first place. You were absent inside your son's life. You don't take to, even if you disagree with your son on what he's saying, you don't get on social media to go at your son. It's your son. That's not what you do. Okay, you do that in private, but he didn't have a relationship with Umar. Again, he was not actively present, consistently present in Umar Johnson's life. In fact, Umar Johnson states that the reason why he wanted to become a psychologist was because he wanted to be there for younger boys, because he didn't have any older men to talk to. And I said to myself, well, if you didn't have older men to talk to, where was your daddy? I said, oh, wait a minute, that's because your daddy wasn't there. Y'all following me on this? That's the reason why Umar gives, that's one of the reasons, because he also said that he was inside this class with this teacher, and she was talking African talk or Black power talk, whatever. But the reason why he wanted to become a psychologist is because he was the oldest son. I can pull it up and play it for you. He was the oldest son of 5 boys. But Barbara only has 4 boys. So anyway, of 5 boys. And that he didn't have an older male to talk to because he was the oldest son. And he said he wanted to be there for younger. See, and I said to myself, well, that's because his daddy wasn't there. See, if he was there, he would have had an older male to talk to. See what I'm saying? But the point that I'm getting at is that the article, it mentions Umar. It mentions Umar's stepmother, rest in peace, but it does not mention Barbara. So there's a video where Jamal Johnson, when they were going back and forth, and Umar doxed his phone number, and it got really messy. Some of you guys may remember that in Cook Chris. Anybody remember this? I mean, it was just not good. It was not a good look, but it goes to show you that their relationship. See, if you're not present on the front end, don't try to come in on the back end and then try to criticize your son or to discipline your son. They don't work that way. You got to be there consistently, preferably from the beginning. And even if you in the beginning, you make up for it, but you got to establish a relationship consistently, long-term, so that when it comes time for you to discipline or to criticize or to impart some guidance to your son, they be willing to listen. It doesn't turn into some madness, foolishness like it did with Jamal and Umar. A lot of people forgot about that. But there is a video where Jamal, he's going back at Umar. He's mad. He's upset. See, none of this should have been played out on the internet. It shows a lack of wisdom. And a lack of emotional maturity. It was just in the spur of the moment. And he says in the video, he says, you know, and I'm paraphrasing, you know how I am, Umar. If people want to disrespect me, blah, 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 such and such and such and such, you're dead to me. And I said, what in the world? Now, how many of y'all remember that hit the one? Black Anonymous is probably going to be the only one that hits the one. KKC, maybe. Shout out to KKC. I said, what in the world? So if he has that mentality that he will cut people off like that, and I understand, because there are some situations where it has to go down like that. He's like, you know what, I'm not dealing with this anymore, but this is your son, okay? If you're going to do that to him and it shouldn't have been played out on the internet in the first place, listen, I have a sense something happened with Barbara where he cut her off too, because you would not have your 50-year-old son living with Barbara and she doesn't give you all these kids and you're living your best life. She living in abject poverty. He's retired. He got that pension. He worked for the post office for 22 years. He worked for the military for 10 years. He's living his best life. He can go do what he wants to do. He can do community activism and so forth and so on. But why is Barbara living the way that she's living? See? You're dead to me. And I thought to myself, why is it that in this article, he does not even mention his first wife? Okay. Some people may say it doesn't matter. It matters to me because it goes to show you that, you know, Umar's upbringing, and it's not an excuse for why Umar is the way that he is, but it does illustrate in terms of the environment that Umar was raised in. And it gives insight into why Umar is the way that he is today. I don't mean to go off. I apologize, SOB, but I did check this out, and you're right. It doesn't mention his biological mother. Let's see. The entry only mentions his stepmother and not his biological mother or father. I don't know. Does it mention? Let me see if I didn't even notice that. Let me go back and look if it mentions Jamal. And we're specifically talking about Umar Johnson's Wikipedia. But again, Wikipedia, it's not a credible source per se, and it's community driven. There's a term for that in not even cybersecurity, but in IT. I just can't remember what it was. We studied that for a while too in college. Umar Johnson, Wikipedia. He didn't mention Jamal, huh? Let me go see. Yeah, he doesn't. Wow. Let me see it, because let me see if it mentions. Maybe it uses Jamal's given name, which a lot of people don't know. Yeah, he doesn't have that. Does he have his middle name in there? Nope. Yeah, he doesn't. That's interesting. Really interesting. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, SOB. Let me get these other super chats real quick. Let me check inside the chat room, make sure that you guys can hear me. Yeah, that's what it is. I apologize. It's open source. That's ridiculous. Let me do this. Let me get these other super chats, and then we'll get to the video for today. Lenon, you are complete class. He is not doxing, nor do I believe he desires to dox. This info can be looked up online by anyone. There is no magic here. You're absolutely right. I haven't doxed any information that cannot be found. And in fact, I haven't doxed any information dealing with Umar Johnson's mother or his father per se. I do have his father's original name. I wouldn't consider that to be doxing though, because you can find that. In fact, you can find it in the genealogy and history of Stephen Bailey's slave. If you guys want to do the research, you can find this here. And there's also a video, and I have the video. I'll show that inside the documentary where Umar Johnson, he pulls it up on the screen. It's not sourced from this particular book, but he does. It's from some pamphlets, and he pulls it up. And what he does is he redacts his given name. You do see Johnson, but you don't see the rest of his name. And then you see Barbara, and then you see the children that Barbara had, including Umar, but it's spelled Omar, O-M-A-R. And then you see Bernice, rest in peace. And there's one child, but I think at that point, the reason why it doesn't show his other two children with her is because when that document was completed, those children weren't born yet. But again, you guys can do the research. His original name appears in here, and I had to figure it out because I was wondering why he had redacted it. And then once I was able to get this, and actually I found it somewhere else. I can't remember where I found it at because I wrote it down, and I put who is, and I had his given name, and I had wrote that down as a question in my notes for my research, and then it clicked. I said, wait a minute, that must be Umar Johnson. And then I went to that video where he shows this pamphlet, and it shows him on the quote unquote family tree, and it shows Johnson, but then his name is redacted, his first name, and maybe his first and his second name. I said, wait a minute, that must be it. And I kept doing more and more research. I said, oh, wait a minute, no, this is him. Okay, so listen, I have people's addresses, I have their phone numbers, I have past addresses, I have eviction notices, anything that you can find in terms of public record. This also includes tax liens, etc. There's divorce information that you can find online. That's a little bit more difficult to find, but you can find it. You can find marriage certificates as well online. You just have to know how to do the research. You can find yearbook photos. That's easy. There's all types of information, and we studied that. There's things that we learned in cybersecurity courses that I found. The truth is that for me, at this point, because I've thought about it more recently, my ideal job would be is if I was an online investigator. Because when I get into that mode, I can go for hours. And I'm not just talking about 8 hours. I go for 12 hours straight. Just give me some snacks here, give me some to go use the bathroom, and I'm right back on it. I've always been like that when I think about it. It's just with this documentary, the amount of research that I've put into it. There's a whole lot that I know, and I'm not going to dox people, you know, and if I mention people's name, especially when it comes to Bernice, arrested, I always say rest in peace. In the documentary, I say rest in peace. Let me tell you all something, and I say it inside the documentary, Jamal, he deserves credit. He deserves credit for his military service. He deserves credit for the activism that he's doing now. He deserves credit for his 22 years of service at USPS. Yeah, he deserves credit for that. He deserves credit for someone who had children when he had his first child when he was in junior high school. And yet he was able to get his life turned around to such a degree. And he gives a story as to why he went into the military, because he got caught up into some other stuff, some legal stuff. And from what I remember, if memory serves me correctly, he says something, and I'm paraphrasing, something to the effect that he was given an option. You can either deal with the consequence of what you allegedly did, or you have to go into the military. So he chose to go into the military, and when he went into the military, Umar was 1 year old. He was 18. Jamal was 18. Okay. Yes, if 1.5 years old, I think he may have been 2 by that time. Anyway, I can pull up the time and be clear about that. But the point is, he deserves credit for that, and I also respect the fact that with his second family, he did a great job. See, and I know this. I'm not going to say the problem. It's sad because in essence, he had a second family, and that became his main priority, and he wasn't an active participant consistently in his first family. And at a certain point, it's almost as if he walks away from that first family. Okay, I'm not saying that he was completely absent. What I'm saying is that is something to me. And here we are decades later, and to see his first wife in the situation that she's in, Sigmund, with Umar, and the living conditions, and having to deal with Umar. No, it can't be easy. See, in my opinion, that's something that Jamal should have been focused on rectifying. And maybe him trying to send Umar Johnson off when Umar was a teenager was his way of trying to rectify that then, but obviously it didn't work. And here we are all these decades later, and for Barbara to be in the position that he's in. And then Jamal decides not to even mention her inside this article that basically talks about Jamal Johnson's life. I just think it's just not right. You see, but I'm not going to be doxing people, and I'm not going to be putting out phone numbers and all that. I'm not going to do that. And addresses, I'm not going to do that. I have all the research, but there is a code that I abide to, and I'll stick with that. You know, and sometimes I say things that I think I kind of push the boundaries a little bit, and I say, okay, let me stop, okay, because there's so much more that I can say. But I will do my best in the documentary to keep it where it needs to be, where I'm not going too deeply, and still I'm able to get my point across. It's just, and it's going to be the last point on this. We'll move on to the other super chats and we'll get to the video. It's just that with Umar, a lot of people don't realize how complex of a character he is, and all of the machinations, as it were, that goes into why Umar is who he is today. See, it's not just that Umar is a bad person, or that, you know, he has this issue. He wants to just turn the heat down, or he just wants to crush cookies. There's reasons for all of that. See, in Umar's life, the crushing of the cookies, that's a more recent phenomenon. No, I'm sorry. The turning of the heat down, that's a more recent phenomenon. See, so there's things that led up to this. Oh yeah. And I know what at least some of these things are, and you see how, and at a certain point, I begin to recognize how complex this is, and you have to kind of handle it in a way to where you're respectful of the other people, that they may have had a role to play in why Umar got on a particular path, but they're not the reason why Umar is the way that he is. You guys understand what I'm saying? Because as parents, we've made horrible mistakes. Well, I shouldn't even say it that way. We've made mistakes. Also, as siblings, I don't want to say too much. We've made mistakes. Okay. As cousins, we've made mistakes. As uncles, as aunts, you know, it's just family dynamics that happen. And it doesn't mean that the reason why someone is the way that they are is simply because of what you've done specifically. It's usually the culmination of a lot of different things. So my understanding of Umar and the stuff that he went through and that he has gone through, I understand it, but I also recognize that at the age of 50, he can't use any of that as an excuse, including being shipped off away from his mama. He can't use that as an excuse at this point. And he can't blame his father at this point either. If he's a school psychologist, he has an understanding of psychology. Well, whatever work psychological service he needs to get and handle and get professional services that he needs in order to get his mind right so he get on the right track, that's on him. That's not on his daddy. See, so I have to be very careful as I'm going through this documentary not to push the boundaries on that, out of respect for people, even though I can see how they may have contributed to where Umar Johnson is at the age of 50. Also recognize that they're not responsible for where Umar is at the age of 50. Okay, so I have to kind of teeter that line. I've been very careful with that. I'll continue to try to do my best. Okay, but I thank you, I say, for saying that. I know people probably may even say, yeah, you're doxed. No, I ain't doxed nobody. See, you guys go look up the word doxing. Go look it up. Okay, there's always a malicious intent that's associated with it. And again, I have a degree in cybersecurity, so you can't tell me shit. All right. Umar doxed me with malicious intent, and it was malicious. Okay, he actually did it twice. He doxed other people too. So there's a difference. I try to be respectful. Okay, I try not to say too much, and when I do, I try, oh, okay, let me pull back here. So in the documentary, I will do my best to adhere to that same ethic. Okay, so thank you so much. Sigmund, I appreciate it. Okay, let me get to these other ones, and then I'll just ram my mouth. We're supposed to have a short show. Let me get to these other ones real quick, and then we'll get to the video. And the video is short, so we all good. They says, while we're at it, my Cookie Fresh chat is still back. I know, and I switched it several times, and I had it switched the other time, and it still comes up like this. And I don't remember if that was the case before. I don't know. I know they upped it. SteamYard, they upgraded stuff and they put me on a different plan, and that doesn't have anything to do with it. But you know what I'll do? I'll put in a ticket. That's what I'll do. I'll put in a ticket after this live stream, because after every live stream it pops up, and I'll ask them about that. Because what's supposed to happen is there's a mirror option where it switches it and it mirrors it so that what you guys see is turned around, and then the Cookie Crush chat, the CCC would be in the correct order, right? But for whatever reason, no matter when I click that button, no matter what I do, it always comes up this way. So I'll put in a ticket after this live stream. Okay, thanks, lady. For the super chat. Thanks, Sigmund, as well. SOB. Okay, let me get to these last ones. Lewis says, I have a request. Play the vid where he lost his. Okay, I'll pull that one up. What wasn't that the Breonna Taylor? Wasn't that, could correct that? That was the Breonna Taylor video, right? Let me know if it was a Breonna Taylor video. Hit the one or type in yes. Okay, I think that because that way to make it easier for me to find. I think that was the Breonna Taylor one. Okay, I'll pull it up. I'll play it by the end of the show. Don't worry about it. And then Pam sits in the super sticker. Thank you so much, Pam. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate the super sticker. And then Gamer Guy has become a member again. Thank you so much, Gamer Guy. I'm gonna try to have this next segment of the documentary up for you members by the end of the week. If not, it'll be early next week, and it's a doozy. Okay, let's get into the video for the day after 2 hours. Again, I wasted about an hour on the mute button. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, I'll pull that up. What's up, Joshua? I'll pull that up for you. Just give me a little bit. I want to get into the video first. At least we can get rolling here. Someone said, "Why does Breakfast Club keep calling him back?" It's for the views. That's all it is. It ain't got nothing else to do with anything else. What's up, Yellow Man? I ain't seen you in a minute. They have them on just like other platforms. They have them on. They know that there's something's not right with Umar and the Breakfast Club. I guarantee you, they know that he's a scammer. They know it. Okay, DJ Envy, he's been involved in some dealing with real estate fraud. He's been involved with some of that stuff too. I don't know how all that is panned out. Whether and Charlemagne is intelligent enough. He's intelligent enough to know. Okay, but it doesn't matter for them. It's about getting views. Same thing when they have him on the Art of Dialogue. No disrespect to Art because he's done a fantastic job. I'm proud of him. But they have people like Umar on because they get views, and it's that simple. Okay, it's not a good look, and it actually exposes their audience to a charlatan. But at the end of the day, it gets them views, and because it gets them views, it gets them more. It brings more money in. Okay, Yellow Man. Yeah, I ain't seen you in a minute. I hope everything's going all right. All right. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, they all do. Yeah, that's why Angela Yee, in my opinion, that's why she left. I think she already wasn't comfortable up there anyway. And if you guys go back and you look, because I've already done the research, if you go and look, when Umar was on the Breakfast Club the first 2 times, she was on there. But then after that, because he was talking all this mess about Chinese, and she's part Asian, she's part Chinese. And so after that, she stopped going up there. And DJ Envy says something too, by the way. It's under his breath, but in one of the videos, when they were interviewing Umar, it was during COVID. He said something like, "Yeah, that's why Angela Yee, she don't come back." I said, Okay. Real quick. Frigilante, how's it going? Says, I worked in a high school with 30 teachers. Budget was $2.25 million just for faculty. That costs $5,625 per student for 1 year for teachers. Make it make sense, Jeremy. Yeah, I know. Let's look at this real quick. And again, I was talking to Sigmund about this earlier. I tend not to look. I haven't looked enough into, and I'm aware of it. It's just I haven't looked enough into this aspect of the scam, because Umar said there's 3 phases: acquisition, restoration, which is renovations, and then operations. Okay, I'm throwing up the gang sign from back in the day. I apologize. The point is that he's in renovation stage, and he has been in renovation stage for about 5.5 years. If he ever gets to the next phase, which would be operations, okay, how much would the operating budget be? And we did some research and we crunched some numbers, and I think we came up with somewhere around $4 million per year. If memory serves me correctly, well, I would have to go back and look, but the Jay Moyer Academy had a particular budget, and I do have all of that, and I will have that in the documentary too. And then we can look at that, and then we can also correct for inflation, and then we can cut that figure in half, because Umar is only dealing with half of one half of the buildings, which is one side of the street. And so I think the figure came out to somewhere around $4 million, 3.6 or $4 million, something like that. I can go back and do the math anyway. But the point is that if he had 30 teachers and the budget was $2.25 million for faculty, then the children would have to pay $5,625 per student per year. Well, guess what? He said they're going to be paying $500 a month. So that would be about, well, if it's only, let's just say 10 months. Okay, it could be a little bit less than that, but let's say 10 months, it'd be over $5,000 per student per year. But see, this is in an impoverished community. There's no way that they're going to come up with that money. And then with all the other stuff that he said he's going to do, he's going to take them to Africa trips. He's going to have a gun club. He's going to teach them how to be black ramblers. He's going to teach them how to fly airplanes and how to float ships and fly helicopters. All this other stuff, the numbers inflate, and it gets massive to the point where if we really, all the stuff that Umar Johnson promised, if we really put together a budget and itemized it, I would think that we're talking over $15 million a year operating budget. with all the stuff that he says he's going to do. You know, he says he's going to also have a satellite school over in Africa, and they're going to take the children over there, and they're going to go learn over there in Africa for a semester, and they come back, blah, blah, blah. I said, what in the world? There's going to be a vegan. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So Vigilante, what Vigilante is talking about here is that under a normal circumstance, that this is how much the budget would be for the faculty where there's 30 teachers. Okay, I'm not quite sure if that includes, well, here, I don't know if it includes, that probably doesn't include everything though, right? Other faculty or staff. But if, let's say if it's 30 teachers and let's just as a number, $50,000 a year, that's $1.5 million. Yeah. See, I don't think Umar would need 30 teachers with what he's trying to do per se. He doesn't even have a plan. It's crazy when we really think about this. But the point is that it doesn't make sense. The math doesn't make sense, and it's not financially viable what Umar is proposing. Because if you throw in all the stuff that he said he was going to do, they're going to have formals, they're going to have yoga classes, they're going to be the gym open to the parents to come. There's going to be classes for the parents, and the list goes on and on and on. You know, a per year budget, I would think 14 million, somewhere around $14 million a year. Okay, and there's no way that he's going to get he can't even have that amount of students in there in order to get that tuition, you know, to get their tuition in order to even come close to that. There's no way. This doesn't even if he had both sides of the street open, there's no way he's going to be able to get that, because there's always a limit of how many children you can have inside these buildings, or how many people you can have in the buildings. I don't know what they call it, but you can't. It's OSHA regulated. Anyway, yeah, it doesn't make sense, and it never made sense, and it's never going to make sense because Umar, he doesn't care. He just wants the money. That's all. That's all it is. And yeah, Jermaine. Okay. Thanks, Vigilante. And again, Gamer Guy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Okay, let's get to the video now, everyone. Okay, for those of y'all who hung in there with me today, I appreciate it. This was a rough one. Okay. Let's get to the video today. What I'll do is once this is archived, I'll make sure that I'll pin a comment where I say the audio cuts out at such and such, and click here to go to where the audio comes back in, so that people who are watching this in the archive, they won't have to sit through 5 hours of me running my mouth and y'all can't, the silent film. I was going in too, family. I was going in. Okay, let's get into it. This is the video. This is from let's see, what day is this? This is from, no, that can't be right. I have September 20th. Is it that long ago? September 20th, 2024. I don't think it was that long ago. Maybe. Let's see. Here we go.
Right, it's all right. Talk to the people one time.
Yeah, can you guys hear the audio? Let me know if you guys can hear the audio. I'll skip to this first part because it comes back to, this is how it starts. And just look at how bad the buildings look. This looks mold all over the place. It's crazy. Here we go.
International Africans, hit your PayPal at paypal.me/FDMGACADEMY. Stop trying to do.
What's up, EB? FDMG tuition is $8,800 per student per month, excluding lunch and dashikis.
Hit your PayPal at paypal.me
okay, cool.
/FDMGACADEMY. Stop trying to do God's job for God. You wasn't sent here to do God's job for God.
What is he? Boy, he just starts ranting. He's looking, boy, I tell you, real quick, because Vigilante update information. New York City salaries are inflated for cost of living. It doesn't include administration, staff, or services. It ain't happening with private money. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. What you were proposing, I would think that it's just for the teacher's salary, and I'm sure that that's out there in New York City. I'm sure their salaries is more than that. Everything out there is crazy expensive. That in California, I said, man, I'm from California. I said, ain't no way. I don't mean to laugh, but I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, if we included administration, staff, and then all the services, and then with Umar, all the things that he said he was going to do with these kids, a dirt bike team, he's going to have to buy the dirt bikes. He said he was going to turn one of the rooms, it's not even a room, it's a storage area. He was going to turn it into a black vegan sports bar. I mean, the list goes on. He said he was going to put an observatory on the roof. Okay. Anyway, if he ever gets all of the renovation work done, operating costs with all the stuff, I would think that it's 17, some are 14, 16, 15, 16, $17 million a year, easy. There's no way. It don't make no sense. And there's no way that you can make it make sense. And that's why Vigilante, when people ask Umar about the operating, how you gonna pay for operations, he loses it. Because I have older videos where people were asking him, like in interviews, they were asking him, and you should see how he behaves. He didn't think about that then, and he ain't thought about it now. He didn't have a plan then, and he still doesn't have a plan now. He doesn't even have a budget. He doesn't have an itemized list of expenses. What's going to, electricity, water, internet service, the ISP. He ain't going to be paying like $50. Like some people be paying. I get a good deal on mine. I got 1 terabyte, 1 gigabyte to the box. But it's not like he's going to, you have to go into a contract because it's a facility, and the amount of money that it's going to cost just for that, and then bandwidth. See, he ain't even thought about any of that. He ain't thought about that. He doesn't have a plan. That's why we can't make it make sense, because Umar, he can't even make it make sense. He ain't even tried to make it make sense. See, but it's not about opening up a school. It's not about being functional. It's about perpetual failure, and it's strategic, because what it allows is for this scam to continue on indefinitely. And he just makes excuse after excuse after excuse. There's no way. There's no way. All right, thanks for the super chats too, Vigilante. All right, let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Almighty didn't send you here to be his tutor. The Almighty didn't send you here to be his mentor. The Almighty didn't send you here to tell him whether or not he's doing right or wrong. You can't interpret God's consciousness. Your human consciousness isn't great enough to comprehend the great incomprehensible, brothers and sisters. Your job is to survive this life as best you can. Fulfill your mission, your purpose, and your destiny, your MPDs, as best you can. Get off the suicide track and get on the revolutionary track.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he in this video, he must have been going through it.
A lot of you don't have a purpose. All right now.
He's so scared up there.
Excuse me, I have an interruption. We have a visitor.
Here we go. He's snorting already.
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Man, I just want to pay my respect.
Look at these filthy. He said, I want to pay my respects. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How's everything? All right. All right.
I've seen you before. I've seen you down here, and I
Appreciate
respect what you do.
Appreciate
I love
you,
what
bro.
you do.
Thanks for the love.
I just, obviously, I know,
It's all right. It's all right. Talk to the people one time.
how's everybody doing today? I just want
What in the world? Look how respectful Umar is towards white people. And y'all know I ain't into all this race stuff anyway. Because as far as I'm concerned, you white people, y'all from Africa too. Oh, y'all. No, I'm from Crenshaw Mafia. No, you're not. You from Africa. I'm from Eastside Peru. No, you're not. You from Africa. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. I'm just playing. The point that I'm making is Umar always expresses a level of respect in the presence of white people. But he be hating on black people. So disrespectful towards black people and backwards. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like remember that time when the police was in his luggage or whatever? He's like, yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir, boss. But here he is with this white man, Umar, all of that talk, all that rhetoric, and here he go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right now.
Someone said Toby.
Excuse me, I have an interruption. We have a visitor.
What's up, Derek? You crazy. Toby too, man.
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Nothing, man. I just want to pay my respect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How's everything? All right. All right.
I've seen you before. I've seen you down here, and I respect what you do. And I
Appreciate
love
you,
what
bro.
you do.
Thanks for the love.
I just, you know, obviously, I know, you know.
It's all right. It's all right. Talk to the people one time.
How's everybody doing today? I just want to.
Look at this guy. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because the camera angle, he looked like a toddler and shit. He looked like that character from Martin. Remember that little boy used to come over and be talking crazy to Gina? He always had snot in his nose. That's what he looked like, right? I'm just joking. He got on a Boston Red Sox. Boston is one of, from what I heard, Boston is one of the racist. Yeah. Roscoe. This is the white. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. And now I'm not gonna talk about him like that no more. This is the white Roscoe. This guy want to be down so bad. I want to be down with what you do. Every episode of Freeman, everybody remembers little badass Roscoe. Yeah, I know. I do have a I have a poll up. If you think that this guy is an agent, I say no. This is Roscoe. Cookie Crush chat, y'all so mean. And the white man likes what Umar Johnson do, which is not. Yes, sir. Information man. Yes, sir. Boy, y'all crazy. What's up, Bridget? All right. Okay. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
Just say what Dr. Umar is doing is a great thing, and I always vouch for Dr. Umar. I'm down here in Wilmington. I'm a landlord down here. I do all Section 8 rentals.
Powerful.
I work with.
Sigmund, you know he ain't got no business. Umar heard Section 8. He was like, oh, powerful. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. I should say, Umar know about Section 8. I'll tell you that right now. I remember these Umar Johnson files. They used to lie on me and my wife all the time. Now, we was down and out, but we were never on government assistance like that, anything like that. But they were saying that we were living in Section 8 housing. Come to find out, who's living in Section 8 housing in 2019? See, I'm being careful with how I'm phrasing this. I'll tell you. Gamer Guy says, I went to Scotland and he's taken ideas from there. Many people who went there want nothing to do with him nowadays. You talking about Umar? Well, has Umar ever been in Scotland? I don't ever remember him going to Scotland. I wouldn't be surprised though. Umar is a plagiarist. Nothing, and I've said this before, anytime he comes up with an idea that sounds incredibly impossible and over the top, that's his own making because the delusions, the way his imagination is. He's all about dreaming, but he dreams on a massive scale, but he can't produce anything on a fundamental level, like in reality. On the other hand, when he gets ideas that from other people, you can tell that it's actually possible if he had the organization skills and if he had the team and the resources to get something done. But he doesn't have the organization skills, he doesn't have the team, and he doesn't have the finances to get things done. I mean, he's had it, but it doesn't go towards what it's supposed to go towards. I don't ever remember him going to Scotland. Does anyone remember Umar going to Scotland in the Cookie Crush chat? Let me know. I never remember. I know he's gone to Europe. He's gone to China. He's been to Japan. He's been in different countries in Africa. I don't think he's gone to Australia because he said that he hasn't. Maybe he has by now, but he's been in the Caribbean. He's been in South America too. But I don't remember him going to Scotland. But if he did go to Scotland, I wouldn't be surprised. He's a plagiarist. See? And if you think about it with Umar, you would expect that at this point in 2024, with all of the places that he's gone to, if he had developed relationships with these different organizations and the people who run these organizations, he would have some place to be year round. But see, that's not what happens with Umar. What Umar does is he exploits. In some case, he'll get paid, he'll sexually exploit the women, and then he leaves. And at a certain point, the word gets around, they don't call him back anymore. Think about that for a moment, everybody. This is a good point. If Umar was able to develop the relationships out of all of the places that he's gone to over the last, because he started his so-called speaking career, I believe it was in 2010. That's what he said. Let me look on my timeline. Yeah, 2010. That's when he started full force in the lecture scene at the age of 36. You would think that after 14 years of this, that he would always have a place to go to, and he would be booked continuously, 250, 300 times a year at least. But because of his behavior, and it's not just that, Umar, he's a plagiarist. There's times where there's been people who had him come out, they'll pay him his advance, they'll advance him money, and then he doesn't show up and doesn't give him the money back. He did that with a group out in Toronto. He did that with King Randall more recently. I think I'm gonna have that section of the interview that I did with the people out in Toronto. They provided me receipts and everything, contracts and everything. And what Umar did was, at a certain point, he started to ask for money. He wanted money in advance of him actually coming out there. They had booked him and they had promoted him and everything. And when it was time for him to show up, he decides not to come. And they have to scramble, and they found someone named Irritated Genie to take his place. And there's a flyer that they were able to put together shortly before the actual event that they promoted, and they got people to come out. But the point is that the money that Umar got as an advance, he never gave the money back. And he did that with King Randall too. He's done it with plenty of other people, plenty of other organizations. But see, that's why I wouldn't be surprised if he did in fact go to Scotland. I would not be surprised, because what he tends to do is he'll exploit, whether it's financially or sexually or both. And then he damages relationships, and then people don't want him to come back anymore. See, Umar's been doing that for such a long time. Thanks for the super chat. What's up, Barry? Barry says, Umar has been orbiting the planet for decades and has plans for re-entry. Yeah, he beamed up long time ago. Yeah, his imagination. This is one of the things about Umar, that he's like a child. And I'm not saying that to belittle him or anything. I'm talking about his where he's at mentally. It's like a child with an imagination. I remember when I was a child, my cousin, he had a G.I. Joe. It was the airplane. It was F-14 or F-15, whatever it was. And he had that actual toy. And then he had one of the characters that you can put inside, one of the little action figures you can put into it. And I used to love G.I. Joe. That was one of my favorite cartoons growing up, G.I. Joe and Transformers and Thundercats. And in fact, G.I. Joe and Thundercats would come on back to back. And then Transformers, I used to love, that was probably my favorite Transformers. But anyway, I never had toys like that. We would have toys every once in a while, but we were poor, but not toys like that. I had another cousin that used to get He-Man. He had all kind of He-Man stuff. I had I used to love going over to his house to go play with him. And I had a friend, his name was Brandon Ruskevich or something like that. And his grandparents got him they would always get him Star Wars stuff. And he had all kind of crazy stuff. I was like, I just love playing with him too. But the point is that because we didn't have those types of toys, whenever we would get a hold of them, it was just like a miracle almost. And I had a cousin that had that F-15, and he let me use it. And I had it, I don't know how long I had it. Probably had it a lot longer than I thought I would have it. But I remember I would go in the backyard. I was a kid. I would go in the backyard, and I would imagine myself as the character flying inside of this airplane. This, it was pretty large too. But for back then as a kid, it was maybe like this big, and you can hold it like this. And I would fly, and I would run up inside the backyard. I would run up this little hill part in the backyard, and I would go up there, and I'll be flying, and I come back down and fly around like this. And I would do this for I don't know how long. Well, That's the child's imagination. And that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. But see, it becomes problematic if you don't have a creative outlet to funnel that into and get it under control in your adulthood. Umar never had that creative outlet. For me, it was music. But see, Umar never had that creative outlet. And to this day, he still has that type of an imagination. Nothing ever gets done, though. See? Matter of fact, here, Barry, let me give you an example. Because I already have the receipt right. There's other ones too. There's one I'm gonna show inside the documentary. Y'all gonna be like, what in the world? Here's another example right here. I already have it pulled up. See this? Look at this, Barry. 60 days left, Dr. Umar Johnson School.com. This is 60 days left for the St. Paul's crowdfund efforts, if you will. But if you look at it, he's a superhero, right? And there's action figures too. There's an action figure that was made. There's other examples of this too. I have all the screenshots of this. I'll have this inside the document. It's just an example of the childlike mentality. And it's problematic if you're 50 and you still have this, because as a child, it's functional because of your imagination. But as an adult, your imagination that does not produce anything, it actually becomes a hindrance. You never get anything done. You're just always in dreamland. And Barry, that's Umar. He's out there. But if you look next on one side, you see Umar, but then on the other side, you see what it says, Homeland Security. It almost looks like a board, but it's Homeland Security. And it looks like he has some sort of a backpack on with a satellite thing on. I mean, it's way out there. It has an American flag. This is Homeland Security versus Umar Johnson. And the idea is that Homeland Security somehow is trying to stop him from getting the money. There's 6 days left, not 66 days left, to getting the money for FDMG St. Paul's College. Now, understand this, because I've done all the research on this. There was a point where Umar was saying that the government was coming in to buy St. Paul's College because they're trying to stop him from getting it. Well, that's where this imagination thing comes in. Look at this. None of this is real. And I have so many other examples of this. Umar, listen, he's out there. He's orbiting the planet and has been orbiting planets for decades. And he had plans for reentry, but it ain't happened yet. He got stuck out there. And I shouldn't laugh because it's sad. I have my imagination can be wild too, but there's a difference. You have to have some creative outlet to put that into, or you have to use it to solve problems, or both. Okay. With Umar, he's still stuck in childhood, 6 or 7, maybe 8 years old, and he's out there. And that's why, like I said earlier, when he comes up with an idea that is his own, it's way out there in orbit somewhere. I mean, it's just like delusional. But when he comes up with ideas sourced from other people and he just adopts them as his own, it sounds more believable and more plausible and more possible. So with Umar, you can look out for that. Whenever he starts saying, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, it's like a little kid and we're going to do this. And that's him. He's out there in orbiting planets. Okay. All right. Thank you, Barry, for the super chat. And I have other examples of this too. There's one I'll show inside the documentary that's going to blow everyone's mind. I mean, he was so far out there. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, Gamer Guy. Pam, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate it. And Frigilante, thank you as well. Okay, let's get back to the video. We're almost done too. Let's go. Here we go.
People down here, and everybody wants to talk shit. Everybody wants to talk bad on the school.
Yes.
The school is right here. I always just say what Dr. Umar is doing is a great thing, and I always vouch for Dr. Umar. I'm down here in Wilmington. I'm a landlord down here. I do all Section 8 rentals.
Powerful.
I work with people down here, and everybody wants to talk shit. Everybody wants to talk bad on the school.
Yes.
The school is right here. I always tell people it's right on 17th Street, 623.
Okay, listen, white man. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Stay in the lane. Okay, stay in your lane. You're just trying to be down. You're trying to kick it. That's what this. And I've seen this so many different times. This is not your lane. You're trying to come up here and you're trying to placate to Umar because you want to be down. See, everybody want to be down, but you don't want to be black. You may think that you want to be black, and that's why you want to be down. Even though Umar talks so much trash, he does. He talks trash about interracial relationships too all the time. We're going to get into that in just a minute, sir. But white man, stay in your lane. You guys know I don't talk like this because I'm not into the race and stuff, but this is the kind of shit right here. It just goes too far. See, I think for some of you, I'm just saying some of you white people, you feel privileged to where you can step up out of nowhere and talk about how, there's people who hating on the school. No, and you say the school's right here. Listen, there is no school. What are you talking about? Go look up school. Go look it up in the dictionary. A school is a place of learning. Is that a place of learning? No, these are abandoned buildings. Do you know that these buildings are still on? I'm talking to the white guy. I wish I knew his name because I don't want people to think this is racially motivated. I don't give a shit if you're white, black, other. I don't care. It's race is a social construct, not a scientific fact, but stay in your lane. A school is a place of learning. Go look it up. Are there people learning up here? Are there children learning up here? No. So you can't call it a school. So don't come up here because you want to be down and you want to kick it with the black people. And people talk shit about the school and the school is right here on 17th Street. No, there is no school. Do you know that these buildings are on the vacant property list? If you out here and you have these Section 8 housing and you're probably renting to poor black people, so you're getting paid, here we go. Then I'm sure that you know what the vacant property list is. And do you know that these abandoned buildings are on the vacant property list and have been since Umar purchased these trap banners? And do you know that, and I was going to say, sir, but I ain't going to do that. Do you know, because I go with Umar Johnson, I'll say, sir, I'm not going to do it with you because you overstepping your bounds. You're a habitual line stepper, sir. I'm just playing. It's entertaining, okay? Do you know that there are expenses associated with these buildings being on the vacant property list? I can't even remember. It was over $20,000 if memory serves me correctly. I could be wrong. We covered this a while ago. And guess who's going to be paying for that? And what about the taxes? See, Umar, he owed taxes on these trap banners because when he purchased them, he did not have tax exempt status. So he's actually wasted about $127,000 of black people's money, not your money. White man. So it's easy for you to get up here and talk this shit because you want to kick it and you want to be down with the black people, black power and all this stuff, but it ain't your money. You give Umar Johnson that. No, matter of fact, I want you to go into your pocketbook, sir, and pull out $120K and give it back to the black community that Umar Johnson, they took that money, just that amount. We're just talking about that. Go into your pocketbook, sir, and pull out that $120K and then give it back to the black community that Umar took and end up wasting that money on taxes that they should not have had to pay for if Umar had his tax exempt status in order. And he knew he didn't have it. But he was in a desperate situation, so he had to get what he can get, even though he didn't have tax exempt status, because guess what? GoFundMe was issuing refunds. Do you know that? And they shut him down because of fraud. What are you talking about, sir? I remember these white, listen, I don't mean to go here, but I remember white boys back in the day. They wanted to be, and see, here's the thing, black people, we so accepting. If you didn't try so hard and you would just be you, we accept you. We like, what's up, man? We cool, we good. But you got to go to the extreme and and all these, they trying to talk bad about me. Who's you? Come on now, cut it out. You're overstepping boundaries, okay? But I think it's the privilege. You feel privileged like you can do that. Anyway, I'm from Boston. There isn't a white man from the city that's going to smile up in Umar's face with a red sock shirt on. That's a fan. There were people who were saying that. I don't think it. I just think it's a white guy that really want to be down. I do have a poll I'll put up, and there's been 880 votes. So get your votes in. I'm going to go ahead and close this out in about 5 minutes. This poll. Do you think the guy in the white cap was an agent? 52% say yes, and 48% say no. Okay. All right. Just you guys be careful, Umar. All right. Someone, thanks, relax and focus. Someone said, who this? What's up, Renee? And please, I don't want anyone to take offense. White guy, if you happen to see this, and I apologize, I don't know your name. Otherwise I would address you as such. Understand, I'm not into the whole white and black thing, and I'm just not into it. There was a time back in my black conscious days I was into. I'm not into all of that. But I do know this, that culturally speaking, you're not in your lane, and you don't know what you're talking about either. You just want to be down, and that's why you're approaching Umar this way, and you want validation for some reason, and then therefore you want to validate Umar's scam, and it is a scam, and it's been going on now for over 10 years. He conceptualized it in 2000. 5, he said that it was going to open. He said that it was going to open September 11, 2013. You probably don't even know all that. You probably don't, but you know it now. Anyway, listen, I don't know if you want to come on. I don't know. Maybe that's a little too crazy, but sir, if you want to come on and I'll interview you, we can do that too. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad idea, but you, Umar Johnson, y'all crazy. Okay. I'll just ask you some specific questions and we'll go from there. I don't know. It'll be entertaining at the very least. All right, let's go ahead and get going here. Here we go.
Yes, sir. East 17th, right down here in Wilmington, Delaware. It's being worked on.
Yes,
and if
sir.
you want to contribute to it.
Oh, his name is Evan. Okay. Or Evan. What's up, Evan? Evan, if you want to come on and be interviewed before your supporter Umar, you're more than welcome to do so. Evan. All right, let's go.
To say what Dr. Umar is doing is a great thing, and I always vouch for Dr. Umar. I'm down here.
Okay, wait a minute. What is he doing? Evan, what is he doing? You tell me. Tell me, give me 5 things that Umar is doing that is tangible and that is impacting the Black community in a positive way. And I'm not talking about running his mouth. Outside of him running his mouth, because that's what all he do. Give me 5 tangible things, Evan. In fact, anyone in the chat room, listen, any of you in the chat room, give me 5 tangible things that Umar Johnson does that is a benefit to Black people outside of running his mouth. I'll wait. 5. So you can't vouch because, first of all, you don't nobody know you. Who's you? But second of all, you can't vouch for something that doesn't exist. Well, you, Umar Johnson, y'all a trip.
Here in Wilmington, I'm a landlord down here. I do all Section 8 rentals.
Powerful.
I work with people down here, and everybody wants to talk shit. Everybody wants to talk bad on the school.
Yes.
The school is right here. I always tell people it's right on 17th Street,
Yes, sir.
623 East,
Yes, sir.
East 17th, right down here in Wilmington.
Dang, for him to know this, that right there, Umar, you better be careful. You better be careful. He got the address and everything. I don't even be talking the address all that much. We got some Billy Boy's brother. Billy Boy, where you at? You're missing. You made a promise and then you took it back. You're tripping. Billy Boy, Billy Boy, Billy Boy. I'm tripping. Billy Boy, Billy Boy, Billy Boy. Yeah. Evan came through with that white cap. Something's missing. Ooh. Boston Red Sox done taking it back. Somebody's tripping. No more Garcia Parra. What? Let me stop. Evan, we have a good time. Please don't take it personal or anything. But seriously, if you want to come on and defend the school scam, I'll have you on. Just be ready because Good Quartet is undefeated. All right. Gamer guy, member for 10 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And everyone else, everyone who's a member, thank you so much. I appreciate your membership. It's made things a whole lot easier. I never thought I was going to get that many members, but it made things a lot easier. I don't have to be online as much and I don't have to deal with as much foolishness. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's continue with Evan. Here we go.
Delaware, it's being worked on.
Yes,
and if
sir.
you want to contribute to it, it's right here. It's real.
Right.
It's legit. It's not a scam. People think it's a scam.
Yes,
People
sir.
want to talk shit.
No. It's a scam. It's a scam, sir. Okay. So don't get up here talking crazy. You don't know. You're overstepping your bounds, sir. The boundaries. Listen, I'm not all into that, but it's what you call white privilege. You feel like you can come up here and you're going to somehow defend Umar, who's a legitimate scammer. Okay, if that makes sense. Legitimately. That's not the right word. That's an oxymoron, actually. He's a bona fide. That don't work either, does it? He's a true scammer. But you're going to get up here and vouch for him. I highly doubt that you've done the research. I highly doubt. No, I know you haven't. You haven't done the research. You haven't invested the time needed in order to get to the bottom of this, about this school scam. There's questions that I can ask you that you would not be able to answer. The basic questions about Umar that you would not be able to answer. You just listen. I know what it is. You're a white guy who wants to be down with black people, and you've seen Umar. And even though he talks bad about white people sometimes, he mainly talks bad about black people. But you still want to be down, and you see how Umar, at least among some black people, he's seen as some sort of a leader. And you want to be down with that because it actually builds up your sense of quote unquote blackness because you're down with Umar. And you're dismissed. And it's no different than any other. It's not even a racial issue because it's no different than what Umar Johnson followers, what they do. See, they'll dismiss the scamming and the scheming and him sexually exploiting black women, which I guarantee you don't really care about, sir. Evan, you don't care about that. Because if you did, and if you was and I don't mean to go here, but if you was a real man who cared about black women, and I'm talking about all black women, not just the one you married to, but I'm talking about all that. If you really care, then you would not tolerate any man, including Umar Johnson, sexually exploiting black women. But you'll get up here and you defend Umar because you want to be down. It's like you want to develop a street cred source from Umar, but he ain't got no street cred anyway. He's a scammer. Let's keep going.
It's real.
Yes,
and it's
sir.
a lot of work.
Yes,
People
it is.
think it's just easy. Oh, why can't you just open the school? It's a lot of work.
Yes,
this
it
is
is.
An abandoned building
Yes,
that
it
he
is.
bought down here.
Okay, hold on. How long does it take? How long would it take? And how much money would it take? See, with $2.7 million at least, Umar should have been able to open up something, or he should have purchased something, or he didn't even have to purchase. See, he could have just leased the building. Okay, he don't have the credit for that though either. He has tax liens. You probably don't know about that either. He doesn't have his own residence. He doesn't have his own legitimate income either. See? You don't know any of that. So why purchase these abandoned buildings that's really literally it's going to take millions of dollars of renovation work that needs to go into them? You're going to take $400,000 out of the money that you collected to purchase them, and then you're going to sit on them for 5.5 years with very little work being done. Very little thing. Most of it is cosmetic stuff was done. He did get an HVAC unit that he claims it cost $50,000, and that was put up on the roof, but that's still not functional to this day. Why even purchase a $50,000 unit to put up on top of a roof and it not even be functional? And you don't even have children up in there. You don't even have a school. No one's being taught there. Nothing's happening up there. It's just Umar. See, you don't know what you're talking about, Evan, and that's part of the problem. But see, to me, it's one thing if you're an Umar Johnson follower and you truly believe in Umar to the point where you defend, because I've seen it over the years and I've seen plenty of it. But it's another thing when you're doing it simply because you want to up your black clout. That's really what this shit is, and let's be real about it. You want to be black so bad that you got to go up here and tap dance for Umar. That's crazy. That's what this is about. Y'all want to talk shit? Cut it out. Cut it out. Okay. Don't even try it. Evan, you funny, bro. But seriously, if you want to come on and I'll interview you, we could do it. It probably wouldn't be a long thing, but just be ready because Coach Chat's undefeated.
Down here, and everybody wants to talk shit. Everybody wants to talk bad on the school.
Yes.
The school is right here. I always tell people it's right on 17th Street,
Yes, sir.
623 East,
Yes,
20,
sir.
East 17th, right down here in Wilmington, Delaware. It's being worked on.
Yes,
and if
sir.
you want to contribute to it, it's right here. It's real.
right.
It's legit. It's not a scam. People think it's a scam.
Yes,
People want
sir.
to talk shit. It's real.
Yes,
and it's
sir.
a lot.
I was 11 years old, 5th grader in 2005, and now I'm 31. Yeah. But this guy, Evan, don't know the history. He just want to attach himself to someone like Umar because it'll make him feel blacker. But Evan, I guarantee you really, listen, you don't want to be black. and I don't mean to be like that because I had homies that was white back in the day. It's not that big of a deal, but they weren't trying. You know what I'm saying? They weren't trying to be, you know? But I've seen this with different groups of people. It's not just white people. They want to be black so bad, but you really don't want to be. Okay, you just think that you want to be because you done seen the hip hop videos and all this, you know. You feel if you black, you play basketball better, you can rap good. All right. I listen, Evan, I don't mean to go in on you, but it is what it is. Let's keep going.
A lot of work.
Yes, it
People
is.
think it's just easy. Oh, why can't you just open the school? It's a lot of work.
Yes,
this
it
is
is.
An abandoned building.
Yes, it
that
is.
He bought down here, had to pay a ton of back taxes. I
Yep.
did
No. You don't know what you're talking about, Evan. See, and you're going like this as if you know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking. And I'm so tired. And it's not just you. It's just Umar Johnson fault. You guys have not done the research. Evan, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not stating facts, sir. You're just trying to kick it. You want to be down. You know, you ain't got to lie to kick it, as they say. You ain't got to lie to kick it. It's not necessary. Okay, you can still kick it with Umar and get your black credits up. Go on up there and sit up there. Bring him some cheesecake. Just go bring him some cheesecake and some Twizzlers. You be good. You ain't got to do all this. And you know, you got a gang of back. No, he didn't owe any gang of. He didn't have owe back taxes. What are you talking about? It wasn't back taxes, as if when he purchased the buildings, there were taxes that were owed. That's not what I've seen. Now, if you guys have other research that you want to show me, sir, please provide me with the receipts. I'll put it in the documentary in point of fact. If you want to help me out because you know so much, please do so. Any of y'all out here that could correct that, if you got research material stuff that I don't know about, send it to me. Send it to me. And I'll go through the process of verifying, and if it's legit, then if it's relevant to the topics addressed inside the documentary, I'll put it inside the documentary. Please help me out, Evan. Help me out. But listen, Evan, let me explain to you why Umar owed back tax. I already explained it already, but I'm gonna tell you again because you know when Umar purchased these abandoned buildings in 2019, he did not have tax exempt status. If he had tax exempt status, then there would not be any property taxes that would accrue. He did have 401(c) seats, and it wasn't even 403(c), it was something else, but he would have had tax exempt initially, but he did not put in the proper paperwork with the IRS, and so they revoked his tax exempt status. He didn't have it when he first started collecting money in 2014 for the St. Paul school scam. You don't know this, Evan, so don't do this too. Don't do that because you don't know what you're talking about. Because I can go in 2014, he started collecting money, but all of that was considered to be personal income. And that's why in and around that time, you guys can go see, you guys go and look, Umar has a tax lien that is massive because the money that he was raising was not considered to be tax exempt. It was considered to be personal income. Evan, did you know that? That was in 2014, sir. And so in 2014, he starts collecting money. He doesn't have tax exempt status. And he actually admits it inside of an interview. He has on the blue little outfit. He got on the glasses. He has on the top. You don't know what I'm talking about. And he expresses that, no, we do not have tax exempt status. We're working on the paperwork right now. Well, why didn't you have the paperwork in order in advance? Okay, he finally gets tax exempt status, but because he's not filing the proper paperwork to IRS and claiming the amount of money that he's been collecting, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars too, by the way, that tax exempt status gets revoked. So that by the time in 2019, when he acquires these trap banners, he did it because, and he knew he didn't have tax exempt status at that time. He did it because they were issuing refunds for GoFundMe. PayPal had shut him down for fraud. GoFundMe had shut him down for fraud, and he had to do something. Because at least let me get something so that people will stop putting in requests to get their money back. So he gets these abandoned buildings that need millions of dollars of work. Did you know, Evan, that the foundation of these buildings failed in 2009? If memory serves me correct, I can pull up the receipt. And do you know that there's still foundation issues right now? So when he purchased the buildings in 2019, right away, he's on the hook for the taxes because he doesn't have tax exempt status. By the time he gets tax exempt status, over $120,000 in back taxes have accrued, plus penalties and fees. Who's paying for that, Evan? Not you. Who's paying for that? Black people. Umar's not paying for that. He don't got a job. And don't say he's up there working because he's rarely up there doing anything. What are you talking about? See, I can go point by point, but you get up here looking like a goofy with your pinky talking about he had all these back taxes. No, you act like when he purchased the buildings that there were back taxes. Now, if there was and you have receipts on that, please provide it to me. But the money that people sent Umar to pay off back taxes accrued because he didn't have his paperwork in order. He wasn't handling business. You don't know that, Evan. So don't get up here with your little pinky trying to act like you know, because you don't know. And I can keep going, but I'm gonna leave it at that. Look at him.
my research, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Umar.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, I don't know. I don't know, Renee. Umar better be careful. I used to be a conspiracy theorist, so
People think it's a scam.
Yes,
People want
sir.
to talk shit. It's real.
Yes,
and it's
sir.
a lot of work.
Yes, it
People
is.
think it's just easy. Oh, why can't you just open the school? It's a lot of work.
Yes,
this
it
is
is.
an abandoned building
Yes,
that
it
he
is.
bought down here. Had to pay a ton of back taxes. I
Yep.
did my research, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Umar.
Yes.
No, you didn't. Now, listen, Evan, let me tell you something. Listen, Pinky, let me tell you something. Because many years ago, I did put forth the possibility that the reason why Umar got these abandoned buildings for such a low cost was because there were back taxes that was owed, and that he ended up paying those back taxes in order to purchase these abandoned buildings for $400,000. Now, listen, Evan, if you have receipts that prove that, get with me. My email is LenonHonor@yahoo.com. If you have those receipts, send it to me. Now, on the other hand, see, I'm always fair. I'm always fair. Okay. And if you have those receipts, as a matter of fact, if you have those receipts and you send it to me and I verify them, I will get back on here and I will say, listen, Evan was right about that. And I always do that with people. I know I'm clowning you a little bit. Don't take it personal. This is how black people are. I don't know if you know it or not. You hang out with black people, where you grew up around black people, you should be used to it. If you ain't now, it just proves my point. You're trying to get your black credits up. You're trying to get the black card. Okay. But if you have those receipts, send it to me and I'll get back up here. And I not only will I explain that you were right, I'll apologize for saying that you were wrong on that particular issue. Okay. But in terms of my research and what I know, the taxes, if this is what you're talking about, if you're talking about the taxes that begin to accrue once Umar Johnson purchased these trap bandos, then that's something totally separate, because that's what I'm referring to. And if that's what you're referring to as you're speaking here, you're wrong. Okay, and I already explained why. See? So if you're talking about what I'm talking about, you're wrong. If you have information that shows that Umar Johnson purchased these trap bandos for $400,000, which was a reduced price compared to what he claimed that they had initially offered, or what they were asking for these properties, and also what the property values were based upon the assessment of these properties. This makes sense. You should know this. Okay. If what you're saying is that he got the cheaper price because there were back taxes that were owed, which is possible, and that he paid those off as well, if you have those receipts, it doesn't actually prove me wrong, but what it shows is that there's research that I haven't seen quite yet. If you have that, send it to me and we'll go from there. So I wouldn't necessarily apologize to you, because it doesn't disprove my research. What it shows is that there's research that I haven't gotten to that maybe you've gotten to. And if you have that, send it to me and then we can go from there. And I will tell people, hey, listen, he was right about this. He has a research about this specifically. Again, it doesn't prove what I'm saying wrong, but I will acknowledge that.
Here, it's real,
right.
It's legit, it's not a scam. People think it's a scam.
Yes,
People want
sir.
to talk shit. It's real.
Yes,
and it's
sir.
a lot of work.
Yes, it
People
is.
think it's just easy. Oh, why can't you just open the school? It's a lot of work.
Yes,
this
it
is
is.
An abandoned building
Yes, it
that he
is.
bought down here. Had to pay a ton of back taxes. I
Yep.
did my research, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Umar.
Yes, sir.
It's legit. It's real. The school's going to open. It's being worked on, and it's going to be.
No, you're dreaming. It's not being worked on. You go up here. Is Umar working on it? No, he's sitting up there live streaming. What are you talking about? No, it's not real. A school is a place of learning. See, that's delusional thinking. See, at this point, I don't know if you're doing this because you're just trying to get black points and you're trying to get your black card reinstated, or if you're doing this because you're some sort of a person, some sort of agent who's trying to get information on Umar, and maybe you're setting something up in this area dealing with the school scam. I mean, that's possible too. Okay. But one thing is clear, that what you're saying is just so untrue. And if in fact you are, let me say this, if you are in fact the Umar Johnson supporter, then what you're saying, I'm not surprised by it, because I've seen so many others, make these outlandish statements like there is a school and it is functional, or that it's going to be functional. No, blah, 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 blah. Umar said the school was going to open September 11, 2013. And on record, that's the first time I've heard him actually give a date, was that the date was, in terms of opening date, the grand opening, September 11, 2013. So it's 11 years ago.
A great thing for the people in this community.
Appreciate that.
Everybody down here, that if you don't want to contribute to it, then hey, that's fine. But at
That's
least
right.
recognize that what he's doing and what he's trying to do is a great thing for everybody. And that's all I
Appreciate
wanted
that.
to say. And I just wanted to respect.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, again, trying is one thing, scamming is another. You can try all you want to, but if you don't bring it into fruition and you keep collecting money, it just fortifies the scam. I mean, look around you. I mean, it's filthy. Everything's filthy up there. Real quick, Steph the bar, what's up, Steph? Says Umar's accepting support from a snow puppy. Well, listen, for Umar, even though he'll say things like, I won't receive money from white people, he has received money from white people because there's no way, and other groups of people too, because there's no way that he's going to be able to find out whether or not, what their so-called ethnic background is, or quote unquote race, which is a social construct, not a scientific fact. Okay, but whatever. If he's getting online donations, there's no way that he's going to be able to tell unless you can get their name and find a social media account that shows, who they are. But it's just, it's unrealistic for that to actually take place. I'm sure that he's received money from other groups of people. But in this case, Umar, understand that Umar would talk all this mess about black men. But again, to this guy that he would call, I guess Umar would call a snow puppy, he's giving him all levels of respect. But why? Why does he do this? Well, he does this because this white man is basically co-signing on his scam. And Umar knows this, that, and he said things like, well, listen, if a white person says it, black people are going to believe it. Right? But if a black person says it, you got to provide receipts. Okay, Umar knows this, psychologically speaking. So the idea is, let me go ahead and let this white guy run his mouth, because what it does is it validates me as someone who is, a righteous individual who has intent to open up the school, and then I'm not a fraudster and I'm not a scammer. So he'll let him run his mouth. And he knows that there will be black people who will listen to this white guy who will say, oh, well, wait a minute, because he's white, he must be telling the truth, and therefore he's validating Umar. Therefore, Umar must be the truth. Umar must not, he must be really trying to open up the school. He's not a scammer, and everyone else is a liar, including LenonHonor and the Cookie Crush chat. See, that's what this is all about. Interesting stuff. Thanks, Steph the Bar, for super chat. Tata says, is he a paid crisis actor? That's what it kind of feels like. But I also think maybe he's a Umar Johnson fan. But the fandom, it has more to do. It's delusional, but it has more to do, in my opinion, with just trying to be black. Again, white people, let me just explain something to you. You don't want to be black. Okay, I know it's cool, it's hip. You maybe you grew up thinking, I want to be down. You really don't. Okay. Now, I'm not trying to say that it's the worst thing in the world, but listen, if black people, if you black, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, and I'm gonna leave that at that. Thanks, Tyler, for the super chat. T says that man seems paid by donations to be fishing business. I don't know how to call this. See, I'd like to believe that it's simply an ill-informed, a misinformed Umar Johnson supporter who's really trying to use this as an opportunity to prove his blackness and prove that he's down for the cause or for the culture, or, this type of stuff. But on the other hand, him even giving the address, it's concerning to me. I mean, I rarely put the address out there like that. Again, but on the other hand, he has Section 8 homes out there, so maybe that would be something that he would know and would just be comfortable saying like that, because I'm sure that he has properties and he has to memorize addresses and stuff like that too. So I'm not sure. I do have a poll. I'm gonna close the poll out now. The question, there's 880 votes. The question is, do you think this guy in the white cap, his name is Evan, okay, so I'm going to call him Evan, was an agent? 52% say yes and 48% say no. I'm going to say no. I don't think that he's an agent. I think he's just an ill-informed, misinformed Umar Johnson follower, okay? All right, let me let this play so we can wind this show down. We're supposed to have a short show, but I tricked off so much time because I was running my mouth for like 50 minutes and the microphone wasn't. I'm such a loser, okay? All right. Thanks, T, for the super chat.
Man. Appreciate you, bro.
Mr. Controversy says, y'all still here? Yeah. But that's because Mr. Controversy, I screwed up. I messed up. So basically, I wasted about 30 minutes of the show. Hello, gorgeous. Umar is a... I was surprised. Let me not. I'm not even going to go there. I was going to say Umar. See, Toby. Evan, I should pull up that video where Umar, well, no, let me not even do that. I was going to pull up the video where Umar was trying to get at that white lady. Let me not do that. Thanks for the controversy. And I still got to pull up the video where Umar lost his voice. What we'll do is we'll close out with that. Okay, that'll be our closeout instead of the theme song. We'll close out with that at the end of the show. Let's go ahead and finish up this video right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Controversy. Hope you're doing all right. All right, here we go.
But I didn't know if I could donate.
Yeah, unfortunately, the donations is an all-African thing out of self-determination. You know what I mean?
I understand. I got guys that I could help work, though.
Okay. Well, when the time is right, we might call on them.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to pay my respects, man.
Respect. Come on now. Now listen, Umar doesn't want that type of help. I've already explained this. This is part of the scam. Okay, he may say, well, man, if these guys are white, I wouldn't want to know. But he's had white people working up in there. Hit the one, Cookie Crush chat. He's had white people working up in there. When he had Maria up there, he had white people working up in there. Was it coming in and out? One of them looked like Eminem. That's when he was talking all that mess about Eminem not being the GOAT and all this kind of stuff. I don't think he's the GOAT, but that's besides the point. He said he's not the GOAT because he's white. Evan, you probably used to listen to Eminem. You probably been sitting inside. Let me stop. Let me stop. I'm just playing. Don't. This is how black people are. If you don't know that, Evan, I'm not going to apologize. That's how we are. That's your fault. Trying to be down. Anyway, he doesn't want that type of help because what happens is that when he has help, and there's plenty of people who tried to help Umar for free, including black people, but Umar turned it down because what will happen is that there's accountability that's associated with this. And if, Evan, you know this, that if you're a contractor, you're dealing with contractors, you're dealing with people anything that's dealing with real estate, that there has to be accountability. Where's money going? How much is it going to cost? Contracts are being signed. Everything has to be on the up and up. Payments have to be made. But Umar doesn't want that because now you're dealing with the money. See? So you can offer this help. Umar's not going to take the help because what it will do is it's going to cause him to have to provide receipts on things, and there's going to be a level of accountability associated. Anytime you're working with professionals, there's going to be levels of accountability associated with this. But then the other thing is that getting things done actually moves this project closer to completion, and particularly the second phase of this project, which is restoration renovations. And Umar doesn't want that to be completed, even though he stated that it was completed back in 2023. See, because once that is actually completed, he said acquisition, restoration, or renovation, and then what? Operations. He doesn't want to get to the operation phase because he doesn't have a plan for that. And he doesn't have the money for that. And he doesn't have the organization skills to put something like that together. Because that's really, if you guys think about that, and Evan, I want you to think about this too. It's not difficult to take other people's money, over $1 million in 2000, at the end of 2016, December of 2016. It's not difficult to take over $1 million and take 400,000 of that money, of black people's money, and in February of 2019 purchase these abandoned buildings. That's not difficult. Evan, if black people gave you $1 million, would it be difficult for you to purchase a property for $400,000? No, so that's not a great accomplishment. You see where this is going? Good course, Chad. Y'all see where this is going? That's not anything of consequence. It's just like taking other people's money and doing what you should have done with other people's money, but you should have done it a long time ago. But instead you take $400,000, you trick off the rest of the money, but you keep collecting donations. And then here we are 5.5 years later, over 5.5 years later, and renovations still aren't complete. See? So now we get into the second phase after the acquisition, and that's renovations, but very little has been done. Most of it is cosmetic. See? Most of the work that has been done is cosmetic. There was electricity that was put on one side of the street. Okay, we gave him credit for that. Even though Delmarva, if you and listen, Evan, you can contact, and it may be different now, but Evan, you can contact Delmarva, and you know how to do that because that's the place that services these buildings in this area. I checked all. There were three, if memory serves, like 3 or 4 electric companies in that area, and the one that specifically serviced these buildings, at least at that time, it was Delmarva. And I contacted them, and they said, no, there's no active account for any of these addresses over there on either side of the street. Now, that may be different now, but what I'm saying is that Umar had electricity on, and it wasn't legit because he didn't have an active account. Again, that's scamming. That's what you call. He's a scam artist, and you don't know that because Evan, because you don't do the research, even though you want to put your little pinky up there. But why don't you go ahead and call up there? And it may be by now he does have it, but back then he did not have it. See, so the renovation phase, he did get some things done, but most of it is cosmetic. And the truth be told, it doesn't take you 5.5 years to get the minimal amount of renovations done, but he does that simply to give the illusion of progress. I call that IOP. And he's been doing that. Actually, he's been doing that since 2010. See, where the real work starts, and it's in particular when we're talking about business and actually impacting Black children in that neighborhood or beyond, because he says he's going to be busing children in from other states, is the third phase, which is operations. Umar doesn't want to get to that point, Evan. That's why he's not going to accept your help. You can try. There's plenty of people who tried to help, including Black people. I have that in a documentary. Go watch the first documentary that I put up on Umar. Go watch it from beginning to the end. I'm working on the second one too. So you do your due diligence and do your research. Don't get up here tap dancing for Umar making a fool of yourself. It's just not a good look. And maybe you don't care because you just, for you, it's, I want to be black. I want to be down. Okay, whatever. You think you want to be. But this is not the way. See, the most difficult part of all of this is not acquisition. It's not renovations. Because if you stay on renovations and you have a plan and you go day by day over the course of 5.5 years, this shit should have been done. Let's be real about this. And I'm talking both sides of the street. 5.5 years? That's over half a decade. What you talking about? But see, where the rubber hits the road is operations, because now you have to deal with people consistently. You got to deal with the children. You got to have everything in order. You got to have, that's where the real work. But see, Umar doesn't want to get to that part because he knows that's when the hammer is going to fall, and most people are going to realize at that point that this is nothing more than a long con. Okay. All right. Let me do these other super chats real quick, and then we're going to finish up with this video. Okay. Still got 700 people in the building. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Mr. Controversy says Umar does want help from his wife. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You sound like Tariq. Don't do that. Let him tell it every and all black contractors have stolen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let him tell it every and all black contractors have stolen from him or BS'd him. He trusts white. All right. Now, you do make an important point. See, and Evan, I want you to understand this too. Okay. He doesn't want your help. And the help that he received from black people that he actually accepted, he ended up turning it around, and he starts to go with these negative racial stereotypes about black people and describing how they did him wrong. And he would say things like they were stealing these electricians. They were coming in, and these contractors, they were coming in. Again, these are professionals. They got they're certified and all that stuff, but they're going to come in and they're going to steal stuff from these abandoned buildings. Okay, well, if that's the case, where's the police report? Where shouldn't you file some sort of a lawsuit? This makes sense. He said things like they were stealing things. They would say that they would get something done and they wouldn't show up. They were lazy. They were shiftless. This sound familiar? See, these are white racist rhetoric against black people that goes back hundreds of years now. They were saying things about this like this about, but Umar does the same thing, and he talked. But see, the reason why he does that is because he want to cast blame on other people. When the point of fact, the problem is him. He didn't have any organization. See, what he should have done is he should have had a general contractor, hired a general contractor, and the general contractor, he organizes all of the whatever needs to take place. And see, Evan, you should know all of this. You should know all of this. See, but Umar's not interested in finishing this project. In particular, he's not interested in finishing renovations because he has to keep getting money. And he knows that once he gets into the operation phase, that's when the house of cards is going to fall. It's going to fall. It'll fall over. See? But this is a good point. You let Umar tell it, and it's the black contractor's fault. It's the black people's fault. The black people who are helping, the black people that he was paying. They were charging too much, and then they say they're going this amount, then they changed the amount. They were stealing and all this kind of stuff. That's what Umar Johnson does, and that's what he says about black people. But see, the real issue was Umar. See? Evan, you don't know what you've stepped into. You think you've researched, but you don't. I mean, but you haven't. You haven't to any significant amount. And see, you wouldn't even be up here behaving like this and talking like this if you did your research. All right. All right. Thanks, Mr. Conference. Let's finish up with this video. Then I'm going to pull up the video of the Breonna video. Does anyone in the Cookers chat, do you guys remember what city that was? The Breonna Taylor. What city was that rally in for Breonna? Was it Minnesota? Or what state? I thought it was Minnesota because I think I archived it under, but I can find it on YouTube too. But let me know inside chat room. Here we go.
My wife is from Haiti.
Oh man, okay,
I know you
okay.
don't believe in,
Yes, sir.
We met
Yes,
in college
sir.
like 20 years ago.
Okay, here we go. So his wife was from Haiti, and and Evan says, "I know you don't believe in that." What he's really saying is, "I know you don't believe in interracial." Oh, Louisville. Okay, I apologize. Let me look it up that way. But what he's referring to is maybe it's under Kentucky. Let me do that. Thank you, Iceman Vamp and James, because I think I archived it under Kentucky, but I can find it on YouTube if I need to. Anyway, what Evan is talking about is that he's married to a Haitian woman, and that he says, "I know you're not against that." What he's saying is that Umar is against interracial relationship. Okay, interracial relationships. At least that's what Umar Johnson says. All right, here we go.
Shout out to the Haitian people. Yes, indeed.
We do a lot in Haiti for the church there, and I go to Haiti every other year. And,
Powerful.
I just wanted this. I always see you, and I'm like, I never can catch him down here. I saw you before one time. You were over here.
Yes, sir.
And,
yes, sir.
You know, I just wanted to give you, give you some respects, man. And,
Appreciate that, man.
Is there any way I can get a picture with you?
Sure, go right ahead.
Absolutely,
no problem.
You used to. I'm from Philly too. You used to.
Okay.
My buddy Kenny Murphy. He said you used to be his. You were a guidance counselor at
Yes,
not
sir.
Vaux.
I was the school psychologist at Vaux.
Is that what it was?
Okay, a guidance counselor, huh? Mm-hmm. He sure do know a lot about Umar. Umar, you better be careful.
Yes, sir. At
You
Vaux.
used to be his guidance counselor
Yes,
when
sir.
he was at Vaux. He's my
Yes,
partner,
sir.
so me and him
That was my favorite school, Vaux.
we bought.
Yeah, but you hear Umar? Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. 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 Can I clean it up for your boss? Yeah.
Murphy. He said you used to be his you were a guidance counselor.
That's
at
what
Vaux,
it
not
sounded
Vaux.
like.
I was the school psychologist at Vaux.
Is that what it was?
Yes, sir. At
You
Vaux.
used to be his guidance counselor
Yes,
when
sir.
he was at Vaux. He's my
Yes,
partner,
sir.
so me and him we
That was
buy
my favorite school, Vaux.
we buy the properties that Vaux is now PHA.
I see that.
So I'm
I
a
see
loan
that.
officer, and I work with the PHA residents to help them buy houses.
So there's no longer
Oh,
school
that's
there.
good.
No,
Yeah, good for
Okay.
him.
it's now the
I don't
PHA.
know why I thought it became a charter or something for a minute.
No, PHA
Okay.
has it as a let me get a picture with
Go
Dr.
right ahead,
Umar,
man.
I know.
Yeah,
And Kenny,
he's
he was
doing
like,
stuff.
dude, if you ever see me and Kenny own a couple of houses down here.
Okay.
And I have guys that work on them. We do all Section 8.
I did,
We're trying
but
to
Dale,
make
you done
Wilmington
missed
better.
it.
You know, Wilmington.
What's up, Stock?
Wilmington's
It's
rough. I know
DD.
you bought the property.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you're, I don't think you're from down here. You're from, I'm from
Philly.
I'm from
Philly.
Cheltenham.
Okay.
So
okay.
he
I'm
was. He
familiar.
said he was like Dr. Umar's my. Dr. Umar was my guidance counselor when
Yeah.
I was at Vaux. I was
Yeah,
like,
I used
really?
to run a lot of programs there. I was the school psychologist, but I ran so many programs for the young people. I see why he thought I was the counselor.
And my wife loves you. And
Yeah, you probably was a counselor. Umar, knowing you with all your, he says, "My, let's see. Yeah, this is wild, Barry, ain't it? Let's go."
my wife,
bless
I
her
said
soul,
that
bless her
she's
soul.
from Haiti, born and raised in Haiti. We're both 40.
I ain't been to Haiti yet. That's on my bucket list.
We could.
though.
And no disrespect, because someone sent me pictures of this guy. I'm sorry, not this guy. I don't. No disrespect. I know I clowned you, but that's just how we do. If you've dealt with black people, you should be used to it. Okay, don't take offense. But his wife is pretty. Okay, so and no disrespect to you. I'm just like that. If a beautiful woman's a beautiful woman, you chose well. Okay, you definitely married up. Once you go black, you can't. I'm just playing with you, Kenny, or what's his name? Evan. I'm just messing with you. But I saw pictures, and he has a lovely wife. Congratulations. Okay, much success to you guys moving forward. All right, here we go.
Listen, man, we got a house there. It's right now. Obviously, there's a lot going on. It's not.
Right.
I got to call Kenny, man, because you'll
right
remember
ahead,
him
go
when
right
you see
ahead.
him, man. And anything I have guys that can help with the school.
Okay, okay.
You know, anything I can do. I know the
I'm gonna
donations.
give you my number, and I'm gonna have you text me so I can lock yours in.
Yeah, we can paint. I got all kinds of.
Listen, that's just Umar's way of just getting you to leave him alone. He'll do that, and he does that to black people too. That take down my number. Chat. Ain't that what he do? Take down my number, hit me up. I'm gonna get back to you. We can see what we can do. But that's just Umar's way of just, No. It's not a crush. That's just how I am. I'm like that. I'm just a little bit of lady. Not a lot. I mean, I should, huh? Who knows what I'll find? I don't think he's an agent, though. I mean, he could be, but I really don't think. I think he's just an Umar Johnson fan. I could find out, though. I really could. I'm like that. I'll say, listen, no disrespect to you, but you have a beautiful wife, and you chose well. I'll say that, but it's nothing malicious or anything like that, And she's pretty, so he did a good job, Detective Edgar Allan Police. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, I don't think the guy's an agent. Let me go ahead and end this poll, and we're gonna finish this live stream out. And I got the other video where Umar loses his voice. We'll play that next. Do you think the guy in the white cap was an agent? 52% say yes, and 48% say no. Okay, and I would say no. I don't think he is. I mean, he could be. I could find out for sure, but I don't think he is. I'm going to end this poll. Thank everyone for voting. I appreciate it. So what we're going to do now is let me get to this last super chat. We'll finish up with this video, and then I'm going to close out the live stream. I know I said we're going to have a short show, but it didn't happen. I'll pull up the video request of Umar when he was at the Breonna Taylor rally, and then we'll play that to close out. That'll be the last thing that we watch. Real quick, let me get to Mr. Controversy. And thanks, Hassel, for the super chat. Mr. Controversy says, Evan is COINTEL. He's from Philly, but he's wearing Boston apparel. Things that make, yeah, I know that is weird. That is strange. But I don't think that that's enough evidence. You know, I don't think that that's enough evidence. I mean, I could really find out, you know, and it wouldn't be that difficult either. It's not about Evan though either. It's really not. It's really about, on one hand, if Evan is some sort of an agent, then good, you know, because it means that something is in the works, and this school scam hopefully can be brought to an end. You know, on the other hand, if it's just an Umar Johnson follower, I think it's also good in this sense that it also shows you that the great deceiver that is Umar Johnson, that he can deceive any group of people, not just Black people. And that needs to be illustrated too, because it goes to show you the levels of influence. See, when Sauron was deceiving people, he wasn't just deceiving the elves. He was deceiving the men, you know, talking about because there's the elves, there's the men, okay? That's what they call it. There's the human beings. He was deceiving the orcs. He was deceiving the hobbits. He was deceiving what's the ones in the mountains? Gimli and them people. Short, well, they're short too. I can't remember their names right now. He was deceiving so many different groups of people, and that's how he was able to get to the point where he was able to create these rings of power, and then ultimately he creates the one ring to rule them all. Well, that's Umar. He's the great deceiver. He's like Sauron. See, and so if Evan is simply a white guy who's caught up in the sauce, and he's an Umar Johnson supporter, he clearly he has not done enough research to know what Umar is really about. And if that is the case, that needs to be seen too, because it just goes to show you how much of an impact that this charlatan has, and how he can manipulate pretty much anybody. And you'll find that these types of people who are master manipulators, they can manipulate anybody. It don't matter what race, what creed, doesn't matter your social economic background. It makes no difference. It doesn't matter if you're an elf, if you're a dwarf, if you're a man, if you're from the South, where the men were the crazy. Anyway. Okay, Mitch Conspiracy, thanks so much for super chat. Okay, let's finish this up. Okay, here we go. I got the other video queued up. Let's go ahead and finish up this video with Evan. Here we go.
Materials, I got all kinds of stuff. I got guys that can do stuff here. And I'm you know, I always want to help, because it's like it's helping the community, yes, man, and that's what it's about. Yes, sir. And I know I don't want to overstep my.
Okay, Umar has not helped one person out there in Wilmington. Evan, do you know that there is a woman that moved out there from Philadelphia, and she has a son who was special needs? I can pull it up and play it for you. And she confronted Umar in a positive way. She wasn't being belligerent or anything like that, but she was asking, when's the school going to open? And Umar was like, well, it's going to open. And this was years ago. It's going to open, blah, blah, blah. We're going to, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then she says, well, because I wanted to enroll my son into the school, and I moved out here to Wilmington from Philadelphia, and he's special needs. I think she said he was autistic. So, Evan, you have to be aware of this, the true damage. You may say that he's helping people. No, he's actually harmed a lot of people. And for him to put this woman in that position, everybody know about that? If you remember that, hit the one. That's going to definitely be in the documentary. I mean, out of all of the videos that I've seen of Umar, that's one of the worst ones. It's just like it pulls at the heartstrings, because it goes to show you her son was, I believe she said he was autistic, special needs. And Umar was telling people to move out to Wilmington because he was going to have this black Mecca, which was these FDMG trap bandos. And this was over 5.5 years ago. And this woman ended up doing it. Listen, I'm not making it up. Look at the ones in here. How's it going, Rajon and Ray Roos and Renee and Derek? I'm not making it up. I can pull up the receipt. Yeah, it's really, Ray, it was one of the saddest things. Even when I think about it, it makes me sad. You know, because there's a lot of black people who are in desperate situations, and they're trying to do the best for their children, and they're going to Umar, and it just, He's the great deceiver of our time in the Black conscious space. There's other ones too, but he is the great deceiver. What's up, Black Mario and DJ Bink Brizzy? Blood. No, let me stop. Let me stop. Stop it, Lenon. Stop, white boy from boys. He's not from Boise. He said he was from someplace else, Antarctica or some shit. I don't know what it was, but he's not from Boise. Don't do that to this guy. Don't do that to Evan, Mr. Controversy. Now, listen, Evan, we cool. Don't get it twisted. If you want to come on and be interviewed, get with me, bro. I'll just say, bro, I don't want you to take that the wrong way, because he'd be like, yeah, I'm really black now. The Cookie Crush chat, now I'm black now, I'm brown. You know, here we go. He gonna have necktie, he gonna have on dashikis and shit. Listen, Evan, don't go there, okay, my brother? Okay. Yeah, he be wild, and sometimes he be taking stuff too far. Okay, let's finish this up. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. I know this went a lot longer than I anticipated. Here we go.
Boundary, so I was always kind of nervous because I was like, I don't know if he's gonna be like, dude, white dude, I don't want to talk to you.
It's all right.
My name's Evan.
Respect all the human family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I love everything you do. I love everything you're preaching, everything you're talking about to people, and it's what they need to hear. It's the truth, the truth. It's not always about,
what they need to hear. Evan, you tripping now. Because what you saying is that's what black people need to hear. You see what I'm saying? Y'all hit the one on this sucker. I'm just saying. Listen, Evan, I don't like that right there. You tripping now. You overstepping your boundaries now. I'm gonna take the brother card back. I done snatched your brother card. You got deranked, downgraded. Can y'all believe this jive turkey? Did y'all catch that? Or was it me? Yeah, all of a sudden, Umar's a humanist. This guy, that's what they need to hear. He's talking about black people. Umar's so abusive, talking about that's what these black, they need to hear all this abusive talk from you, Bar. Yeah. Evan, you done lost some points on that one, bro.
I love everything you do. I love everything you're preaching, everything you're talking about to people, and it's what they need to hear. It's the truth, the truth. It's not always about,
Absolutely.
And I saw you on the.
Evan, you wrong on that.
Ah, damn it, Kenny, pick up. Can I do a video real quick?
Sure.
Hey, Kenny, I'm here with your old counselor.
What's going on, Kenny? Dr. Umar, one love. Long live Roberts Vaux Middle School. My favorite school. I miss that place, man.
I'm just trying to FaceTime you. You wasn't picking up. We're down here at Wilmington at the school watching it coming together. And I tried to hit you, man. I'll do it one more time. But all right, bro. So me and him own a couple of the properties down here.
Take my number.
Yeah, absolutely. And anything I can do, like even if it's just materials, I have workers, I have guys that they're all black guys.
Understood.
I have white guys that do plumbing, HVAC, that kind of stuff too.
But I might got a call on you when it's time to get in here.
This one. So which one are you doing? This one first?
This one first.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
We ain't cracked this one yet. So I might need to have you do a walkthrough with your team when we're ready for this one.
And I saw, man, I did a little research because when people talk shit online, and I always defend you. Yeah. I say, listen, man, I drive by that school every fucking day. I own houses right over here, 623 East 17th. I said the school is real. He's real. He's doing what he's.
Evan, go look up school in the dictionary. It's not real. A school is a place of learning. These buildings are on the vacant property list. They have not passed inspections. There's no children enrolled. There's no teachers. There's no faculty. There's no staff. There's no operating budget. What are you talking about? How convenient. Evan calls a guy and gets him. You really think Evan is some agent, don't you, Ms. Con? I don't think he is. I really don't think he is. I don't think he is. I don't think. I mean, he could be, but I don't think he is. Okay. Evan, let's do an interview. I'm going to interrogate you. We're going to find out the truth this month. Okay. But Evan, you really overstepping your bounds, and you're saying things that Umar Johnson supporters, and you're just saying, they always say the same things, but it's not rational. It's not. You just, and the thing is, if you're not an agent, and even if you are, maybe positive still, I guess it wouldn't matter. You're trying to placate to Umar because you want to get in, whether it is because you're an agent or because you're a fan. See, if it's simply because you're a fan, you just want to increase your street cred in your, so that you can get another notch on your black card. That's all this shit is. If that's the case, all right. If you're a true fan, if you're an agent, on the other hand, yeah, you still want to placate because you want to get in, COINTELPRO on some COINTELPRO level, right? He did get, yeah. People saying, I don't know, I don't think he is. I really don't. Okay, now how I am. I entertain a conspiracy theory once in a while. See, Evan going to be at he gonna be in the corner too, just with one of them little ones. He gonna live stream that shit too. It's real. It's real. I'm a reverse of a bunny hopper, but it is real. I'm just playing with you, Evan. All right. All right. I hope I didn't miss any super chats. All right, let's finish this up. And I have the other video queued up. Okay, so we'll get to that next to close out the show. All right, here we go. I can't even see here we go with my screen tripping again. Hold on, everybody. Okay, here we go.
Doing this school had this was abandoned. This was abandoned.
I mean, everything was ripped out.
Yeah, the taxes were.
Okay, listen, you already said that. Okay, and guess what, Evan? They're still abandoned. They're still on the vacant property list. And you should know this because you have properties. You need to cut it out. Abandoned, haven't been deserted or cast off. These buildings are deserted and cast off. That's why homeless people stay up there. Umar only comes up there when he needs money, Evan. He hasn't had anything inside of the buildings. He's had some block parties in the middle of the street, two of them in 5.5 years. Okay, that's not the buildings. That's the middle of the street. Evan, you can throw one of those out in the middle of the street anywhere up over there. You put in the proper paperwork. But in terms of the buildings themselves, they're vacant. There's nothing going on up there. Not one black child has been educated. There hasn't been a book bag drive. There hasn't been, a turkey drive for Thanksgiving. There hasn't been a Christmas gift drive for Christmas. He hasn't put together not one program in 5.5 years. You can't simply say, hey, no, they're not abandoned. They're abandoned. Abandoned means haven't been deserted or cast off. See, as a matter of fact, every time Umar travels for extended periods of time, he abandons the abandoned buildings and he casts them off. He only returns when he needs some money. And then he'll give the illusion of progress every once in a while, a paint day here, a paint day there. He gives the illusion of progress so that people will send him money. And it's really that simple. Okay. I don't know how else I can say it. Okay. It is what it is. Let's go.
So incredible. Yes, I looked it up. The taxes were insane. And people were like, oh, where's all the money?
Okay. But Evan, why were the taxes insane? What are you talking about? I looked up the taxes back in 2020. You acting like that's something new. What are you talking? You so late. It's like the white boy that come, he come to the basketball court real late talking about I got next. You need to cut it out. I'm just playing with you. He come, he got on some Jordans he got on some Jordans, you know what I'm saying? He got a little thing on, he got his little fade with the little thing on the thing with the Michael Jordan emblem engraved on his head. Talking about I got next. There'd be 50 brothers waiting already, just be waiting to play. They've been there for 2 hours. I got next. You so late. I'm messing with you. Mr. Controversy, if you don't leave Evan alone, leave this man alone, okay? He's trying his best. So, Lenon, I've sent you all I have. I'm leaving now, and I'm taking Southern Charm, a lady, and God. I'm taking Southern Charm, a lady, and God's princess with me, okay? Oh, yeah, and Dee Dee, bye. Here we go. Listen, I know my wife gonna get mad at me, but she said, "Listen, the reason why the men come to your Cookie Crush chat is because all of the pretty women that be in here." I said, "I'm gonna tell them you said that." She said, "No, don't tell them. Don't tell them it's true, but don't tell them." Hope she didn't hear that, because then I'll be sleeping on the couch tonight. Anyway, all right, Mr. Controversy, do your thing, my brother. Do your thing. All right, let's finish up. Thanks for the super chat. Here we go.
Like, look, y'all don't understand how much y'all gotta put into it. Like, this man's
got
building
audited
a
too.
school.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear y'alls. Okay, cut it out, Evan. You need to stop with the y'alls. Sounding like that one lady. let me stop.
Doesn't go by the IRS because of all the lies from YouTube.
Okay, listen, Umar, you've never proven that you were audited by the IRS. Where's the paperwork on that? And listen, you guys got to be careful with these great deceivers like Umar. They will say stuff to make it appear as if they're being persecuted, when in point of fact they weren't. Umar, where are the receipts that you were audited? Show them to me. In fact, I didn't say that. Okay. Post them on your Instagram page so that I can put it in the documentary. He said that so many times, but you never ever proved that to be the case. There should be paperwork associated with that. I would also think that there would have to be something online. I haven't found it. I know how to research. Umar, you need to prove that. I'm not going to accept it as being true because you're a habitual liar. Okay.
They audited us.
Yeah.
And we passed it. You know,
I always defend you. I say, look, I'm down here. I was like, I am down here.
Yeah.
I know a lot of your people are not. They're not in Wilmington. I am down here. I see it.
Cut it out. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. You know, that's right. You know, that I told people a long time ago. That's one thing about the Cookie Crush chat. I just, you know, let me stop. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Okay, I'm married. I'm good. Okay, all right. Let's finish up.
I've seen guys working here. I've seen this stuff going down, and you know, people need to like understand that. For sure.
Yeah, he sure did. Pocket Watch with JT said he was never audited. There should be some online record of this audit. For instance, when Jay Morrison was audited, there's online record. I know that's different though, because he wasn't operating. That was with the CDC or something like that. Not a CDC. What was that with? I can't remember what that was. But there should be some online record of that, and I have not seen it. Okay.
What this guy's doing is
I know.
This isn't,
you know, and you know, the women, they come because they enjoy. The men are very respectful in here, so it's all good. You know, and that's the thing I love about the Cookie Crush chat. You know, yeah, we got some beautiful women, but it's family. You know, and if it turns out that one of y'all get together and you know, get married and all that stuff, let me know. I'll come and I'll play at the marriage ceremony. I'll play the flute. I'll play a nice little ditty for y'all. Okay, I'll support y'all.
Easy. No one's just cutting a check for $5 million and saying, "Here, Dr. Umar, do this."
Yeah, that's true, DJ.
People are really like, he's really doing this.
Yeah.
And people, you know, it breaks my heart to see that, because I'm like, yo, if people really saw it, I think it would help. Not saw it, but like, I think if people really understood that, like, this is really here.
Yeah.
We've seen it. It looked like a straight trash dump. What are you talking about? And cut it out. He's such an actor, Evan. Cut it out.
This is really, I want to FaceTime my wife real quick. I really like you, man. And I want to do anything I can to help.
I appreciate it.
And
he said he was about to say, "I love you." Boy, I think,
you know, obviously I know it's hard because, you know, I just feel like I'm like, Dr. Umar's not going to like me because, you know,
I respect everybody, bro.
Hon?
We just loyal to the African struggle.
Hey, I'm here with somebody. I want you to say hi.
Yeah, sports bet he is.
How you doing, good sister, Dr. Umar? Yes, indeed.
Can I FaceTime you?
That'd be fun.
Yes.
That would be wild, though.
This is my wife.
How you doing?
Hold on, FaceTime.
Okay.
She's from Haiti. She speaks Creole. She speaks French. She lived there until she was 17.
Wow.
Came here in 2001. She spoke no English. She's an 800 credit score. She's a registered nurse.
Powerful.
Good for her. You did a great job, Evan. Good. You got good job, Evan.
Pick up the FaceTime, babe.
Yeah, he respects everyone but black people. Did he say
park real
sister?
quick?
I didn't even hear that.
Okay.
So she's
that's Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the first one on the far left.
Yeah.
Haitian Revolution.
Yes.
Then Nat Turner, Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey. That's me on the knee.
Her. credit score is
Park,
5,000.
Edwin Park, man. Where are you?
They give you money and they don't even give you. Don't even got to pay it back.
She loves you, man. And
5,000
obviously
credit
with the
score.
interracial marriage thing, I was a little kind of like,
Yeah.
No, don't, Evan. Don't worry about that. That's just Umar's rhetoric. He was, and I could play it, but we got to end this. He was inside of a restaurant, and there was a white woman who was a waitress that was asking him what he wanted from the menu, and Umar, he took a shot. He was like, "Hey, gorgeous. Hey, gorgeous." Then he took his phone and was putting it on her backside. Hit the one. Evan, don't get it twisted. All that rhetoric, and don't feel insecure because you're a white guy and you're talking to Umar, and he doesn't like quote unquote white people that interact. That's all rhetoric. At the end of the day, he doesn't care. See, if you guys think about this, he's not giving Evan any type of backlash for him marrying outside of the race, and getting one of these black women. But you let a black man marry, quote unquote, have a white girlfriend or marry outside the quote unquote race, and Umar is all over that person. You guys see this? So what's the difference? Well, no, there's really no difference. What it is that it's just rhetoric. That's all. So Evan, don't feel like that. Umar just talks like that because it pulls at the heartstrings of black women in particular, and he wants to make it seem as if all these black men are abandoning these black women. He has abandoned black women. He ain't, he got baby mama. He don't take care of his kids. But he espouses this rhetoric for that purpose alone. It's a matter of manipulation. He's a great deceiver. And so, Evan, you feel that way because you listened to Umar run this rhetoric, but it's not something that he actually believes in. In fact, I can pull the video where he was hitting on this white woman inside of the restaurant. Okay. And I have all the receipts. Hassa says, Evan's mouth is like a faucet, much like an inform. Yeah, it's interesting because he keeps going. See, and I don't know if it's agent behavior or if it's just his enthusiasm because he wants to be down with Umar. I don't know. And again, I could do the appropriate amount of research and really get the details about this guy. I just don't think that it's really necessary. I think what this shows, however, either way, it shows that Umar, it also shows that if this guy's an agent, that Umar, listen, you're compromised. Yeah, I don't mean to say it that way because I know you have issues with the delusions where you think everyone's out to get you. See, so I don't want to put that on you. But if this guy is an agent, he's already infiltrated. That's very clear to me. He's gotten this close to you. I don't think he is, though. I really don't. I could find out. But the other thing is that even if he's not, it also goes to show the impact that Umar Johnson has and how he can manipulate people. It doesn't matter what race, color, or creed, or sex, or any of that type of stuff, or sexual orientation for that matter, that he knows how to manipulate people. So either way, it's not a good look for Evan. I have to say that. Okay, but he does. He keeps running his mouth and he keeps going. He's saying the same thing over and over again for the most part. Thanks, House, for the super chat. Okay, we got to finish this up now. Okay, we're way over time. Here we go.
But we met in
we
college.
can always agree to disagree, but respect is always due to any human being.
We met in college. I'm gonna FaceTime Fabula. I got pictures. You can.
How you doing, Queen? Good to see you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, talking to you, and not directly in person, but to be talking to you, it's an honor.
And he loves Haiti, babe.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get there one day.
What was it, Zora from Haiti too? Because I can tell the accent. This lady has the same accent as Zora. It'd be funny if it was Zora.
Yeah, I should have went about 3 times, but something always came up. But it'll happen. It's an honor to meet you, sis.
I'm gonna FaceTime
Because he don't
Fabula.
want people to see that it's a white guy.
Yeah, doctor. You got. The thing with Haiti is you got to know people. You can't just go there.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
It's
not.
I understand.
We have a house there. We have a big church in Okai that we've.
Dang, everybody.
We send a lot of money there, and we try to help.
I got a lot of friends over there, so I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Good to have a connection.
Yeah, man. You said I can get your number though.
Yes,
I'm always
yes.
down here. I can help you
Take
with
it.
anything, man. Anything I could do.
I'm gonna probably hit you and have you do a walkthrough with your team with this high school.
I would love to.
You should. I want to see
Fabula.
it too, by the way. That'd be great.
Hold on. What do we got? Is it that 7? I see the number.
215-989-9858.
Yeah, even if I can just send.
What happened?
My name's Evan.
Got you. I'm gonna lock you in.
Yeah, and we you know, my wife loves you, his sister loves you.
Umar annoyed.
Her sister loves you. They're from, like I said, they're from Haiti, and we do what I do down here. Like I said, I do financial education.
Okay.
I work with a lot of the people.
Well, good, Evan. I give you credit for that because there's a lot of impoverished people out there. So, Evan, you know I clowned you and stuff, but at the end of the day, it sounds like, based on what you're saying, you're doing some good things for the community out there. So, shout out to Evan for that. I still think you a clown for talking as if you know about Umar when you really don't. Okay, that's evident to me. You ain't done your research, homie. I was gonna say something else. I had to stop myself. I ain't gonna do you like that, Evan. Let's go.
The tenants down here with Section 8. I work with the Wilmington Housing Authority.
Okay.
I work with the Delaware State Housing Authority, helping place people. And with PHA at Vaux, I work with, so I'm a loan officer. I do mortgages.
Wow.
So I help the people become home buyers. So what?
I don't know, Evan. I don't know. Now you sound like you doing too much. Now, first you said you doing a Section 8, and then you doing the home buying programs and
work with the Wilmington Housing Authority.
Okay.
You work with the housing authority.
With the Delaware State Housing Authority.
Wow.
Delaware State Housing Authority.
Helping place people, and with PHA at Vaux, I work with, so I'm a loan officer. I do mortgages.
Wow.
So I help.
He does mortgages too.
So what they do is, okay, right? So these are Section 8 tenants. What people don't understand is that Section 8 voucher can get converted to income. So, okay, right? Basically, they look at it like this. They say, hey, why, rather than pay a landlord, we're going to pay you directly, and you use that to pay your mortgage.
Okay.
And then they give them grants and things like that. And it's my job to get them the mortgage, help them get the house, and help them, know what the the payment's $1,500. Housing's paying you $800. You pay the other $7, and you use that $8 and $7 to pay the $15, so that to help home ownership.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
I feel you on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt the live.
No, that's all right, man. I appreciate the conversation.
I'm by yourself?
No, I got a team. I'm actually waiting for a couple guys now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Also, you see that? I don't like that. He said you here by yourself. Umar, you better be careful. Now, someone sent me information on Evan and said, no, that Evan's legit. Okay, I get it, but you never know. Umar, you better be careful up here, homeboy. Okay, I know I clowned you and I'll take you to task, but I don't want no harm coming to you on that level. Okay, you need to be careful, because why would this guy ask Umar, are you here by yourself after talking all this time? You guys see what I'm saying, Could Crush Chat? And you guys know I'm not an Umar Johnson defender, but hit the one on that. I'm just talking from a security standpoint. Why would this guy talk for all this time and then finally ask Umar, are you here by yourself? Is that what he asked? Yeah, Billy G, maybe I'm not, maybe don't make me, I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. That's the one thing. I don't like that question right there. All the other stuff, I get it, but that right there, and then for him to ask it at that point, after all this time, let me run that back. How's it going, Novella? Let me run that back right quick. Maybe I'm just tripping. What's up, Orlando? Listen to what he says.
And you $800, you pay the other $7, and you use that $8 and $7 to pay the $15, so that to help home ownership.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
I feel you on that. No,
yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt the live.
No, that's all right, man. I appreciate the conversation.
I'm by yourself?
No, I got a team.
Nope. No, Umar. Listen, man. That right there, listen, I listened to all of this up to this point, over 12 minutes, but that right there, there's no reason for him to ask that question at this point in the conversation.
And you
one
use
more
that
time.
8 and 7 to pay the 15, so that to help home ownership.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
I feel you on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt the live.
No, that's all right, man. I appreciate the conversation.
I'm by yourself?
No, I got a team.
Nah, man. I don't like that at all. Umar, you be careful. Okay. I know you the great deceiver and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, bro, I'm just gonna say it, be careful. You're gonna get what you deserve. And you already have anyway, living in your mama's closet. But karma's gonna come at some point in full force. You've already had to deal with it, and I know this for a fact. But that being said, you need to be careful not to get caught up in some bullshit. Okay, you already scamming and scheming and you're extremely deceptive. You're a habitual liar. I get all of that, but you need to be careful. It disturbs me. This guy comes out of nowhere and he just fast talking and he keeps going and going and going and he's placating Umar. He even gets on the phone with his black wife who's from Haiti, and it's just the whole scenario is awkward. But then, with no real good reason to ask the question, "Are you up?" And I'm paraphrasing. Are you up here by yourself? What? Well, why ask that question? He said props. I don't know. I don't know. All I'm saying is it don't seem right. It makes me uncomfortable. And that says a lot because you guys know how I feel about Umar. He's one of the shadiest people I've ever seen. But even that being said, for this guy to ask Umar, are you up here by yourself? Umar, you need to be careful. Listen, someone said, Mr. Honor, could you redo the poll? I need to, because I'm about to change my mind on that one. I said, I don't think he's an agent, but that question right there, I said, what in the world? Umar, you need to watch it, man. He said props. You crazy. Thanks for super chat, East B. Thanks, Punjabi Pride. Yeah, I support Punjabi Pride. Yeah. I think Indian women are beautiful, especially them really dark-skinned ones. Boy, there's some beautiful people. And the music too. I love Indian classical music. The ragas, Ravi Shankar. I love that stuff. I also like us. He's not from India, but it's still there's some similarities in terms of the musical, and that's Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. He's great. I spent a lot of time listening to him. Rest in peace. And Ravi, rest in peace too. I actually got a picture of Ravi Shankar back here too. I don't know if you got. No, you can't see it. If I fix my screen, you could probably see it. Yeah, there it is right there. So Stevie Wonder is on the bottom. Then I got Ravi Shankar. I can't remember this young lady's name. She's young. She's from Palestine. She's a flute player and a singer. She's incredible. Her flute playing is incredible, but her singing is just, I don't know if you guys have checked her out, but she's incredible. I can go pull her name up. And then I got John Coltrane right here with the flute and the saxophone in his lap. And then I got Stevie Wonder again. I got my music flute teacher right here. And then I always forget his name. It's ridiculous. But he's my favorite singer. In my opinion, he's the greatest black vocalist, male vocalist of all time. Donny Hathaway. It's just he doesn't have a large body of work because he passed away fairly young. And then of course that the larger picture right there, I've had that since 1993, I think, and that's John Coltrane. Anyway, okay. My youngest son, my middle son, his name is Avinash, which means friend. Okay, Asia says Evan is going to make Umar the front man passing for skin. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying too. In addition to him asking that question, what he was explaining, it almost sounded like a scheme. You take 700 here and you put 800 here. It sounds like polite. You take 800 here and you flip that and turn that over here, and then now you got some cargo minions. You know, Umar needs to be careful. But you know, scammers unite too, Asia. You know that too, right? They will unite. All right. Thank Asia for the super chat. Thanks everyone for the super chat. This turned out to be a classic. I know I screwed up earlier. I want to apologize to everybody. My mic was off for 50 hours according to Hassa. Okay. All right. Yeah, but we got it together and we end up having a good show. All right. Thank you again, Agent Fasuja. Thanks, Punjabi Pride, Punjabi Pride, and Eastby and Hostin, Mr. Controversy. Okay, for sure now we're going to finish this up because it's only about maybe 2 minutes, and then I'll play the final video of Umar losing his voice at the Breonna Taylor rally. Here we go.
I'm actually waiting for a couple guys now. Yeah, yeah, and I got to wait for the city. They got to do something too.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt the live.
No, that's all right, man. I appreciate the conversation.
I'm by yourself?
No, I got a team. I'm actually waiting for a couple guys now. Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
I got to wait for the city. They got to do something too.
Oh boy,
I don't like that at
They're
all.
not fun.
Yeah.
How'd you get this place? I read that you just kind of like.
I was looking around
for schools.
LoopNet.
I don't like this line of questioning, Umar. This guy, I'm serious. If I had to redo this poll, I'm very close to saying that this guy was an agent. Okay, I could be wrong, and I can do the research to find out. Okay, but now he's asking you, how did you get it? For what? Why is he asking you that at this point in the conversation? Umar, you need to be careful.
The LoopNet.
Okay.
I found it right before I went to Nat Turner Celebration 2017. What up, King?
Solar eclipse.
One love, y'all. One love. Yes, sir. And I found it right on LoopNet.
Yeah, this block's pretty quiet. I mean, there was it. My house.
I like it.
My house got shot.
No, it's not. It's not quiet. You need to cut it out. Stop lying. Okay. You need to cut it out. There's homeless people running. Anyway, let me just stop. Let's go.
2017.
Yeah,
what up,
Darren.
King? One love, y'all. One love. Yes, sir. And I found it right on LoopNet.
Yeah, this block's pretty quiet. I mean, there was it. My house.
I like it.
My house got shot up. The school got shot up like a couple months ago.
This done gone left. I wish I'd have left that poll up and I could vote. This done gone left so quick. Now he talking about the school. What school got shot up? What is? You see what this my wife got on? Anyway.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, they were shooting. You know, it's a little rough. It's getting better. It's getting better. It's not like Philly. I mean, I don't want to say it's like.
It's a little rough. It's getting better. Not like Philly, you know, but it's good. It's getting better. It's rough. Listen, in 2000, Evan, did you know in 2018, the year prior to Umar purchasing his abandoned building in Wilmington, Delaware, was ranked 7th in the nation for violent crime per capita. Why would you purchase trapped vandals in Wilmington for $400,000, pocket the rest of the money, be on the hook for massive repair work, millions of dollars of renovation work, and you're going to buy it inside in a place that was given the moniker Murder Town, USA? Go look it up yourself. Wilmington was ranked 7th in the nation for violent crime per capita. Oh, it's getting better. And, you know, I know my house was shot up the other day, but, you know, it's getting better. It's not like Philadelphia. Philadelphia, you know, that's a whole nother beast. I listen to hip hop. I listen to Tupac as well. I love me some Tupac. You know, I also love Eazy-E. I listen to Eazy-E, you know, because back in the day, I used to gangbang. I was in the Crips. I was in the cribs with the Crips. We go back to the crib. We would go back to the crib for the Crips. And, you know, a lot of the Crips, they were good fellows. We were, let me stop. Show me love, show me love. You know, I love that song. I love that song. You know, it's bad when white people be talking about rap songs, but they call them songs. I love that song. You know that song? I'm messing with you. Listen, I'm messing with you, Evan. I'm just playing with you, man. Don't be mad. Okay, I know you down for the cause, my brother. When you ready to come on the show, come on, let me know. We have you on. We have a good time. Okay, I'm a nice guy. I'm just messing with you. He do sound like an agent, though. I ain't gonna lie. Right at this point, you sound like an agent. All right, let's finish this up.
Get a lot of love, though. You know, everybody who drive down the block.
Yes, and I love reggae. I love that as well because, you know, it's so cultural. I love the culture of music, especially when they play the drums and the bongos. They play the congos, you know, the congos, especially when they play the congos. I love that. And the tambourine, you know, the churches when the black women, when they, you know, the black women, when they play that tambourine, oh my God. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you, Evan. Let's finish this up. Someone said, all right, this show done gone crazy. Let's get it back together. Well, it's true though, Derek. Isn't that what it sounds like? We just goofing off with you, Kevin. Don't take offense. Come on to the show. Contact me. We get you on the show. We have a good time, my brother, my light-skinned brother. See, and one last point that we really gonna finish up. Let me explain something to you about black people, Evan, if you don't know it. We're very accepting. Okay, almost to a fault. You know, we're so accepting. That's part of the reason why we was captured, got into slavery. We was too nice. Let me stop. No, seriously though, we're very accepting of people, and even though we're not necessarily accepted by other groups of people, we will accept other groups of people. You know, that's part of our culture. We will give you some shit though too, but that's just us. That's how we do. You know, we'll go at you a little bit. We'll clown you. That's part of our culture. But at the end of the day, it's really that's just how it's just love. That's really what it is, and that's how we communicate on that level. It's nothing to be taken personally or as disrespect. I know I clowned you in this last year, but it's not disrespectful at all. It's based on our culture. That's just how we do things. In fact, Cook Crush Chat, they be clowning me sometimes. Okay, often, quite often. I don't take offense. It's just part of it's a part of our culture. But I do want to say this, that the acceptance, there's something though, part of the acceptance is respect though too. And this is to say that you have to have a level of respect for us as a people to where we accept you in a particular way. And how you were talking in this video, it does show a lack of respect for black people. You see, and that's part of the reason why you get clowned. But at the end of the day, you know, we would still accept you, you know, assuming that you're not an agent, and that's a whole nother thing. But if you're just a white guy who, you know, you're trying to fit in. But historically speaking, when it comes to this, when you try too hard and then you placate to, like in this example, you placate to Umar, someone like Umar out of all people, it's just not a good look. And it actually backfires, you see. So one of the things that you know, because there were people who were, well, I didn't really have a lot of white people though growing up around, but there were some. But the point is that it wasn't that they were trying to be down or that they were trying to be black. They were just trying to be. And they weren't trying extra. They weren't saying extra, nothing like that. And they just trying to be just like we trying to be. And that's where the respect level comes in. And that's where it's like, it don't matter if you white, if you Asian or whatever, anything like that. We're a very accepting people. And as long as you approach it that way with the level of respect and you ain't trying too hard, it's all good. We good with you. See, I saw this video recently where there was these white guys, they went into Compton and they were just knocking on doors saying, we want to make you a meal. And some people like, you don't need to be going. They would warn them, no, don't go, don't do that. You know, these white guys, but then they come to a home and it was the son answers and he's like, hey, mom. And the mom comes out and you should see how they embrace these white people. They end up coming to cook a meal. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. This is in Compton. But see, that's part of black culture. But don't try too hard and don't overdo it, because that to us is fake. And that's one thing about black people. We don't like people being fake. Hear me on this. Black people don't like fake ass people. We never did. We never will. If you real about it, we'll accept you and we'll embrace you. So Evan, let that be a lesson for you. And I guarantee you one thing, that if you reached out to me and you said, listen, yeah, I want to do an interview to talk about Umar, and you got up here and the respect level was there, and you ain't trying to be, you know, blackety black to kick it, and you faking the funk and all that stuff. If you was just you, Cook Crush Chat would embrace you and it would be all good, because that's part of our culture. Okay, that's just a lesson for Evan and for any of the white people. See, black people, we don't trip off of race like a lot of white people think. Umar may talk all that race talk, but that's just him and his rhetoric. He ain't about that life, because you see how much respect and reverence he gives to Evan. You see, But we're not like that. Our culture's not like that either. We're very accepting. We're also very forgiving people too. See, but it also has to be respected. And as long as the respect is there, listen, we embrace all, and we've always been like that. We've always been like that. That's part of our culture. All right, for sure, we're gonna finish this up right here. T. Davis says it was a shame how, yeah, I know it really was. And there's quite a few people that, you know, they needed mental health services, professional mental health services, and they either didn't get enough, or they never got it at all, or by the time they got it, it was just too late. And it's so unfortunate. In my opinion, T. Davis, Donny Hathaway is the greatest Black male singer in history. I'm talking about here in the United States of America. And that's saying a lot, because my main guy is Stevie Wonder. Okay. And Stevie Wonder is the greatest singer, songwriter, and musician, in my opinion, that's ever lived. But I'm talking strictly in terms of as a singer, as a vocalist. Donny Hathaway was Stevie Wonder. Listen, don't get it twisted. Stevie Wonder's from another planet. Okay. But this is to say that, in my opinion, my humble opinion, Donny Hathaway is the greatest Black male singer of all time. And that's saying a lot, especially when you have someone like Stevie Wonder. I mean, you can argue Stevie Wonder too. Okay. I'm just saying that based upon me and my studies and me listening to both of them, I've listened more to Stevie Wonder than anybody else on the planet. But he was absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. He was a blessing on this earth. And he died so young. And so unfortunate. Okay? Thanks for the super chat, T. Davis, and rest in peace, Donny Hathaway. Respect. Evan, you know, it's a shame what they did. No, he ain't gonna say. He better not say that. See, now we're forgiving people. We don't play with that kind of stuff. Black people do not play about that kind of stuff. You guys understand what I'm saying? Evan, you better not run off the mountain and say something crazy like that. Then he's saying P Diddy. Here we go. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Asa, for the super chats. T. Davis, Asia, and Punjabi. Pride and Eastby, etc. Okay, we're gonna finish this up for sure right now. I know we went way over time.
Nothing but love. Mm-hmm. lot of good energy here. It really
in Wilmington
going. Yeah.
I
mean, I'm aware of the drama though. Don't get me wrong, but I've received a really warm welcome here. You know, to be from another city.
And you're from Philly, right?
Born and raised.
Yeah.
Philly,
and you went to where at?
8th and Susquehanna.
Right near Temple.
Yeah, he asking way too many questions. This is I don't like this at all.
Right near Temple.
Okay, yeah. I went to me and my wife met at CCP right on Spring Garden.
Okay.
And then I went to Temple. Yep, I went to Temple. She went to LaSalle.
Yeah.
And
that's my neighborhood. All up in there.
Yeah, that area's changed a lot, man.
Yeah, they gentrified us out, but it's still home.
Well, I mean, how do you feel about, like, what are your thoughts on gentrification in general? I mean, it's good and it has its pros and cons, right?
I don't think it benefits African people though. Because if you're dealing with low income, folks who cannot really access wealth through the banks,
that's true.
The redlining, if you go back to the FHA and how that whole thing got started.
Yeah, he tried too hard to
kept us from
really
buying a piece of our ghetto so we can turn it into the neighborhood we wanted it to be, while at the same time they finance Caucasians to go out into the suburbs. And that really set us back, because when you look at intergenerational wealth, the reason why white families have so much more.
That's what it sounds like there.
Is because of what the FHA did.
Fabulous. Look who I'm with.
How you doing there, sister? And give us a hand down. Is that your queen?
That's my wife's sister.
Okay, the sister. How you doing, sister?
Brother Umar.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, man.
How you doing, bro?
How's everything? All right. Good to see you. How you doing, sister? One love, one love.
Umar trying to keep that camera
no problem.
low.
Come on, bro.
Gotta get a pic with you.
Yes, sir.
You want me to get it for you?
I think you got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're looking out, brother. Yes, sir.
What?
For the love.
Yes, sir.
She loves you, Fabulous.
Thank you, Fabulous. Hey, God. She legit working out.
I'm with Dr. Umar.
Hopefully by the end of the year. Yes, sir.
What?
Cookie Crush said, did you just hear what he said? Someone said, when are you opening up? He said, hopefully by the end of the year. What in the world? Yeah, that's what he said, lady. I'll play it one more time and be for sure we finish at the end. But Umar, he a trip.
She in the gym working out.
I'm with Dr. Umar.
Hopefully by the end of the year. Yes, sir.
What?
You in the gym?
Fabulous. Say hi to Dr. Umar. She loves you. They watch all your videos.
Appreciate you.
That's my wife's older sister.
Okay.
It's less than 3 months. East B, this is crazy. He alive, but that's all he got. Yeah, I know. See him, look, whatever. Listen, at this point, that's what we say, yeah, whatever. Umar been changed the date. He's changed the date at least 12 times. Because in addition to August 21st, he said things like one time he said, a couple of times he said February Black History Month. He also said during Kwanzaa. He also said September 11th, 2013. Now he's saying by the end of the year. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know. Hopefully. yeah. We say, yeah, right. Okay. don't nobody believe Umar these days. That's all he do is lie. Yeah, and I have to say this. Something doesn't seem right. Why is his wife's sister showing up? Isn't that what he said? Did I catch that right? Why is his wife's sister happens to be in the area? Because he ain't been there but for 15 minutes? I don't know, y'all. It's weird.
Hi to Dr. Umar. She loves you. They watch all your videos.
Appreciate you.
That's my wife's older sister.
Okay. Pleased to meet you, Fabula.
Umar, come on, man.
All right, Fabula. I'll call you later, okay?
We're almost done.
Yeah, Dr. Umar, I didn't want to interrupt, man.
No problem. And you got my number, man. You called me, so I'm going to lock you. And
yeah,
when the time
didn't say what year. 2050. By the end of the year.
Let me just call Kenny, man. I got because Kenny said, he's like, yo, that used to be my counselor at Fox.
Yeah.
He did like special.
Why you keep saying that?
Special ed evaluation.
You'll know him when he.
Not as no counselor, Umar. What you talking about? Umar like, shh, you telling too much.
And I listen, man. My mom taught special ed in Philly for 50 years. And I agree with you that like the way they.
I gotta get something to drink. I'm sorry. I know we said we're gonna have a short show. We done turned it to a marathon. We're gonna be done in 7 minutes. But if you guys don't mind, I gotta get me something to drink because Evan just said that his mama, not his grandmama, but his mama worked in special ed for 50 years. 50. Not 20 years, not 30 years, not 40 years, but 50 years. And she's still working too. She's about 120 years old, but she's still working. She should have retired 30 years ago, but she's still plugging along. And she's also working with the black youth. She's working with the black youth as well. And he's helping the Negroes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize. But now he really, the term doing too much, Evan, at this point, you're doing too much. Okay. You're doing too much. You're trying too hard. You lying to kick it. And now you saying your mama worked for the special ed for 50 years. Did he say 50? Maybe he meant 30 or 40. He say 40? He said 50. I thought he said 50. It's getting crazy. This done went so far left. Let me see that one more time. Let's see what he said.
And listen, man, my mom taught special ed in Philly for 50 years.
Something ain't right about this. Boy, this is crazy. This is really, really, this is crazy. I'm sure that Umar Johnson followers saw this and was like, What's up, Tazzy Taz? So I'm starting to think Evan has a problem. It's just gotten weird. Here we go.
Like the way they promote.
What school? Any schools in North Philly?
My dad taught at John Welsh at 4th and Indiana.
Okay.
And then my mom taught at Finletter, which is in Olney, like 2nd and Godfrey.
Okay. Okay.
And then she taught at Thomas.
Edison? No.
No. What's that other one? She taught at Finletter.
Not Reynolds.
It's in Olney. It's like 2nd and Godfrey.
Okay, so that would have been okay. I stayed in North Philly. I stayed in my I wanted to work at the schools I grew up in. So
I feel you, man. And I just, like I said, I really appreciate everything.
No problem. No
I
problem.
want to do anything I can to help. And let me get on. I don't want to hold you up too much.
No doubt. No doubt.
Really
appreciate you, man. Thanks again. I'll be reaching out too.
Please do, Dr.
All right, King. Be safe. Be safe.
Yeah, Umar, you need to be safe. But did you hear what Umar called him? Listen.
Appreciate everything.
No problem. No problem.
Umar,
do anything I can to help. And let me get on. I don't want to hold you up too much.
No doubt. No doubt.
Really
appreciate you, man. Thanks again. I'll be reaching out too.
Please do, Dr.
All right, King. Be safe.
The level of respect and reverence that he gave to this white guy who just used up how much time? 16 minutes of Umar's time. Umar trying to live stream to get that money. And here he comes blowing up the spot, throwing a monkey wrench in the whole program. But at the end, he said, he called, he did, other kill. That's what he did. You gotta stay safe, King. That reminded me of that ball speed. Remember he said, let me pick that up for you, balls. Let me clean it up for you. I don't know. Listen, I don't want to go there, but I remember Umar's daddy did a video like that. He had the thing going all up, and he's just sitting back, and there was a young person, I remember to this day. This was so long ago. There was a young person in the comment section. It says, why are you recording this like a thoughty? I said, what is a thoughty? I had to go look it up. I said, oh my goodness. Anyway, Umar called him a king. Okay, it's so much respect. Now he'll call black people the C word. You know what I'm talking about? The cool, right? I don't even like saying it because it's such a horrible term to be using. But he gonna turn around and call this white man a king. Okay, this is y'all's principle. Okay, all that black talk, but at the end of the day, listen, this is so. I know it does sound like it. It's just a weird exchange. To be honest with you, I actually felt that Umar. He should have ended the conversation, and he should have somehow either got away from this guy or got this guy away from him. I just don't like the interaction, especially towards the end when he started asking him all these questions. That's just crazy. It's just I didn't like that at all. Umar, you need to be careful. Okay. Now I could be wrong. This guy could just be an Umar Johnson fan. He's trying to kick it. He's trying to be down. That's possible too. But all I'm saying is do your due diligence, Umar. If you're going to have this guy working up there, working for you, have his team working for you, make sure you do your due diligence and get someone to research this guy, get all the information you can before you make that decision. Okay. And again, I don't like what you're doing. You're a scam artist. You're a con man. You're a charlatan. You're a habitual liar. You're a baby mama creator. You prey on single black women. You sexually exploit black women. You've been financially exploiting the black community for who knows how long, live inside your mama closet. And I go on and on and on. But at the end of the day, I don't want you getting caught up in some foolishness with some sort of agent type of a situation. Okay, now if they come down on you for the IRS situation, good. If they come down on you for the school scam, good. But if it's just people trying to infiltrate to get information about you for whatever reason outside of this scam and stuff, listen, Umar, you need to be careful. That's all I got to say. I'm not here to defend Umar, but it is what it is. Okay. I did not like the line of questioning that I heard from this white guy towards the end. It was ridiculous. Okay. All right. I know. I said we're going to have a short show, but I screwed up in the beginning because I had my mic off for like 20, 30 minutes. Hassa said I was off for like 3 hours. I was still running my mouth the whole time. Okay. We're done for this show. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read one final super chat, and then I'm going to play the speech, Umar's speech, where he lost his voice and he keeps trying to talk, and it's one of the most ridiculous things, but it goes to show you the narcissism. He has no self-awareness whatsoever. I want to thank everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Thanks to all the mods for handling business today. I also want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Okay, I really do appreciate it. I want to thank everyone There's words cannot express how thankful I am and how appreciative I am. And I also want to thank everyone for who shows up. And when I screw up, you guys still hang in there, and you guys, I appreciate that too. Okay, I would not be here if it wasn't for you all. Cookie Crush Chat is undefeated. Thanks to the mods for handling business. Thanks for everyone who sent the super chats, cash apps, and PayPal. If you haven't hit the like button and you enjoy the show, please hit the like button. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow. There's a chance that I might. It just depends on how things are going. To have my car in the shop, so I got to see what happens with that tomorrow. If it's not ready by tomorrow, then I may just end up live streaming, and I may just take Friday off and maybe even live stream on Friday. We'll just wait and see. We got plenty to get caught up on. I am working on the part 2 of the documentary I released for members. I released the introduction last week. I'm gonna try my best to have the next part, which is the origin story part. That's really chapter 1. I'm gonna do my best to have that available by Friday or over the weekend. If not, I'll have it towards the beginning of next week. So members, you can look forward to that as well. Again, thank you guys so very much. Now, someone had requested this video earlier, so I'm going to pull this up. Let me know if you guys can hear the audio, and we'll just play it through. This will be our closeout for this particular live stream. And then there was one of the super chats from Upsa. How's it going, brother? He says, wish you would do a comparison on how Marcus Garvey and the UNIA actually got so much done and helped versus Umar and his followers for the documentary. Well, from my understanding, and I haven't researched too much into Marcus Garvey, but I will say this. One of the things that separates Umar from virtually anyone who has accomplished anything in the black space, and this includes people like Tariq Nasheed. You can put whatever people may feel about Tariq Nasheed, that's besides the point. Okay, he's not my cup of tea, but you have to admit that he gets things done at the end of the day. The thing that separates Umar from any of these individuals that we can name, okay, Marcus Garvey, we can bring up Malcolm X, we can bring up Martin Luther King. Okay, he's not even on that level, but I'm just giving examples of people who actually did things that were tangible. The Black Panthers. The thing that separates Umar is that Umar has absolutely no organization skills whatsoever, and that's a problem. Because anything that you come up with your imagination, you have to have a plan in place, which is in such a way that is structured and organized so that you can actually bring forth what it is that you have envisioned in your imagination. Well, Umar, on one hand, he has a child's imagination where he conceptualizes things that are virtually impossible. But then on the other hand, he doesn't even have the organization skills to even attempt to try to make something come into fruition. Whereas all these other people, some of the people that I mentioned here, and there's plenty of other people, well, they may conceptualize doing something. Like they may say, okay, well, the Black Panthers, they would have food for the children, lunches and stuff like that. They would conceptualize something like that. It's doable, but then they have the organization skills to actually make it. And then they also go to the process. It's not just about having a plan. It's actually putting the plan in motion and putting in the work and actually doing stuff consistently to where you finally get to the ultimate goal. See, Umar doesn't have the organization skills to come up with the plan in the first place to this day, but then he doesn't have the ambition or the get up and go to get things done either because he's lazy. But he's not even getting to that point yet to actually getting things done consistently because he doesn't have a plan. See, you can go in and say, I'm going to paint this wall, I'm going to paint that wall, and I'm going to paint that wall. And, maybe next week or in a month from now, we're going to have an HVAC delivered, but wait a minute, it's going to be delayed. Okay, they just goes to show you he's scattered. He doesn't have a plan. See, everything should have been itemized. What's going to happen this week? What's going to carry over into the next week? When this is going to happen? This needs to happen after this, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's organization skills. The thing that separates Umar from all of these other individuals and plenty of other individuals who actually produce things in the black space is that Umar does not have any organization skills. And that's the big difference that people need to look at with Umar. And that's why there will never be an opening, a solidified opening date where it actually comes to pass, where an accredited school comes into fruition. See, even him changing the date speaks to a lack of organization. People could say, well, he doesn't have the money. People could say he doesn't have a team. Well, that's his fault. He's had enough money to get something started. He could have just rented a space, a storefront, and paid $9,000 a month. It didn't even have to be that. I mean, he could have paid $5,000 a month. Get some commercial space. He had the money to do it. But see, the vision, the idea was so over the top and robust. And then on top of that, he didn't have any money. But then on top of that, he didn't have the organization skills to make it come into fruition in the first place. He never did, and he never will. That's the great separator between Umar. And that's why, and I'm going to close out with this. That's why Umar has to be the great deceiver. He has to deceive people in order to keep this going. See, because if he told the truth on how over the top all of this is and how he has no intention, he doesn't even have the skill set to pull anything like this. If he told that truth, You think people gonna still keep sending him money? No, they wouldn't. So he has to manipulate people as a great deceiver. He has to deceive people. He has to make promises that he can't keep. He makes promises that he knows that he can't fulfill. He doesn't even have the organization skills to even organize conceptually. How am I going to get from point A, a concept, to an idea, to get it into something where it's an organized plan, and then go to the next step where this plan is set in motion, where the work is being done to fulfill what the concept was in the first place. See, well, that's a perfect example is FDMG. He does not have the ability within him up here to even think what needs to take place day by day to get from point A to point Z. And that's the great difference between Umar and a lot of the other people who have actually done things in the black space. See? Yeah, I don't plan on speaking about Marcus Garvey in the documentary outside of Umar's time in the UNIA, because if I got into Marcus Garvey, then I would have to put into extensive research into that, because I wouldn't just throw it in there, you know. And to be quite honest, I would not have the time. I mean, there's so much time that I'm putting in. Just specifically dealing with Umar, it's going to be comprehensive. I think I'm already at the 22-minute mark. And all I've done so far is the introduction, and I've gotten through a part of chapter 1. This thing may end up being 6 or 7 hours, you know? So one day at a time, one step at a time. I have a plan. I have the concept. I have the plan. I'm doing the research and also completed research already. And day by day, I go at it. See, that's the great difference between people who actually get things done in the black space and Umar Johnson. Umar never gets anything done because he doesn't have a plan. And up here, he can't organize things in such a way to where he can set in motion a plan and be consistent with it day by day where it makes sense. Okay. All right. Thanks, Opsa, for the super chat. Where's his faculty? He doesn't have a faculty and staff. There's no faculty and staff. He doesn't have a team. He doesn't have a board of directors. He doesn't even have a website. He's been collecting resumes for over a decade. Resumes for what? There's no, where's the positions? There's no job board, nothing like that. He doesn't have a faculty and staff. See, that's why when Evan gets up and says, you know, he's doing all this work, he ain't doing nothing. He's a one-man team. Even when Evan, when you pulled up, was he doing anything? No, he's just live streaming. Why is he up there live streaming? He's up there live streaming so he can get money. So he can ask for cash apps, be able to send him money for this fake school. See, Rodney, he has no faculty and staff. 5.5 years since he acquired these trap bandos. Here we go. Over a decade since he started collecting money for the St. Paul school scam. Over 14 years since he announced that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. Over 19 years since he conceptualized this idea of FDMG. He don't even have faculty and staff. He don't even have a website. Okay. Thanks, Rodney, for the super chat. All right, so here's the video. Let me know if you guys can hear the audio. Someone had requested this earlier. And then, hold on one second. Let me see.
Be safe. So that was a good conversation we had. Good conversation. Resident in the neighborhood. I wish I could tap some of y'all in. I know y'all tripping right now. Let me see something. I want to get some tap ins. I'm going to hang up and come.
Boy, these bandos look horrible. And Umar looked like he just rolled out of a cardboard box. Man.
I'm back on the other side and see if I can get some tap-ins, brothers and sisters. See if I can get some tap-ins.
I wish I was in that chat, in the chat for this live stream, because I know they was going crazy. Okay, here's the video. Let me know if you guys can hear the audio, and we'll close out with this. Thank y'all so much. Here we go.
Governor Bashir, you will be a one-term governor if those 3 killers ain't locked up soon. President Biden, you will be a one-term president if Brianna's 3 killers ain't locked up soon. Kamala Harris, you want to be the first woman president in American history. All power to you. Good luck. But if those 3 men who killed Breonna Taylor ain't locked up soon, your ass will not be going to the Oval Office. Yes, we came here today.
See, this lady right here, this is an example of the emotionalism. You know, it's not about intellectual process, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but what Umar does is he incites emotions in people nothing is really being said of consequence. He's just yelling and screaming.
Come on, 2 minutes, I'll be done. I heard the black.
See the lady in the back with the green on? She was trying to get him off stage. He says 2 minutes, but he goes for a he always does this. He wasn't scheduled to be here speaking. Someone got him up there. He bum rushes the stage and he can runs his mouth.
Bourgeoisie is in full force out of here today. So let me say something to you boot-looking ass uppity Negroes who don't like to fight for the people on the bottom.
Notice it's always about disrespecting black people over and over and over again.
Not all pastors, but most of them. Not all politicians, but most of them. Not all scholars, but most of them. How dare Don't give me no CIA water, and don't give me no FBI water. I'm sure this ain't the FBI water. Black power. I said black power. I said black power. Brothers and sisters.
Oh my God. No. I said, don't do that. Oh yeah, blew him off. Oh no. Oh no.
But I'm gonna say this in my low voice.
I can't fix it.
We came to remember Brianna. Yes. But we also came to fight for Brianna. Yeah. We came to stand with Sister Tamika and Auntie Bianca and the whole family, but not just to memorialize, but to energize.
Mix, don't do that. You guys are
the white power structure.
You guys are rude.
The first battle.
Yeah. These are like, listen, it's time to go. Look at this guy.
Today is the beginning of the second battle.
He does.
For justice.
He sounds like a Sith Lord.
So what exactly do you want? Governor Bashir,
Umar, just stop. Just stop. You don't
Mayor Bishop, President Biden, Vice President Harris.
Yeah, he always does. Yeah, that's what he gets.
A new grand jury.
And he keeps going because he can't help it. Look at the lady in the back with the green on. She's like, if we don't get this.
From the last grand jury, he did not make them aware that there were 6 different murder charges.
Y'all crazy.
For Brianna's assassin.
He really does sound like some sort of a goblin hooligan or something. You know. I'm I got a wife named Evan. He's gonna come up to school, and his mama worked in special ed for 87 years. She started when she was a toddler. Oh no.
All right. That house Negro in Lexington is not become nowhere near the next grand jury. We want a special prosecutor that has no
of course. Oh man, y'all crazy.
With the police department.
Umar, please stop.
We want a United States Department of Justice investigation, civil rights division into the systematic civil constitution and human rights abuses of the Louisville Metro Police Department.
Just a place order at McDonald's. I like a big bag of fries.
Against black people. The third thing is we want a new
Oh, boy, what's up, Mike? Yeah, he tripping.
And we want a new mayor in Louisville. And then Governor Rashid don't get his head
Run his mouth.
all right. We gonna want a new governor. And if we don't get what we want, the Democrats will not get the White House again. If we don't get what we want, the Democrats will not keep the governorship of Kentucky.
What?
If we don't get what we want, the Democrats will not keep the mayorship of Louisville. I close.
Umar, stop. He keep going.
My ancestors, Frederick Douglass. My family was brought to America in
Here he goes.
1701, most likely from Yoruba land or Igbo land, Nigeria. He was a black man by the name of Bailey.
Yeah, you're trying to something else. We are so blessed to have the Cookie Crush Chat.
He married a black woman, Grandma Sayana.
Here he goes.
They had
See, real quick, this is supposed to be about Breonna Taylor, but he up here talking about himself, and he's going to run down his descendancy, his fake descendancy. Daddy took a DNA test. It came back that they're not related. There's no blood relationship. But anyway.
Grandma Jenny, and in 1774, Grandma Jenny had Grandma Betsy. Grandma Betsy was an enslaved African, but she was married
like
to
for Mona, I asked. Well, I don't even know what that is.
They had 12 children.
Or, you know, I mean, not saying like that, but she's young, but she knows. I don't even know what you're talking about.
These two women, my 4 times great grandmother and 4 times great aunt, were raped by the white man who owned our family.
What does this got to do with Breonna Taylor? Look at the lady in the green. She's like, we got to get this guy off of here, right?
Harry gave birth to the greatest black
Look at her. I'm supposed to have this lady.
Frederick Augustus Washington Berry at the age of 20.
She up there praying right there and there. She's like, if we can get this guy off.
Cousin Fred ran away, and he changed his name from Fred Berry to Fred Douglass.
After this lady.
In 1819, 1 year after Frederick was born, my grandmother Betsy gave birth to his first cousin. And half brother, my 4 times great grandfather Stephen Henry Bell. They were brothers, because the slave master was daddy, but they were cousins.
Uncle Nancy.
Because the slave master raped both mothers. It's going to turn on. So let me know when the quote we got to watch. All right.
See, they was going to turn the mic off.
Frederick Douglass said, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who protect the flame of freedom and deprecate agitation are like men who want crops without plowing the ground.
He is not related,
but can't stand the thunder or the lightning. They want the ocean, but they're scared of the awful roar of the water.
What if
years, I'm praying on my knees.
I'm sure they want people.
But the good Lord gave Frederick no freedom until I got up off my knees and started praying with my feet. He said, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who will not not for their own freedom, have no right to be forced by others. Louisville, Kentucky, I love you. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Black power.
Y'all ready
to make
that music always cracks me up. I actually have it downloaded, but I just pulled it up on King Kong Consciousness. Shout out to King Kong Crazy. Okay. Thank you. If y'all, I doubt he's still there because this show went way over, but this turned into a marathon. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show today. I want to apologize for the audio difficulty. I'm going to try my best never to have that happen again. I apologize. One thing I just forgot, I changed the batteries out on this one. I didn't change the batteries on that. Okay, I apologize for that. I wasted people's time. Okay, I'm not here to waste people's time. I'm truly sorry about that. And then the other thing is I got to make sure that when I'm live streaming, if I'm going to be reading comments out of from the super chats, I can pull it up, but then I'm going to go right back over, click over to the actual chat room, and that way I can see if something does happen, I can be informed about it. I can see it. So I want to apologize for that. I'll put a special note and I'll pin it to the top of this video for anyone who watches this later on to where they can skip through the section, this long section where there's this silence and I'm running my mouth. Trish is a throat. Oh, okay. That's a throat infection. How do you know that? Well, House is smarter than well, I don't know. But that's good though. That's good. And it's good to see you today. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope everything's been going well. I'll be worrying about the younger people at the cooker chat. If I don't see them for a while, that's how I am. I'll be worrying. And my wife told me yesterday, she said something like calm your mind and calm your body and relax. Yeah, but I was worried about, no, just calm down. I said, okay, I'll just be worried about people. So it's good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning on in. And thanks for the super chat. I want to thank everyone inside the cooker chat for tuning on in. I truly hope that you enjoyed the show. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow. It depends on what happens with my automobile. And if everything works out well tomorrow, then I probably won't live stream. If it doesn't work out, I don't get my car back tomorrow, then I'll probably live stream at some point during the day. But we'll have to wait and see. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. I want to thank everyone in the Cookie Crush chat. It's undefeated. And again, I want to invite Evan. Evan, if you happen to see this video and if you have enough courage, you want to come on and talk about Umar and anything related to the FDMG. And if you have any receipts that you would like to share with me, you can send them to LenonHonor.com. LenonHonor at yahoo.com. And if you would like to come on, I would be more than happy to interview you. And like I said before, Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. But the thing is that what we tend to do is that if people come with a level of respect, and if people are just who they are, just be who you are. You don't have to overdo things and you don't have to lie to kick it. But if you're just who you are, you'll find that we will embrace you. And that's just part of our culture. And it's not just a Cookie Crush chat. It's part of Black culture. So, Evan, if you haven't seen this video, please, if you would like to come on and talk, I'll be more than happy to have you on. I also want to thank all of our mods for handling business today. I want to thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all's support as well. And I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. If you send in cash apps or PayPal, thank you so much. And again, I hope people enjoyed the show. Again, I want to apologize for the audio issue earlier. That was my bad. And I will do my best not to ever let that happen again. Okay. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. And I want to thank you guys again for tuning on in. I love y'all and I appreciate y'all tuning in. If you guys didn't show up, I wouldn't be here. And so shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Okay. I'll talk to y'all soon. Take care. Peace.